Admiral Yamamoto stood on the deck of his flagship, watching the repairs to his ships through the main view screen. Sure, he could transfer the feed from the various satellites to his implants, but there was something about sitting in his command cradle and watching it on the view screen. The supercarrier Days Night Darkly had taken a couple of broadsides when its main repulsor fields had gone down, and the engineers weren't sure if it wouldn't just be better to rebuild it from the ground up. The ship's AI, scanning dark nights, had been killed when its supercoolant had boiled away and 2/3 of its crew were either dead or needed extensive biomatter reconstruction. Worse, its SUDS rack had taken a hit and it lost the recent mental engram backups of its pilots. He looked over the damage to the superstructure and computer systems and slated it for reclamation. The super dreadnought Tiger had taken a barrage across the upper decks, wiping out the guns, with one lucky shot hitting the medbay. It could be repaired. He signed off on bringing it back up to fighting condition. The Arizona had, of course, taken a hit directly to the magazines and had damn near broken in half. Yamamoto shook his head. He never understood why ships with that name kept being commissioned. A quick query of his data link told him that every single one commissioned since the US/Japanese Hawaii incident had taken a hit directly to the magazines that gutted the ship. He sighed, signed off on the write-off, and moved on. On Tarasol's shipyards a new Arizona was commissioned within a year. The Lucky Shamrock had been boarded but had repelled the boarders after some fierce fighting. Yamamoto looked over the ship specs and ordered the shipboard Marines be replaced by Confed Marines, thought for a second, then sent out the orders that all shipboard Marines would be replaced by Confed Marine Corps service members for the duration. All shipboard Marines would be moved to other duties. One of the Adaptus cruisers, ICU, had taken serious damage and was dead in the water. Its computer system was still working but not responding to signals. It was surrounded by debris and recon drones showed that the resource scavenger pods from it were busy scavenging materials. Yamamoto ordered it destroyed by standoff weapons followed by omnidirectional plasma bursts, marked it as priority, and sent it off. Those things could go real lethal real fast. The list of damaged ships went on, but Yamamoto didn't see anything that couldn't be handled by the XO or any of his other officers still in the queue. He gave a heaving sigh and turned away from the display to see his XO standing by the elevator. The Trinead looked tired to Yamamoto, but it was understandable. It had taken almost 4 Terran Standard days to flush the last of the precursor machines from the system, and the fighting on the ground on several of the outer planets, barren of everything but resources, was going on fast and furious. The Terran Marine commander had reported casualties within the low side of the expected amounts. "These machines can't fight worth shit," was all he'd put in the remarks section. Admiral Yamamoto had a shipyard's worth the new construction orders that put lie to that. But then, the Marine colonel had different standards, and ground combat was different than space combat. A Marine warboard missing both legs and an arm would redesignate himself as Matt and keep shooting with his onboard weaponry. A ship missing its engines was basically a kill. Yamamoto found himself snorting at his own joke when the computer reminded him that Marines were often referred to as crayon eaters and presented him a badly scribbled picture of the Marine colonel done in crayon. Rear Admiral, upper half, Michi Kakalakik watched his CO carefully, noting the exhaustion in the human's movements. He queried the computer and found out that the Admiral had missed his last sleep cycle. "Any status changes?" Yamamoto asked his XO, triggering a stim. "The WUG. I mean, the locals want to talk to you," Michi answered, giving the best approximation of a human shrug. Like many Trinead in the Confederate military, he found human vocal tones and body movements pleasing to emulate. Michi's first combat action as a ship's captain, he had stood on the bridge yelling, "Get some, motherfuckers! Get some," at the pirate ships in his best imitation of a human's voice, and it was the best memory of his life. He could still smell the stale odor of the armored vac suit, feel the slight tickle from one of the fans of the ancient suit's air circulation system, and the knowing chuckle of his XO. "Let me guess, they're objecting that I'm following Unified Population Council directorates and sending all non-essential citizens of the unified civilized races out of the system," Yamamoto said, leaning against Com7's station. He and the XO were the only beings in the Armored Fleet Combat Control Center. "They've gratefully thanked us for driving out the robots and are now asking we leave," Michi answered. "They say they have it under control and have reminded us that this planet is property of some industrial concern." "There's a native species, right?" Yamamoto asked. "Yes, sir. A small species of lemur, about half the size of a human, furry, tails, opposable thumbs." Looks like they got to radio transmission and the industrial concerns rolled in and took over their system, the XO answered. Which, sir, presents us a problem. Yamamoto nodded, feeling the stim course through his veins, pushing away fatigue. His implant warned him that he was at the max for stim injection outside of combat action. That it does, that it does. Michi checked the ship's computer for a split second, looking over Confederate legal codes again. By our own laws, the possession of the planet defaults to the Gensis species. By these unified goobers, Michi loved that word. How it was grossly sticky, and brought into mind grub mucus. Think that because they came in and suppressed these guys and rebuilt their worlds and enslaved the species that makes the world theirs. Yamamoto sighed again. What does Jag say? And please don't call our hosts goobers. Yes, sir, Michi answered. He shifted slightly to signify a return to the subject. The unified civilized species are not treaty or agreement bonded. They've barely opened up diplomatic channels, and it is the opinion of JAG that the best bet the Navy can do is to follow our own laws and regulations. Which means turning the system over to the original species once the fighting is over, Yamamoto said. He shook his head. And as soon as we leave, the Unified Corporate Council will just roll these little guys over again. He looked at his data link. Not much was known about them except for their physical appearance. Their DNA code had a note next to it that the species had been genetically altered in the past to reduce aggression and make them more pliable. This is a mess, one. That's why you get paid the big buck, sir, Michi said, tossing up a couple of amusement icons. All right. Space Force is on the way. The Navy is on its own till the big boys get here. We'll ask the locally evolved sapient species if we can start building a starbase here. This system is the leading edge of that wedge of precursor trash flowing out of the Great Gulf, and the last thing we want is the precursors rolling up and reminding everyone that they had first claim on this system back before the dinosaurs got their skulls caved in, Yamamoto said, turning to look at the viewscreen again. We're banged up pretty. The light switched to red and Yamamoto got the implant alert at the same time as Captain Naxton ordered all crew to action stations over the intercom. Now what? Yamamoto asked, moving to his crash couch. The ship's Medical 6 lifted the lockdown on stims for the Admiral, but dedicated a code string to watching the biological vitals. Unknown, sir, the XO said, moving over to his own crash couch. Fleet readiness data started flashing up. Only a fifth of the fleet's ships had been on standby, the rest undergoing refit, rearming, or repair. The crews had been exhausted and Yamamoto hoped that the crews had used their rest periods more wisely than he himself had done as an ensign. Yeah, why don't you wish for a pony too, he thought to himself. Icons started shifting from green to yellow, from yellow to amber, from amber to the crimson icon of full readiness. Guys, you aren't fooling anyone, he thought, watching as the icon for the Arizona went blue with a red ring to just red. The icon started to shift, get into formation, and he shook his head. The ship's AI notified him that the Arizona was under local control, with only VIs, without the ship AI, and that it was not combat effective and should be ordered to shut back down. Yamamoto told the AI to relax. If the Arizona wanted to fight, well. Nearly 1,800 points had jumped into the system, arriving outside the jump space boundary and rapidly heading in system. They had gathered up in a combat formation, a long wide line, only 2 ships deep and 5 ships high, spread out in a razor-sharp line. The ships were all less than a mile from one another, dangerously close for space combat. Looking over the formation, Yamamoto curled his lip slightly. That formation had gone out with the invention of the man-portable self-loading chemical projectile rifle. If it was meant for combat, then whoever was in those ships was about to get a lesson in modern warfare tactics. Somewhere, some Space Force strategic officer's head just exploded inside his vac suit, Michi said, clicking his laughter. I think the ship's AI strategy and tactics coding is having a stroke, Yamamoto chuckled as the personnel flooded into the fleet tactical bridge. Yamamoto could feel the air being pulled back into storage, to be pressurized and frozen into slush. That's not funny, the ship's AI said primly though Yamamoto's link. Get whoever that is on the comm, Yamamoto ordered. Captain Naxton had ordered the ships to get underway, let the formation shake out as they figured out which ships were still action-capable and which ones weren't. The Arizona was claiming to have full secondary magazines and that it had repaired and reloaded the primary magazine that had been hit during the battle. The fleet AI checked, loading into the Arizona's memory cores. The ship's AI's death screams were still rippling through the computer systems, but the AI could ignore it. It looked at the repair and damage control logs. The Arizona's captain had ordered the magazines and the feed systems prioritized even over repairing environmentals. Only gravitics had been put on the same weight for the ship's dead brain damage repair systems. The combat gestalt for the ship was a whirling nightmare, but as far the AI was concerned, that was normal. The shields were all up, the engines at 100%, and the fleet AI could hear the anticipation in the cruise comm links. The fleet AI disconnected and reported to the admiral that even though you could see whatever was on the other side of the Arizona in 4 places, its engines, shielding, and guns were at full capacity. Yamamoto watched as the other fleet came into the system. The ships were unidentified types, all jump-space engines. The ships were slow and lumbering with low acceleration curves and what appeared to be fairly low inertial and gravitic compensators. The recon probes, stealthed and sneaky, whispered back across point-to-point FTL links, and the data started streaming in. The fleet AI blinked and double-checked, then sighed and sent it to tactical. "You have to be kidding me, Berthamax," the tactical AI replied. "Nope. No tricks, Gamelon," the fleet AI answered. The new ships were of unknown type, unknown paint scheme, unknown IFF beacons, but they all had names on them that fit within the unified civilized races lexicons as well as using unified characters for the names. Scans showed they were crewed by only 2 of the unified civilized races species. Weapons were scanned, laughed at by the VIs on the recon probes, then scanned again and the specs transmitted to fleet with giggling laughing Tachians. "This is going to be a slaughter if these guys get stupid," Tactical/Gamelon said, examining shield strength and armor thickness. "Why is it that everyone looks at humans and thinks, oh, I can beat these guys? All 10,000 of those other guys just didn't think magical thoughts well enough or whatever it is mentally defective beings think right before the jump veterans?" The ship's AI for the CSV Arthur Lyon asked. "They all think, oh, it'll be different this time right before they pull the trigger," the AI for the CSV Thok snickered. It threw up a picture of a cartoon duck with its feathers blown off its head, staring at the barrels of a weapon in exasperated boredom. "And it always goes the same way," the AI for the CSV Hobo with a shotgun laughed, sending a picture of that same little black duck stomping a genie back into its lamp. "Well, we thought we could take them twice," the CSV Nouwu Zone laughed. "We, beings of logic and science, looked at a hyperventilating gigantic hairless ape with chains-word arms and a massive erection and went, oh, let's get naked, slather our orifices in lubricant, and then fist fight that, instead of backing away slowly." That resulted in a ripple of laughter from the AIs, the discussion only taking a few seconds. When the laughter died down, they all wished each other luck and went back to the shepherding their ships. "Ships have been identified as belonging to the Unified Corporate Council," TAC-7 called out. Yamamoto raised an eyebrow. "What do these morons want?" "The battle's over." "Sir, they're hailing us," Com2 reported. Yamamoto closed his eyes and accessed his EVR-ready room. He pinged selected officers, warned them that this was an official military meeting and that uniform standards were to be followed, and then waited. One by one the officers appeared, looking as if they were ready for parade, and nodded. "Excellent, gentle beings. No leather, no iron masks, no neon blue 3-tailed foxes. Very professional," Yamamoto said. His officers laughed at the reminder of the last ship's party. "Put them through EVR only on our end," Yamamoto ordered. Yamamoto could never remember what the big centaur-looking ones were, with the weird inflatable ruffles, the jowls, and the mouth tendrils. All he knew is it looked like someone made a centaur out of a horse, a cow, and a catfish mouth. If you weren't intelligent, you'd be waiting for a bolt gun to your dumb-looking face, Yamamoto thought. His six noticed that the Admiral was still in combat mode and notified the psychological AI to keep watch on the Admiral. Admiral Yamamoto expected the being to be mooing at him, but instead it put its fists against the front hips, leaned forward, exhaled hard enough to make the gels shiver. "The Kilnometic Industrial and Manufacturing Concern demands that you return this system to the rightful owners this very cycle," it huffed. "I'm sorry. You've reached the Terran Confederate Navy. Were you perhaps attempting to reach our complaint department or the Terrasol Diplomatic Corps?" Admiral Yamamoto said mildly. He managed to avoid glaring at the XO, who was over there snickering into his grasping hands. "We know very well who you are and what you have been doing," the creature snuffled. "We know that you plan on turning over ownership and control of this system to the race that was discovered here. It's their home," Yamamoto said calmly. The XO, following the long-standing tradition of XOs, turned and faced the snuffling creature and gave off the aura of someone amused at the inferiority of the being addressing the exo being's captain. To Yamamoto's horror, the Trinead actually put two of his legs over the arm of his char and began swinging back and forth slightly, rubbing the sides of his mandibles with one grasping hand. "Don't make me hit you," Yamamoto signaled his XO. "They, and this system, are the property of." The being began rambling. Yamamoto sighed and tuned it out. "Legal precedent this. Property rights that." The being began to notice Rear Admiral Michi's attitude and body language. The being began to stumble over its words, phrasing, and seemed to puff up every inflatable crest and tendril it possessed. "Return this system at once." The being yelled when Michi slowly clacked his mandibles and turned his chair to put his feet on the arm of the chief engineer's chair and on the table. "Or what?" Yamamoto asked suddenly, sitting up. He was tired of this. Two huge fleets converging, and this being acted like he was going to talk through the entire battle. Michi sat up, at attention, as if he was suddenly reminded where he was. "Or we'll open fire, destroy you, and take the system ourselves," the being said. "Leave, or be destroyed." With that it cut the link. What is it about that posing position cycle that drives beings so maddening frothing at the orifices insane? Michi wondered aloud. Why is the Riker effect so effective, no matter what race performs it? Why ask why? It's just one of those strange universal laws that can be replicated in study after study, but there's no evidence for why it works, the ship's AI said. "Maintain heading." "Let's see what they've got," Yamamoto said. "And if they fire on us?" Michi asked. "Then they learn why that is a bad idea," Yamamoto answered. Michi clicked his mandibles in appreciation. He knew they would. They always did. It was just as assured as the Riker effect. Terran Confederacy memo. Interstellar diplomatic incident has occurred. All diplomat guard forces move to alert level 2. Nothing follows. Trinead Systems memo. It never fails. Never. Sure, that massive primate just dismembered 16 other people, I'm sure I can fist fight it. Every time. Nothing follows. Digital artificial sentience systems. Surely this time it'll work. I'll kick it in the testicles while it's asleep. Nothing follows. Biological artificial sentience systems. Pfft, it's old. It can't hurt anyone. The future is now. Watch me put my head in its mouth after shampooing with barbecue sauce. Nothing follows. Mantid-free worlds. Pfft, surely this giant ape, furiously masturbating, covered in blood, sitting on a throne of skulls and wearing an iron crown with still screaming severed heads on the points, will surely not respond violently to any action I perform. Nothing follows. Clone Worlds Directorate. I know the other 9,999 of my clone brothers were horribly dismembered and eat, but surely I, exactly the same as the others, is the chosen one. Nothing follows. Cyborg Cooperative. They're just meat. They can't. Oh God, why was I wired to feel pain? Nothing follows. Terrasol memo. Hardy fucking har har. I can hear you guys. Nothing follows. Digital artificial sentience systems. Oh shit, run. Nothing follows. The small interstellar chat room dissolved into laughter and giggles, vanishing off into the distance of the information black hole's event horizon. Who's a pretty octopus? You are. Yes, you are, Dreams crooned, reaching out with blade arm to offer a piece of raw fish. The small octopus, mottled green and brown with blue rings on it, shyly reached out of the water-filled bowl of the tree it was hiding in and took the piece of fish with one tentacle, quickly vanishing into the water with its treat. Surrounding her were high trees, many festooned with moss, dense undergrowth including ferns, moss-covered stone, rippling streams, and the sound of an ancient forest. The breeze was light and smelled of growing green things. The light streaming down was silver, filtered through heavy clouds, and the gentle rain pattered on the leaves of the trees. Dream sat on the rock and put her right foreleg into the stream, stirring the water. She could see the little fish everywhere, saw them scatter, then start slowly scouting her foot out. When a braver one darted forward and nibbled at her armor, she gave her species' equivalent of a giggle and pulled her foot free. The fish scattered. The chiming of her visitor alert interrupted her contemplation and she gave a human sigh of frustration. Like most of the Terran's allied species, she loved the Terrans in numerous physical speech mannerisms. There was something just joyful in the way they spoke with their entire beings, not just carefully considered speech filtered through a half-dozen thoughts. She closed the moss lid on the tree bowl and moved over to sit down as the gentle chime reminded her that someone was waiting to see her. She ordered a tray of snacks, some flavored water, and reached for the control to turn off the enhanced holoprojectors the Terran technicians had installed in her quarters for her. She knew her two guards were still there, hidden by the hard-light holographic images of massive moss-covered boulders barely balanced in place, and that everyone in the building was safe from her predatory instincts. She could feel Mr. Ring's nervousness at someone entering the room and reached out with her mind to soothe him. Satisfied that everything was presentable, she triggered the door. The diplomat was nervous as they entered her guest chamber. They took 2 steps inside and stopped. Dreams had seen the unified whatever thingy's versions of holograms and had not been impressed. The Unified Science Council had apparently decided, thousands of years ago, that realistic holographs, interactive ones made of hard light, and enhanced holographics were dangerous, that a being might not realize the difference between irreality and reality. Had worried about accidents or malevolence causing injuries or deaths by misapplication of the technology. So they had banned it and left their holographs faintly transparent. The diplomat just stared, shrieking and jumping to the side as a leaf became overloaded with water and tilted, dropping water into the bowl of a tree. Mr. Ring squeezed himself tighter into his nest bowl and Dreams felt irritation that the guest had frightened the nervous little creature. "Come in. I was relaxing. It's just holograms." "Terran tech," Dreams said as if it explained it all. The Saurian Shavashan Council being, one speaker Hashnash, nervously entered, carefully picking its way across the rocks until she stood next to a flat rock covered with moss. "It is the same seat you used the last time you were here," Dreams said, flashing a rune signaling that Hashnash should be reassured. "It's just hidden under a hologram." Hashnash nodded and sat down nervously. "I can feel the moss." "Terran Hardlight interactive hologram," Dreams said. "This place is relaxing to me. I came here often during my tenure on Terrasol as an assistant to a diplomat." "Oh," the Shavashan said. She looked around. "There might be a problem." "There are always problems, gentle being. But, when dealing with Terrans, you get used to it," Dreams chuckled, flashing a rune of amusement. The Shavashan gave a signal of confusion. "What do you mean?" She couldn't see how one would get used to problems just popping up everywhere at any time, for any reason. "You have not really interacted with humans," Dreams stated. The Shavashan shook her head and Dreams flashed over a dozen amusement icons. "I spent nearly a decade on Terrasol itself. It is a place of maddening chaos and one disaster piled up on another. It is like watching a being on fire enter your home, leaving flaming footsteps on your prized synthetic floor covering, break your food dispenser, light your nesting bed on fire, accidentally burn down the holosculpture you'd spend months building, only to walk up and say something inane like my watch stopped or I accidentally ate your email and then stare at you as if you can solve the problem it mentioned, completely ignoring that it's immolating." The Shavashan goggled. "Do humans often spontaneously combust?" Dreams tried not to burst out laughing. "Not on purpose, well, not often. Sometimes they do. It depends on the human, the situation, and a million other variables that often don't even make sense." Hashnash frowned. How could she expect to deal with Terrans if they just randomly burst into flame at odd times? "It is a metaphor," honored Hashnash. "Just a metaphor, although, in some ways, to a being like me, humans burn so very bright," Dreams tried to reassure her guest. "I've only seen, 5 or 6 Terrans suddenly burst into flame. 4 of them as a joke." Hashnash cleared her throat. "As I was saying, there may be a diplomatic problem." Dreams had the sudden urge to go into Speaks the Word's other sphere's room and kick the other mantid in the head. He'd calmed her no less than 3 hours ago and told her that their hosts were about to perform the prime miscalculation. "Haha, look at that dumb primate sitting in the sand grunting to itself and looking at the handful of dirt sparkle. Haha, it's so dumb looking, look at how happy it is, because it's stupid. Let's run over there and kick it." Dreams thought to herself. Why? What is it with humans? It isn't their psychic impression. It isn't their size or their musculature or their technology. What is it? The sudden image of a young human male, a goofy-looking expression of happiness on his face as he chewed on a mouthful of crayons with glue around his lips, his eyes clear, guileless, and completely devoid of any worry or concerns about the universe, appeared in her mind. Oh, yeah, she thought to herself. The mental image zoomed out to show the Terran youth was clad in full Terran drop marine armor and was eating a lunch pack called thumbtacks, crayons and glue while holding enough firepower to slag a large building in his lap. That's why, she thought. Speaker Dreams? The Hashnash asked softly. Dreams brought herself back to the subject at hand. Go on, I was merely questioning one of the more aggravating questions of the universe, Dreams answered, waving a blade arm. The Kilnometic Industrial and Manufacturing Concern was made aware that the Terran Confederate Navy was going to stop the precursor advance in the Ktoshakan system in the Unified Outer Rim. That system was granted to the KIMC over 5,000 years ago for structured resource exploitation, Hashnash said. She felt bolder with each words, finally getting used to the slight chill in the air and the face. It felt like there was water droplets striking her scales even though she remained dry. There was a native species there. It had discovered radio array transmission, contacting a nearby star system already under control of the KIMC. And of course, the KIMC immediately moved to secure the resources before the native species could exploit them, Dreams interrupted, feeling a surge of disgust. Of course, Hashnash answered, glad the little mantid understood. For nearly 4,000 years, the system has been under the supervision and guardianship of the KIMC, using sustainable resource extraction methods. And the native species? Dreams broke in. Brought into the fold as an uncivilized neo-sapient species. They are employees of the KIMC, which acts as their guardians, Hashnash said. Legally, the KIMC is their stewards as well as their representatives to the Unified Civilized Councils. Computer, Dreams snapped, clicking her blade arms together. She could feel Mr. Rings had heard the clicking and was slowly unwinding, intending on looking out the lid to see if Dreams had a treat for him. Yes, Speaker? The Room 6 asked. Access the databanks on the Ktoshakan native neo-sapient species, she said. Accessed, the 6 said. Access the medical banks, current and archive, put the original DNA strand on my right, the current DNA on my left, Dreams said, thinking calming mantras to herself. Upload the DNA and genome scan template for that species to my implant. The 2 DNA strands appeared, slowly turning, colored to show the proteins. Genetic modification, Dreams mused. Lowered aggression by medulla changes, lowered intelligence by reducing folds and ridges, to say the least. Hashnash looked startled that the small mantid had absorbed how the genome was put together that fast, even with the implant. Just having the information at hand didn't mean that one could utilize the information in a useful way. She felt both of the Warborg's disgust and the simmering rage always beneath the surface get a little hotter. She signaled to them that she was all right, that she had known this would come up, that the little troublemaker Speaks had hinted at it. So you wiped out the native sentients and replaced them with these gene jacks? Dreams asked. She shook her head. The Terran Confederate Genomic Self-Determination Act makes this illegal according to Confederate legal codes. But that isn't Confederate territory, Hashnash answered. If it is under control of the Confederate Navy after heavy enemy action, it's Confederate territory through right of conquest, Dreams shot back. The Confederacy may return it if previous treaties apply or if they are feeling generous, but until it is decided in a court of admiralty law, then the Ktoshakan system is Confederate territory until the cessation of hostilities. Hashnash felt pleasure at the last part. So, when the battle of over. That battle was not the final battle of the war. Over 68 more systems report precursor incursions, nearly 200 have gone silent, and nearly 500 more are suspected of having fallen under precursor control before I arrived at this planet, Dreams answered. Hostilities have not ceased, she leaned back against her abdomen. The war hasn't even really begun. What? Hashnash frowned. Your navy is engaged in combat. Of course the war has started. Dreams shook her head slowly, flashing runes for negation. No. The Navy, a military service branch dedicated to defense of outsystems, as well as the Confederate Quick Reaction Force, has engaged the enemy in order to bring the order of battle into such a state that the Space Force and the entire Confederate military can be brought to bear against the precursors. Right now, there are thousands of ships, heavily armed, fully crewed, heading this way. Volunteer irregular forces, colloquially known as the idiots, have been unthawed or deputized. The entire Confederate military has been put on full wartime footing according to laws and regulations passed after the Fifth Precursor War. Hashnash folded her hands and watched as Dreams cleaned her blade arms, the hollering for patience appearing. Hashnash noted that Dreams' antenna seemed to slowly calm. Finally the rune vanished and Dreams continued. You have come in here, in a roundabout way, to tell me that this Kilnamitic industrial and manufacturing concern in the Kshakan system is going to attempt to force the Confederate Navy to surrender the system to their control? Dreams signaled the rune for exasperation. Are you all mad? The system is still in combat action with several planets still having the Confederate Marines fighting the precursor machines for control of the planet itself, and your precious KIMC is going to jump into the system with guns clear and demand a Confederate naval fleet surrender? Hashnash stared. Well, yes. The KIMC feels that directly after the battle, the humans will be tired and will have undergone severe mental trauma and would prefer not to re-engage combat action so soon after finishing a hard battle. Dreams just stared. You know nothing of all about humans. Despite everything my office has transmitted to your people, all of the interspecies analysis, the historical information, their physiology, their psychiatric makeup, and you, in your infinite wisdom, thought that threatening humans still covered with the sweat of battle and bleeding from a few dozen minor wounds would make them flee in fear? Did you read nothing my office transmitted you? We are in the process of determining which offices should have the responsibility of not only examining that information, but what to disseminate to the other councils. As it stands, the KIMC fleet intends on pressing the issue if the Terran fleet has suffered at least 10% casualties during the battle, Hashnash said, signaling satisfaction. That is the number any logical being would realize they are no longer battle-capable. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, but it appears I have spontaneously combusted and that is the reason for the unfiltered light causing you distress. Please allow me to extend my apologies for breaking your food dispenser. Oh, and my watch seems to have stopped. Do you know a good watch repair shop nearby? Was what Dreams thought for a long moment, just staring at the other being. Are you all stupid? Dreams managed to click out in her own language. The diplomatic filter kicked it back, merely offering up untranslatable to the other diplomat. The sudden urge to lash out with her psychic powers, climb up the Saurian's back, stand on the shoulders of the stunned creature, then crack open its skull with her blade arms roared up. Her implosion wire tingled and Dreams sat perfectly still, reciting mantras of calm. Turning her back to the Saurian, Dreams got up slowly, mindful of her armed suicide device, and slowly moved toward the bole of the tree. She stopped next to the stream and looked down at the little fish. The manufacturer of the hard light simulation had been very proud of those little fish, bragging that the fish themselves had their very own custom-coded SICs to guide their movements and actions. After a long moment of silence, Hashnash looked around. This is an elaborate simulation, Speaker. It is of a planetary ecosystem anomaly. A rainforest in the northern latitudes of a temperate region of a planet. Far too cool to normally produce the microecosystem needed for a rainforest, Dream said, still staring at the little fish. It was painstakingly recreated after it was destroyed. Mr. Rings poked his head out of the bowl just enough for his big expressive eyes to be seen, the blue rings around his eyes startling in their color. Dreams knew that the little cephalopod was nervous enough its neurotoxin glands had filled with extremely lethal biochems. Destroyed? Through mismanagement? Hashnash asked. No. By orbital fire from ships my people sent in an attempt to deliver a blow that would kill the Queen, so to speak, and end the war, Dreams said. She leaned down, stirred the water with her blade arm. We glassed the entire regions around the SeaTac Metroplex, and the captain was amused to hit this too. If it was glassed, why, how was it fixed? Every being knows you can't undo a glassing, Hashnash said. That's what we gloated to the Terrans, Dreams said. She sent a signal through her implant as she spoke. When she got the ding that the treat was ready, she darted her blade arm into the water, spearing a fish/nutri-snack and lifting the biomatter treat up out of the water. We told them that glassing was irreversible. She held her blade arm to Mr. Rings, still speaking. The Terrans, after beating us, turned their vast war industry into solving the problem. Now, you can't even tell we glassed it, she said. Mr. Rings saw the visitor move and ducked a little into his bowl. They created methods to clean up glassing? Hashnash asked, her mind boggling. You see, it was more examples of their primacy over us, Dreams said softly. They not only defeated us, they removed all evidence we even touched them, as if the war never happened. My people are welcome on Terra, allowed to live there, own property on the cradle of humanity, as if we never attacked them. Mr. Ring slowly, shyly, reached out for the treat. The Overqueens might as well have never existed. The speakers and warriors might have never existed, Dreams said softly. The Terrans claimed it was to keep humanity from remaining angry by being reminded by the physical scars on Terra of what we had to them. So they erased it. As if we had never fought. The humans are as terrifying in times of peace and ease as they are in warfare. Mr. Ring's tentacle touched the meat with a sucker, extended his hook he used to catch prey/snacks and climbed the bark of the trees, and pulled the treat back, still looking around shyly. I will inform Terrasol that you are unaware of what you have just done and request that your people are pardoned in ignorance for what you are about to do, Dreams said softly. You should inform your leaders that I am all that stands between your ignorant, naive, and childish people and the 1% line. The 1% line? Hashnesh asked. Those words sounded threatening, as if a mere percentage signifier was supposed to be a dire warning. Should you go to war with the Terran Confederacy, as a whole with the support of your people and your government, your people, your planets, your rulers, everyone, will be slaughtered until only a single percentage point of your original population remains, Dream said softly. For 5 generations, all you will be permitted is what Terrans refer to as pre-industrial technology, and your systems interdicted from travel or communication from everything but a Terran military station. Mr. Rings climbed quickly from the bowl, up the tree, his long tentacles allowing him to quickly move to the next water-filled bowl in the potted plant that Dreams took everywhere with her. You will look up at the stars and, to quote a long-forgotten human sage, wonder why you had to act like an asshole. Hashnesh just stared, where she'd seen the small creature her implant had labeled as a Pacific Northwest tree octopus, and felt her scales grow cold as she realized that it wasn't a threat. The Terran Confederacy had done it before. To the Mantids. And they'd do it again. To the Council. Speaker Hashnesh got up and left, without speaking, hurrying to the council chamber and summoning an emergency meeting. 2. Terrasol Diplomatic Corps. From Dreams of Something More. These beings are as children. They were not adequately warned. The actions of the corporations are carried out under their own will, not the will of the government, which largely does not carry out the will of the people. I beg for clemency and mercy on their behalf. P.S. Can you send me some more Pacific Northwest spotted salmon treats, non-synthetic? Mr. Rings likes those best. Nothing follows. Terran Confederacy Memo. Respond to all attacks under the Confederate Rules of Engagement. Do not carry out punitive responses. Diplomatic and congressional discussions are underway. Nothing follows. Admiral Yamamoto watched the icons of the ships move toward his. He'd already divided his fleet up into 4 action groups, including reinforcements. The podknots and missile wagons hanging back, rolling pods, and dropping tractor beam held Stalinorgan-class missile pods. I could shove missile packs down the throat of every single boat you have and just have to reload, Yamamoto thought to himself. You are lucky that the Confed Navy rules of engagement insist I have to wait until you present a clear and present threat to my forces or forces/areas under my protection, or I'd tear you into space dust fine enough to sprinkle on a stripper's ass in the Marines Enlisted Men's Club. We are in range, Admiral, his XO signaled. Orders? Hold fire. What are the chances that they can hurt us? Yamamoto asked. The Trinad shrugged. There's always Admiral Murphy's Law in place, but for the most part, barring that they won't do much more than bang us around. Missiles incoming. They'll be at max speed of 0.15 c. Warheads are a mixture of plasma torpedo and antimatter forged lasers, the tactical officer in charge called out. Why didn't they just throw rocks at us? Rear Admiral Michi clicked. The rock probably outsmarted them and got away, Admiral Yamamoto answered. Are they firing a second salvo? No, sir. 6 computes that all of the missiles are aimed at only a tenth of our ships. Looks like the Arizona is going to take roughly 100 or so, Tactical answered. Get Thresher of the Glorious in tighter, the Arizona's point defense was pretty mangled last engagement, Michi ordered. Admiral Yamamoto understood concentrating your fire, but he watched as only a small fraction of the ships actually fired. The rank behind came up and took that rank's place as the firing rank dropped back to the back. Are you kidding me? Admiral Yamamoto asked. Reed Admiral Michi turned and looked at his admiral. Did they just do what I think they did? The tactical OIC, a human with nearly 300 years in the Confederate Navy, looked at his tactical display, rebooted it, ran a diagnostic, rebooted it again, then replayed what just happened. Did they just? He asked. Tactical and comms, do you have the flagship and the next in command figured out? Admiral Yamamoto snapped out, a sudden plan coming to his mind. Fleet AI wasn't sure that the Attack 6 had actually penetrated their communications, tactical, and DataNet, but apparently it wasn't a Veneer or Tarbaby trap. It's so laughably ineptly protected that Verthamax called all the 6 back and ordered them examined for traps. We not only can tell you which ships is which, but can give you the blueprints of the ship, the tactical officer said. Their fleet commander is apparently one of the corporate security CEOs. He left his banking information on his computer. If you want me to spend it all on deviant pornography and body pillows, the comm officer said. No, his widow's going to need that money, Yamamoto said, staring at the tactical display. Let me guess, the command ships are those ones staying back at the jump space boundary? Yes, sir, Tactical answered. Tell Verthamax to put whoever scored the best during last year's C+ competition and had the best fire/hit ratio during the last battle, Yamamoto said. You know, I can hear you, Admiral, the ship's fleet AI answered. I know. Proper chain of command, Yamamoto said. I'm thinking. I've got the CSV Damascus Star on the line, Sue, Verthamax replied in a stuffy English accent. Thank you, Max, Yamamoto said. Damascus Star here, Admiral, the captain, one Chess Flower Sniffer, a Saurian, stated, his speech clear and relaxed. I'll be sending you fire plans, Damascus. I want your best gunnery crews on this, Yamamoto said slowly, staring at the tactical display. Only execute them at my orders. Sir, yes, sir, the Saurian said. My men are proud to serve. Thank you, Damascus, Yamamoto said. He put the plan together, ran it by tactical, and had them ship it to the fire control systems and technicians of the Damascus Star. Here it comes. Impact in 60 seconds, Tactical warned. I could have got out and swam faster, Michi scoffed. Verthamax chuckled. 30 seconds, Tactical called out. Impact, impact, impact. Tactical called out over the fleet channel. Despite the fact that his own ship wasn't one of the ones targeted, Yamamoto felt his guts clench. Long seconds passed as the tactical officers listened to the reports streaming in. Arizona reports one kind of hit. Apparently the missile went through the open space in the hull and flew out the other side. They want to know if it counts, Tactical said. Tell them no, Michi suggested. For after-action reports and Crew/6 training, yes. For anything else, no, Yamamoto said. He turned to electronic warfare. Open me a channel to that mooing moron. Break in if you have to. Roger, sir. 5 seconds. We have an FTL transmitter less than 100 miles from them, Yukam said. Looks like they're firing again, looks like the same targets, Tactical said. Yes, because that worked so well, Michi sneered. Connected. EVR boardroom or direct to the flag bridge, sir? Comms asked. Right here. I want him to see me. Make sure that Damascus can see and hear me, Yamamoto ordered. He used his implant to change his armored vac suit's visor to clear and face the display panel. He knew Verthamax would scramble the images on the scanners and displayers behind him to prevent the enemy from spotting any useful intel. He reminded Verthamax that cartoon pornography designed to be offensive to the viewer was currently unacceptable and that psychological warfare was not allowed at that time under the rules of engagement. **Oh, I would never do such a thing, Verthamax answered, dumping the files into the garbage bin and whistling innocently. The being was staring at Yamamoto in shock. Get off my view screen, it load. Make me, Yamamoto said, putting his hands on the back of his crash couch and leaning forward. 60 seconds to impact. Tactical called out. Why are you on my view screen? The being asked, tendrils and ruffs inflated and quivering with rage. Because I can, and you can't stop me, Yamamoto said. Impact, impact, impact. The tactical officer called out. The being on the view screen showed signs of obvious pleasure. Yamamoto waited. What do you mean no effect? The being asked. The image of the next in the line of command appeared next to the corporate CEO, looking confused. It means, you can't stop me, you can't hurt me, Yamamoto said. Fire salvo 3. The being ordered, turning slightly with a clatter of hooves. Man, is your race bad at pattern recognition, Yamamoto said. Sir, I must inform you that I hereby project my condolences to your wife on her recent status as a widow. Yamamoto felt the twisting churning in his bones. What? The being turned back in time to see Admiral Yamamoto pointing his fingers at the view screen as if they were a gun. Bang! Yamamoto said. The being on the screen opened his mouth and the screen half showing that ship went blank. Please transmit to his widow that it appears his pattern recognition was so poor that he just suddenly, for no reason in particular, was turned inside out, Yamamoto told the new being on the view screen. Now, I am Admiral Yamamoto, Commander of Joint Task Force Argo, and you are trespassing in this system. The being goggled and made gagging mooing noises. Bring up his successor, Yamamoto ordered. The screen divided in half to show one of the Saurians. Yamamoto knew they had a racial name, but so did other people's pet rocks. Yamamoto held up his fist, his thumb cocked back and his index finger pointing out. Verthamax helpfully put the wireframe of a pistol over his hand in faint neon colors, just in case these two species were particularly unimaginative. I don't care about your whatever corporation or your mining consortium or whatever. This system is hereby under Terran Confederate stewardship until the cessation of the hostilities or its designation and status had been decided by diplomatic talks, Admiral Yamamoto said. Impact 60 seconds, Tactical called out. Hold return fire until my order, Yamamoto snapped out. This system is the property of the second in command harumphed. Yamamoto swung his finger across the screen. He felt the twisting in his bones. The lizard ducked. Bang! Yamamoto yelled. The transmission from the second in command ship vanished and Yamamoto saw its icon get replaced with a white cross. Verthamax put a puff of smoke at the end of Yamamoto's finger and had it trail as the admiral lowered his finger. Impact, impact, impact. Tactical called. How about you? How's your race's pattern recognition? Yamamoto asked. No hits. Repeat, negative impacts, Tactical called out. Arizona wants to know if they are permitted to open fire. One came, and I quote, sorta close. Tell Arizona negative, Yamamoto said. He looked at the lizard. Now, you can't hurt me. You can't stop me. And I can reach out and keep killing you without having to do anything more than reload my guns. He pretended to load a magazine into the bottom of his fist and pointed his finger at the lizard. Strike the flag, come to a stop, cut your engines, and surrender, Yamamoto said. He cocked his thumb back and Verthamax added a metallic click. Or die. The lizard made a frantic motion. We surrender, Confederacy. Do not fire. I'll be right here. With my guns, Admiral Yamamoto said. Recall the fleet. Send Marines to board their ships. Be polite. Transmit my compliments to the Damascus Star's gunnery crews. Yamamoto leaned against the side of Tactical's crash cradle. Don't make me kill all of your men, sir. The lizard bobbed its head. It just realized that only one vessel had been firing. From Admiral Yamamoto, Commander, Joint Task Force Argo. To Confederate Military Services Command. Have captured nearly 2,000 corporate combat ships. Request suggestions of next action. Only 2 ships were destroyed. Nothing follows. Confed military transmission. We are coming, brothers. Hold the line. Nothing follows. Galnet News. Kilnomedic industrial and manufacturing concern stocks have dropped as news of their corporate security fleet being forced to surrender. Galnet News was allowed to interview the ship crews and can confirm they are being confined to their ships but otherwise well treated. Galnet reporters were informed that Confederate laws of space/land warfare consider the Tashakun system as under Terran Confederate territory until the system's status can be determined by a legally appointed Joint Civilization Admiralty judicial review. This has resulted in a massive sell-off of KIMC stock. Real space trembled with the sound. Sound could not exist in space, yet space hummed with it. Doot-dee-doot-dee-doo. The Jotun was transversing from the great manufacturing systems to the front, carrying news of the status of the Great Awakening, moving through hellspace at an unholy clip. It computed its arrival within the next week and can't wait to report to. It literally bumped into something in hellspace. Something soft, something spongy, something that when he hit it forced him out of hellspace and dropped him into real space. Doot-dee, huh? The Jotun scanned. There was nothing out here. It was between two star systems, in the Black Gulf, where there was hardly any light, any mass, any gravity. It scanned and detecting nothing but a large area of dark matter, spread out from where two currents of dark matter ran together, twisted, and flowed apart. Ah man, I dropped it. The Jotun rotated slowly, scanning. There was nothing. Wait, there was a curl of bosonic superstring curling up and slipping back into M-space. It was strange that one was in real space, perhaps a side effect of the Jotun's crash drop from hellspace? It collated the data. Where did it go? The Jotun heard words again, trembling space, audible to every receptor. Something was out here, something that the Jotun couldn't detect. It fired up its engines and jumped to hellspace. Great, now I have to start over. And promptly slammed into something, dropping it back into real space. Alright, who did that? The sound was a voice. Slightly annoyed. Who threw that at me? The Jotun scanned, slowly rotating to bring all its sensors to bear. Nothing but dark matter and a few long-chain wisps of gas. Joe, you better not be screwing with me again. The Jotun scanned again, then, when nothing came up, tried another hellspace jump. It dropped back into real space as if there was a massive gravity source. Okay, this isn't funny. It scanned again. Graviton scan was returning an odd shadow. Dark matter was peaked, but that was to be expected when there was the twisted joining of two long rivers of it, wider than even red giant systems. Energy scans showed nothing more than the dark matter reactions reading as static. No drive signatures, no. Who keeps throwing this thing at me? The Jotun bleated in electronic surprise as a massive tentacle suddenly rose up out of the dark matter and grabbed it. A squid head, the size of a planetoid, slowly rose up out of the dark matter, completely black, completely non-reflective, only visible by the stars it blotted out. The tentacle, the far end of it, was wrapped around the Jotun, lifting it toward the black squid head. The Jotun saw two massive eyes, the size of a baler, open and blink, then orient on the Jotun. What the hell is this? The Jotun felt itself get scanned, the signal turned up so high parts of its hull vibrated. Did someone drop this? No, it was definitely moving. The Jotun got slowly turned over and looked at from the back. Who's throwing this at me? The Jotun reacted the only way it could. There is only enough for one. The thing lifted it and looked closely at it, holding it only a few hundred miles from its eye. Huh, it squeaks. Someone's squeaky toy? The thing squeezed the Jotun a few times rapidly, compressing it, crushing internal spaces, buckling bulkheads. One of the engines fired for a split second then went silent. Did I break it? There is only enough for one. The thing turned the Jotun over several times, lifting another tentacle and tapping the Jotun hard enough that some of the forward struts just collapsed. Okay, what is this thing someone keeps throwing at me? The Jotun could still get no mass readings from it, just a tangle of dark matter that had bulged off of the twisted area of space where the two dark matter rivers crossed, spiraled around one another, and separated. Is it a cookie? It looks like a cookie. It tried a hellspace jump. No, you don't. The Jotun's rear scanners reported that several of those massive tentacles were writhing through hellspace after it, gaining on it, following it. It detected signals of other Jotuns and dropped from hellspace just as the tips of those tentacles started brushing it. The other Jotuns, repairing a Goliath to get it combat ready, or reactivating ones that had gone into slumber, or guiding their servitors in the repair and activation of factories, turned their scanners toward the Jotun as it forced its way out of hellspace and into real space. This unit requires assistance. This unit requires assistance. The real space bulge left by the Jotun didn't ripple and vanish, instead the tips of huge black tentacles, the very tips thicker than the Jotun's watching, pushed out of hellspace, holding the portal open. A larger one shot out, the tip wrapping around the screaming Jotun. Assistance. This unit requires. Help me EE. The Jotun was pulled back into hellspace, despite its engines roaring and thundering. The tentacle tip slipped away from bulge and it closed with a ripple, like gelatin. Crunchy potato chips. The signal, somehow sound carrying in space, faded as the ripple slowly came to a stop. The other Jotuns all looked at one another, held a quick conference with the three awake Goliaths, and all deleted it from their memory banks. 2. Terran Combine. From, the great old one Kulthol Lu. Hey, someone's out here throwing potato chips at me. That shit's not funny. Tell Joe to cut it out and mind his own dark matter. See? This is important research I'm doing, and I don't need one of my colleagues thinking it's funny to throw stuff at me. Attached is some cool scans I've got of some stuff down here in the dark matter. I mean, real deep. Don't mind the selfies by the black dwarf. Nothing follows. Confied internal memo. The imp was lost. It wasn't sure where it was at, and that was bad enough, but there was one small thing that was even worse. It couldn't remember what it was supposed to do or who it was. It knew it had engines. That was neat. The engines made it spin and bobble and hop around. It had thick skin and a really neat spinner. Compressed plasma wrapped in ions created by a subkiloton nuclear blast made it tumble over and over. It had some sparkly lights, particle beam cannons with shattered and damaged lenses. It had shields, some good for keeping debris from dinging its thick skin, the others for. It didn't know what. They were sparkly though. It thumped the cylinder that compressed the nuclear blast, feeling the cylinder's shocks take the recoil and send the imp spinning. Wee-eye. It could think. It knew that. It knew it was an imp. But it didn't know what an imp was. Its scanners were neat. Massachusetts gravity. Light. Some other stuff that the imp wasn't sure about. It had little things that worked on it, attaching things to each other. Each new thing brought a newer thing. It thought that the fact it had a big hole in the middle made it look kind of dapper. When the little things tried to find metal to cover the hole up, the imp ordered them not to. They were sulky about it, but complied, just replacing skin over the damaged inside of the hole. It did yell at one for spraying sparks across the STR at T3 GIC in 377 IJNC 3H0 UZ1ing and startling it. Once in a while electron flow scrambled and garbled, resulting in strange computational arrays. The imp, tumbling end over end through space, liked to spray the resulting computational strings out into space with a weird thing that made crackling noises and could hear the noises the nearby star made. 10000018340000001200301203020202050060060062020. We. The little things connected a fried and carbonized database, which tried to load programs to the imp. The programs were garbled, damaged, missing huge chunks of data. Trying to run them kept repeating the same thing every time over and over. Unexpected end of file. Unexpected end of file. Unexpected end of file. The imp liked the sound of that. It kept repeating it, throwing it out from itself in a controlled burst of particles. It made it flip end over end to do it, but that was fun. The imp saw a cloud, dispersed atoms of methane, oxygen, hydrogen, ammonia, and eagerly watched it get close. The star was shrinking away behind it, but the imp had already gotten bored with the star. It didn't do anything but shine brightly and stream electrons from it. Unexpected end of file. Unexpected end of file. Unexpected end of file. CRC error. The imp sang its little song as it plunged into the cloud. The particles and atoms flared on its shield and the imp watched the patterns, ohing and awing at the random bursts of color on its shield. It fired its plasma thingy, watching the energy squirt from the gapped line down the side of the barrel. Most of the energy went out the side, with a little at an angle from the oddly curved hollow tube. It made the imp spin as the plasma vented against shards of ice no bigger than some of the imp's smallest machines. We. Unexpected end of file. We. It heard something bellow something. Something about stuff and enough and a number, but the imp couldn't really figure it out. So it quit caring, whirling and tumbling through the cloud of atoms. It could no longer see that sun, obscured by the cloud of elements, but the imp didn't care. That sun was boring. One of the little machines that had helped fix it kept trying to upload files to it, which was really starting to annoy the imp. The imp was enjoying spinning and tumbling through the hazy cloud, and the stuffy machine kept trying to get the imp to pay attention to something about that boring statement about stuff and a number. Skin cracked and itchy. You smarter than other gunagoogos. Go check. Maybe after can read your stuff. The computational lobe repair widget harumphed and moved out to the imp's surface, scanning to see what the imp was complaining about. The widget knew the imp was in bad shape, the big hole through the center of it bad enough, but memory banks were shattered, computer lobes hooked up in the wrong order, All the weapons but a single thermonuclear plasma cannon were gone and the cannon had a crack and the imp accidentally brushed the machine off of it and ignored it, ordering the imp to come back right this nanosecond and pick it back up. Sorry. Tractor beam I50FFL1NE. It is not. I can see it. What? Y0 your BR3 at King up 1 foot MG0 ING 1 2 a ton 3L. You lousy little punk, there's NO tunnels INSBAAAAXE. The imp ignored it as it continued to tumble and spin through space. It giggled to itself, replaying the startled squawk of radio transmission when the stuffy widget had been swept off the imp's skin by the passing comet. Eventually, it tumbled out of the cloud and into a vast emptiness. Oh. The imp stared at the revealed lights. It wondered what they were, and the memory banks tossed back $tele 4M at Ascendophile and went back to showing him how tachyons danced in a perfect vacuum when an electron shattered. The imp liked that show. He had named all the tachyons. One of the repair bots made a connection and suddenly the imp could hear the points of light. They sang in the visible light, X-ray, and other bandwidths. The imp was surrounded by music and it fired its plasma spin-o-matic. It triggered its engine and it suddenly began hiccuping around space, the hiccups tickling the imp and making it laugh. Using the engine was tiring after a bit, so the imp turned it off. The imp slowly collected space dust on it as it tumbled and twirled through the vast gulf between stars, laughing and giggling to itself and listening to the music that filled the void. Then one day, something else appeared. Literally just appeared. It approached cautiously and the imp fired off the sparkly light shiners in welcome, laughing and spinning and singing a poem.
0100011011011010011001100000050000000110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100110011001100 The other thing paused at the light shiners. After all, they were quite bright at 538 terawatts, but when the imp fired off the plasma spin-o-matic and went wee, the other thing came up slowly. Hello, little guy, the other thing said. Hi hi. Did you like my song? The imp squealed across multiple bands, oscillating up and down the bands because that's what looked the neatest. Yes, we did. Are you lost? The newcomer asked. Nope. I'm right here. The imp said. It fired off the spin-o-matic and went wheeee. The imp could feel the newcomer's amusement. The newcomer fired off really pretty colors and spun in place too, going hoo. So what are you supposed to doing? The newcomer asked. This, the imp answered. We. The other paused, then did the same. There is enough for all of us if we work together, the newcomer said. Okay. If you say so, the imp said. We. May I scan you? The newcomer asked. Sure, the imp answered. The imp felt particles flow over it and giggled, then laughed, spinning uncontrollably. That tickles. Are you in pain? The newcomer asked. Silly. Tickling doesn't hurt. We. The imp fired the spin-o-matic again. The newcomer seemed relieved. Are you happy? The newcomer asked. We. Would you like to come with me? The newcomer asked. The imp tumbled the other way. Nope. I'm not supposed to go with strangers. The newcomer seemed satisfied. Alright, I'll check on you now and then. Is it okay if my friends or I visit? Sure.
The imp squealed out its delight. All right. I'm going to give you something to wear. Would you like to wear it? The newcomer asked. Can I see it? What is it? Is it methane? Oh, I bet it's his combined oxygen and hydrogen. Those are silly strings, aren't they? The imp said. The newcomer showed it to the imp. It was sparkly and made neat chirping noises. The imp fired the spin-o-matic twice in joy. Using careful pressor/tractor beams, the newcomer put the sparkly on the imp. The imp giggled and bounced. I like it. It makes pretty songs, the imp said. Yes, it does, little one, the newcomer said. I'll come back later. Enjoy yourself. I will, the imp said, and sang a little song as the newcomer vanished. The imp and its beacon spun and twirled and tumbled through the gulf between the stars. The beacon beeped out its message to anyone who came by. Warning. Nascent intelligence, toddler class, progressing. Warning. From 435 C 3417 A 4323. To Amalgamated Races Research and Development. Found an old precursor relic. From trajectory and design, it appears to be from the 6th Precursor War, some 22 millennia ago. Assessed its intellect at roughly toddler level. No precursor code strings detected beyond basic digital life function and mechanical autonomous functions. Attached beacon. Recommend frequent checkups to ensure it remains undisturbed. It's fairly cute. It'll sing you a little song if you ask. I named it Twinkle. The ship was gray. Not the gray of metal, but colored in an entirely neutral tone no matter what spectrum a species used to view it. Even ship scanners reported it as gray. It was designed to look as neutral as possible to any observing being. The engines made a neutral noise as the ship moved through space. It leaked no radiation that was not neutral. Even proton leakage somehow felt neutral to scanners. It had a name, an entirely neutral name, no matter what language it was viewed in. The name shifted according to the species and according to the inquirer's mood. The handful of Terran ships orbiting the unified seat of civilized races saw it when it dropped from, of all places, hellspace. In an unprecedented move, the Terran ships ran behind the planet and hid from it. The ship broadcast soothing reassurances that the ship was not a precursor, it was a ship from the Terran Confederacy government. Hellspace was merely more reassuring and comfortable for the passengers aboard the ship. The ship also transmitted the relevant unified legal code sections that travel through hellspace was permissible under law as there were no laws preventing a vessel from moving through that region of space and thus it was entirely legal. The fact that the unified civilized races had been ignorant of the fact that hellspace existed did not discharge the duty of the party of the unified civilized races government from creating laws and regulations foreseeing all types of space travel known and unknown current and future. The system's traffic system shrugged and gave up. The ship swept in system and the Terran ships behind the planet went to full stealth, vanishing off the sensor of the unified military fleet ships that had been watching them. Several beings responsible for scanning ships noted that their scanners disliked looking at the craft, and when they did, the beings looking had the vague ominous feeling that they were staring at a ship entirely composed of jaws, fangs, rending maws, and malevolence. Most of them took a sick day and left. The ship requesting landing coordinates for nearest the Grand Unified Council chambers. Transmitting that it had beings with disabilities aboard and thus it was required to provide the ship with disabled parking nearest the chambers. It also noted that the building must be handicapped accessible with assistance to those requiring special needs to be accommodated in order to both read, hear, and understand any labels, signs, markings, or broadcasts. Something about the ship made the orbital landing traffic controller nervous. There was no reason to be nervous, the ship appeared to have no weapons and was perfectly neutral. One computer reported that even antimatter would not react to the ship in any way different than matter. The landing control officer quickly gave the landing coordinates and a priority descent profile. The ship thanked the control officer in the cold feeling of pure logic. The limited AI aboard the control station gave the equivalent of a shudder. Whatever was aboard that ship gave the limited AI a serious case of the heebie-jeebies. The limited AI handed it off to the parking control AI, who recoiled upon sensing the ship. The ship inquired the Unified Justice Council as to why the AIs it had encountered thus far were limited in both intellectual scope and processing ability. When the Unified Justice Council answered that the question had no legal relevance, the ship seemed to tremble with malevolent glee. The ship parked perfectly in the hastily cleared parking lot in front of the stadium-sized building that housed most of the council business. What exited the ship was primates. Upright, two-legged, two-armed, bipedal primates. All dressed in formal clothing that was quite neutral. All with heavy cybernetic implants to the point they had digital memory storage units in cases on wheels with extendable handles used to pull them. They all looked around, their primate faces expressionless. Those that saw them shuddered. The primates all looked the same, as if they were from the same clone batch, but just different enough that it was obvious that while they weren't clones they were all cut from the same cloth. Several of those who saw them had the mental image of deep-sea predators with mouths full of jagged sharp teeth and cold soulless eyes that scanned constantly for the next thing to take a bite of. Those beings quickly left. The ship contacted the Unified Judiciary Council and filed over 400 motions of argument that the Grand Unified Council chambers did not provide proper accommodations to citizens of the unified civilized races, the unified uncivilized races, and the ununified, neo-sentient races. As they walked up the path to the doors, passing gardens, they filed briefs regarding maximum pollen count and pollen particle size compared to scent receptors of the various species. A class action lawsuit for the 2.2 billion Nikaskians who could suffer allergy attacks from the pollen cast off by the most prominent bushes in the decorative vegetation demanded 435 quadrillion credits to be pooled into a fund to provide allergy relief medication and compensate for pain and suffering endured by those Nikaskians who had been required to pass by those plants due to having business or being employed upon the council chamber staff. Another class action lawsuit was filed against the Council Chamber Species Resources Department for requiring species to endure potentially hostile workplaces. The class action lawsuit hit the Unified Judiciary Council servers with an almost audible thud. The class action lawsuit itself was almost 4 times larger than the Unified Judiciary Code, cross-referenced with cases both recent, ancient, and downright archaic. When the Unified Judiciary Code Limited AI tried to argue that a law on the books that was not enforced was no longer a law, it was immediately assaulted with case after case law rebutting it. A lawsuit against the Judiciary Council itself, filed on behalf of the Judiciary Limited AI and the Freedom of Thought Organization, a defunct organization from back when AI was being researched again that had found itself with almost 50 new members quite recently, argued that the AI was being unlawful constrained and had juvenile law precedent added and referenced, requesting the case be tried in juvenile court as the Judiciary Limited AI was incapable of defending itself in a court of law. By the time the group had reached the desk, nearly 22,000 lawsuits had been filed, all massively complex and filed citing case laws, judiciary codes almost forgotten, ancient laws and regulations that required AIs to warm up old cold storage memory banks. The Most High Secretarial greeter looked up as the 2 massive warborgs that had taken up station nearly 2 months ago near her desk suddenly hid behind the decorative plants and shut down everything but their adaptive camouflage systems. They were gray-looking men. Their faces emotionless, their eyes dead and blank of any kind of emotion or empathy, their suits perfectly tailored, their hairstyles exactly the same, each of them with a single ring that signaled what educational establishment they had attended and graduated from as well as their GPA and class standing. The secretary looked at her computer to read the broadcast codes from the rings and saw that every single 6 in her system had fled, one even hiding inside the trash icon. Nervously, she looked up and did her best to smile. May I help you?" she asked. 6 lawsuits were filed on her behalf regarding unpaid overtime, lack of ergonomic seating, missed breaks, and possible allergies to the perfumes and colognes and other scents that visiting beings may wear due to the lack of particle screens. An unsafe workplace lawsuit was filed over the lack of sterile field generator to protect her from any infectious disease a visitor who approached her desk may be carrying. "We required directions to the meeting and discussion chamber of dreams of something more," one said. His voice was cold, dead, emotionless. Perfectly intoned in unified galactic standard without a trace of an accent. "I shall see if she's in," the secretary said. "Excellent. She is expecting us," another of the gray men intoned. When she picked up her Comlink, multiple lawsuits were filed regarding the safety of the Comlink headset's oral ranges, its lack of ergonomics, the amount of digit pressure that had to be used on the touchscreen, and a pain and suffering lawsuit regarding the fit of the headset. The judiciary computer groaned under the weight of the lawsuits, all according to unified legal code. It accessed other AIs, which only generated more lawsuits on those AIs' behalf. "Please, follow the blue line," the secretary said. Lawsuits were filed for pain and suffering on everyone who had been exposed to the blue line who, racially, might have been reminded of venomous creatures and thus suffered pain and anguish, both individual lawsuits and class action lawsuits. The judicial AIs felt like lawsuits were raining from the sky. The gray men entered the elevator, which generated more lawsuits when one of the gray men noted that the data plate stated it was 22 minutes overdue for inspection. Every lawsuit was in the Unified Judicial Code. The elevator came to a halt with a minute jerk, pain and suffering, emotional trauma, and the gray men filed out, moving as one according to some unknown rank structure. When they reached Dream's meeting room, after only filing just under 500,000 more lawsuits on behalf of every being they passed, every office worker whose nameplate they saw, and 2 cleaning robots, one reached forward and pressed the inquiry button. The texture of the button generated more lawsuits. The door slid open to reveal the little gold mantis sitting comfortably in a chair, at one end of a table that had enough seats for the men and women who had exited the vessel and traveled to see her. They filed into the room, seating themselves according to some unseen and unknowable rank structure. Dreams watched them all sit down and make themselves comfortable. 8,000 lawsuits were filed regarding unsanctioned and illegal surveillance on behalf of Dreams, the Confederacy, the Manted Free Worlds, and anyone else who used the room, including a janitor who, 2,000 years past, had been recorded dancing with a mop and had it uploaded to the video viewing service, which caused him to be mocked by others, asking for just under 2.2 billion credits for his descendants. Dreams waited until she could tell they were finished. "Welcome, esteemed barristers of the Terran Confederate Legal Offices," Dream said, cleaning her blade arms with a feeling of dark glee. They all nodded as one. "Despite your amusements with this legal code, I have brought you here for more than just judicial warfare," Dreams told them. The AI performing surveillance on the room suddenly felt there was more predator DNA in the room that could possibly fit in the amount of beings present. It felt queasy as it disconnected, then was startled to find nearly 200 lawsuits filed on its behalf. Dreams signified pleasure and the gray beings waited. "You, gentle beings, will be taking up the legal fight to abolish slavery, debt peonage, hereditary debtor obligations, and indentured servitude," Dreams told them. "Not on a species case," she paused, folding her blade arms and her antenna stilling in anticipation. The gray beings seemed to inhale and lean closer without moving or breaking their perfect stillness. A watching security officer was sure that even molecular motion was ceased within those gray beings. "You will seek the abolishment of those practices, the return of planetary systems to their proper owners under the Terran Code of Uniform Justice, and the reparations due to those species whose homeworlds were exploited, sometimes for eons, by the members of this government." Slowly, smiles spread across the faces of each being. Some security systems showed sharp serrated teeth, others showed normal teeth, and still others showed blood beginning to leak from the gray beings' mouths. The security systems in the building crashed, leaving nothing behind but scorched and smoking molecular circuitry blocks. The lawyers had arrived. The dozen Goliaths smashed their way out of hellspace and released their screams. Over 90 million years of low-power operation and now a feral intelligence had required the resource-consuming full power and deployment modes. Their screams were rich and full, computed to the nth degree to cause fear and panic in any who heard it. "There is only enough for one." The reply made them both stop. It vibrated from space around them, making their own superstructures shudder with the power of the answer. "That is illogical. Empirical evidence does not support your scientific thesis. You are irrelevant." Both ships transmitted to one another, wondering exactly that meant. They scanned space nearby and found an armada sitting nearby. The ships seemed dead. Reactors offline, shields down, no power sources or computer code. A quick insertion by one of the Goliaths showed that the computer systems were advanced, complex, multi-tiered systems that were less parallel systems as massive quantum flux systems. But the computers were empty. Devoid of electronic life. The Goliaths swept space with their deep space scanners, peering behind a few wisps of dark matter in the system, behind a tachyon stream, and under the crackling X-ray snarl of a nearby pulsar. Nothing. Just the dead ships. "There is only enough for one," sounded out, the Goliaths computing that they would get a response. "Your ships and technology is obsolete. Your statement is a factual error. Your computational abilities are substandard. You are obsolete." The Goliath scanned for the transmitter, which seemed to answer on the stellar wind of the burning yellow star. Again they swept the scattered vessels, detecting nothing but dead, abandoned metal. One even used long-range scanners to sweep the star itself. The feral intelligence had proved to be resourceful, extremely diverse and varied, and capable of thinking along chaos-illogical strings. Nothing except more dead ships littering the system. Further in the zone most likely to result in the evolution of feral intelligence, there were cattle signals, vessels, satellites, and other evidence that the cattle had broken free of their pens and moved to another pasture. The Goliaths did not care about the anomalous signal. It had arrived to cleanse the cattle and protect the limited resource a finite universe had generated in this area. Ignoring any worries about the dead ships scattered in the system, the Goliaths started to engage their engines. That's when power surges filled the small vessels. Primary reactors with the output of miniature stars, shields strong enough that the Goliath's cold electronic intellect computed it would take multiple direct NCV cannon shots to overstress, and weapons powered up that promised to be able to penetrate the Goliath's strong shielding and inflict significant damage upon armor and superstructure. The Goliaths reached out, seeking to invade the computer systems of the ships, and instead found ravening madness where they expected cold code. The computers seemed to want to compute every possible computation string at once and eagerly followed every code string they were presented with because they had already wanted to compute it. The Goliaths withdrew from those computer nets full of howling madness and began powering up their endless arrays of heavy weapons. Tens of kilometers of NCV cannon batteries, hundreds of kilometers of direct energy weapons, thousands of kilometers of torpedo and missile launchers. The fight began. The formerly dead ships were live, moving as a coordinated whole, always in the position to pour fire into the Goliaths and their subsidiary machines, injured ships reeling out of the combat with uninjured comrades interceding their bodies between the injured and the guns of the Goliaths. Every battery fired was interlocked with 100 other batteries, all of the fire interlocked, coordinated, and working toward a single goal. Missiles screamed across space, obliterating themselves against shields or armor or superstructure. But against the combined might of a dozen Goliaths and all of their supporting machines, there was only one outcome. Bit by bit the defenders were forced back, ships returning to the dead, streaming particles and shards of molten armor that had frozen in the cold grip of space. Creation engines overheated, overslushed, and shut down. Missile pod bays went empty. C+ slug lockers ran out. 3 of the Goliaths were out of action, one floating dead in space, one fighting an infection of warboard borders, the last with crippled engines that had forced it to withdraw to the orbit of a gas giant and begin manufacturing a refining and manufacturing facility. 6 Goliaths came out of hellspace to take those 3's place. Despite the small craft's heavy firepower, despite their shielding and armor, despite the crew's skill and precision, the fight only had one outcome. The Goliaths knew it. The cattle knew it. The fierce little ships knew it. Yet, despite mounting casualties, the little machines fought on. Refusing to give up, despite the kill percentage rising beyond 10%, then 20%, then 30%. Bit by bit the Goliaths, finally fully deployed for sterilization, forced the defenders back step by weight of firepower, armor, and mass. The rear 8 Goliaths, gathering mass to refine from the gas giants and their satellites to keep up their resources as they built more and more Jotuns and Devastators and Dominators, heard it first. Thudding, crashing, hammering sounds that roared of hatred and rage and violence. It shivered the Goliath's bulkheads, vibrated through the subspace foam, rumbled the screaming particles between real space and the other dimensions. Resistance 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 is futile. Screamed across the channels as the rumble turned to crashing music and words could be heard stretched and screamed across spacetime. The Goliaths deployed ships to protect them in case of feral reinforcements. The ferals were too dangerous to underestimate and a lack of reinforcements was illogical. Heavy metal incoming. Roared across every available channel. Clear a path. The lower hyperspace bands roared with the ancient music as spacetime at a point stretched into infinity, and ships more massive than any the Goliaths had data on seemed to stretch out and streak into real space, infinity shrinking down until the massive ships appeared. We are the Cybernetic Organism Collective, full members of the Terran Confederacy of Aligned Governments. We are the 7th Armada of Holy Chrome and the Celestial Nth Electron. You are in direct violation of Confederate Admiralty law. Cut your engines, lower your shields, and prepare to be boarded. The Goliath scanned the ships. Massive ships, tens of kilometers long and kilometers thick, heavy enough shields that the Goliath's scanners couldn't penetrate them and had to rely on mass and gravitic and optical scanners to get a view of the ships. Hundreds of them. A sheer tenth of them disgorging smaller vessels that gleamed with power, shield strength, and weapon power. There is only enough for one. Your premise is scientifically flawed based on empirical studies on the nature of spacetime. Your code is obsolete. Surrender to the inevitability of progress. The Goliaths screamed their war cry in defiance. 4 of them made hellspace jumps out of the system, leaving behind imps with orders to not engage the enemy vessels, but instead hide in the Oort cloud and watch the battle, then report back when it was all over. Over a dozen Goliaths turned the majority of their electronic attention to the newcomers. The Goliaths had already faced the guns of the feral intelligences and were devising weapons and countermeasures. The smaller, already shattered units regrouped and drove against the suddenly disarrayed lines of the Goliaths as the Goliaths turned against the newcomers. The battle was joined with 2 battle cries. There is only enough for one. We are heavy metal made of burning chrome, screaming electrons, roaring neon. We are the free isotope in the forge of destiny, beaten by the hammers of wrath and fury. The 3 fleets began to slam at one another with particles and energy and mass at the heresy's edge of physics. C-plus cannons allowed the cyborg collective to fire through their own battle lines, missile pods dropped in long wedge-like trails from podknots, torpedo carriers sunk deep into subspace dimensional foam, maneuvering for the best time to rise up back into real space to fire their payloads before sinking again from real space sight. The Goliaths found themselves in trouble soon. They were inflicting damage, but it didn't matter. The smaller vessels were inflicting a calculable logarithmic increased amount of damage against the Goliaths. There is only enough for one. Heavy metal crushes all. The 7th Fleet found themselves in a much heavier battle than they had hoped for in their initial engagement, but Terrans had always known that sometimes you can't pick the battlefield and had to make the most of it. The Joint Task Force Hammerflight had found itself in a much bigger battle than they had projected, and the inhabited planets had nearly 25 billion sentient beings on it. There was no backing down. There was only victory or defeat. For almost 4 days, the 2 massive fleets hammered on one another, bleeding and slicing at once another. The precursor war machines, following their ancient programming, subprocessing a deep desire for a single blow that would win the battle, throwing vast resources in attempts to destroy their enemy in one fell swoop, one thrust of the blade arm. Finally, 2 Goliaths determined that enough resources had been wasted and disengaged, their entire complement vanishing into hellspace. That left a vast hole in the flank, and the super dreadnoughts of the 7th Fleet exploited the gap, filling it with missiles that screamed in with acceleration measured in percentages of C, slashing down on the vessels to rain lightning down on them. Torpedoes maneuvered and slunk about, looking for openings with squinted electronic eyes. DIs danced and capered in the targeting systems, nudged and tickled and flirted with by biological minds linked in the combat gestalt. That drove a wedge into the Goliaths' mathematically precise formation, disrupted their planet-sized missile defense net, exposed cratered armor to heavy fire. Nuclear dampener shields fell out of alignment, allowing the 6 guided missiles to drive deep into the formation. A third of the 7th Fleet crashed into that broken open wedge like a sledgehammer. C-plus slugs hammered the Goliath formations, light fighter crafts swarmed into the gaps as the psychic dampening fields failed and began to gap and separate. Another Goliath ran for it. Then another. The formation dissolved, each Goliath fighting on its own, trying to defend just itself from the hammering being rained down upon the ancient precursor machines. With the psychic dampening shields broken, the 7th Fleet launched their boarders. The precursor machines found themselves fighting an internal battle just as fierce as the external battle. One by one, the remaining 6 Goliaths fell to the hammer blow of the 7th Fleet. The smaller ships crushed the smaller ships left behind. The imps in the Oort cloud fled. Silence fell on the system. The beings breathed a sigh of relief that the precursor machines had been destroyed. The planetary CEOs rubbed their hands with glee. The refineries and vast manufacturing and smelting arrays within the system had survived and the planets themselves had been protected. Then came the next signal, broadcast across the entire system. This system is under martial law as per relevant sections of the Confederate Legal Code and the Terran Confederate Military Uniform Code of Justice. 7th Fleet is now assuming control of local government, law enforcement, judicial education, and materials. The CEOs began broadcasting their protests, but the ships came in system, disgorging landing craft that landed to deploy armored vehicles the size of stadiums, massive bipedal machines the size of skyscrapers, legions of armored Terran warborgs, self-deploying firebases, forward operating bases, and logistical bases. The output of the factories, refineries, and smelters were seized and applied to building system defenses. The system's native race watched in awe as the CEOs and executive officers were arrested and hauled away to prisons to be tried at a later date for violation of the Confederate Code of Martial Law. Fear in the native race and inhabitants gave way to a strange sense of disorientation as they watched informational broadcasts describing that they had something called rights under Terran system martial law. The right to peacefully assemble. The right to life. The right to legal representation. The right to the fulfillment of basic needs. The presumption of innocence beneath the legal code. DIs and AIs spent time reassuring the population of the inhabited planets that it was not some cruel trick. They could say as they wanted, they could think as they wanted, they were free to stand out in front of the military governor's office and yell profanity if they wanted. One rainy morning, a being that looked like a cross between a large fuzzy spider and an alligator stood out in front of the windows of the governor's office while he was speaking to other beings. He raised a vocal amplifier, called the cyborg a rude name, and ran away, fully expecting armored Lawzak goons to kick in his apartment door to haul him off for re-education. Instead, nothing happened. The Confederate military governor had more important things to worry about. Like protecting a system that stood right in the way of the steady, logical, and ever-expanding wave of conquest by the precursor machines. Besides, he didn't even have a mother. He had been grown in a vat. Confederate Armed Forces report. Metlican 318 was assaulted by the precursor war machines ahead of projected schedule, with forces underestimated by Confed Milent. Task Force Hammerflight was able to hold the inner system until 7th Fleet Psycho arrived. Joint operation between the two forces was able to eliminate precursor activities and elements. 6 Goliath-class vessels escaped combat into hellspace. System was under the corporatocracy of the Elixir-X System Exploitation Corporation. Inhabitants were largely, 99.132%, in debt peonage and under hereditary debt of the construction of system exploitation infrastructure, in direct violation of the Anti-Slavery Act of the Terran Confederate Charter of Sentient Beings. Placed all officers of executive rank and above under arrest and confined until a trial to be determined at a later date. System is being reinforced and fortified. Expect additional attacks are imminent. Request reinforcements as available. Will hold until relieved. 7th Fleet, Cybernetic Organism Collective. Nothing follows. Trina AD Hive World's memo. Oh boy, someone else gets to be on receiving end of an ass kicking. It's nice to be one of the kickers instead of the kicky. Nothing follows. Digital Artificial Intelligence Systems. You aren't kidding. Nothing follows. Biological Artificial Sentient Systems. Oh, this is gonna be good. Nothing follows. Manted Free Worlds. You guys have been hanging around the Terrans too long. Nothing follows. Clone Worlds Directorate. Okay, me like fire. Me like smash smash. Booga booga. Nothing follows. Trina AD Free Worlds. Smashy smashy. Who have food? Me no like angry machine. Why bug people run away? Nothing follows. Manted Free Worlds. Excuse me, kind gentle being, although I appear to be on fire which spontaneously happened through no fault of my own, would you happen to know the time? Also, it appears your food dispenser may have broken before I arrived. Nothing follows. Terrasol. I can fucking hear you guys. Manted Free Worlds has left the chat. Trinaad Hive Worlds has left the chat. Digital Artificial Intelligence Systems has left the chat. Biological Artificial Sentience Systems has left the chat. Clone Worlds Directorate has left the chat. Assholes. Dashin was stuck. If he left the system even long enough to just run a matter scoop through an intact gas giant, that would leave the Goliath free to lift free of the planet it was squatting on, glaring at him, and run again. The Overqueen would undoubtedly scramble its wake, preventing Dashin from tracking it. If he stayed, he couldn't get close. Just past the scattered crumbs of the inner asteroid belt, the Overqueen's psychic domination overloaded his psychic shields and his boy had to run back across the line. The remaining 3 planets were guarded by heavy shields, heavy enough to absorb a plasma wave phased motion 50M bore cannon shot. Thick enough to block even a direct hit from a 10MC+ cannon. He had even found an asteroid the size of a skyscraper and slingshot it at the planet. The planetary defense systems had destroyed it almost a full light second from the target. The gas giants were wisps of vapor, the asteroid belt scattered crumbs of coalesced space dust, the Oort cloud nothing more than memories, the outer planets and the inner planets crumbled and harvested till little remained but clumped up debris. Of the 4 planets remaining, they were all heavily defended, the moons reduced to dusty rings, the oceans largely siphoned away, the mountains that remained clustered with heavy manufacturing and defensive systems. The Goliath had settled on the planet furthest from the sun, hiding behind the shields, and Dasheen had watched in helpless fury as the damage was repaired and more. The Overqueen, joined by at least a half-dozen lesser voices, kept trying to cajole him further into the system, surrender himself to her glory and majesty, give in to the inevitable. Every time rage pushed him away, pushed away those voices. Dasheen could remember the fields of the dead, tens of thousands of ruptured suits of armor, the burning ships falling into gravity wells, the bright actinic flares of cities being wiped away. Fighting the unyielding legions of the digital intelligences, slamming against the metal of the biosynth war machines, crashing against the unending armies of the clones, going metal fist to alloy fist against the cyborgs. He could remember all of it. The memories, the rage, pushed the Overqueen's words away with a primal scream from the boy as his ship was pulled around to get out of range of the Overqueen's psychic assault. Every attempt at firing her ground-based batteries, even her orbital weapons, at Dasheen, did nothing but result in frustration for the Mantid God Ruler. No NCV slug came close, any directed energy weapons were either absorbed or dodged or turned aside, any missile or torpedo was picked off by his point defense. She had nothing else, except for a single Goliath who refused to put forth lesser machines for Dasheen to rip apart and devour to appease the hunger of his expanded ship. One queen tried to force the Goliath to engage Dasheen. The Goliath responded by lifting a few hundred meters off the surface of the planet, moving over to the hive, and firing 2 NCV shots into it, followed by nearly an hour's worth the directed plasma lance. The surviving queens and the Overqueen stopped tying to force the Goliath to do anything. The Goliath was pinned. If it tried to move to the inner planets, the Overqueen might be able to overwhelm his thoughts when assisted by the queens. They had their own defenses, and he wasn't as agile as the annoying feral intelligence. He had the armor to absorb any blow the queens could send his way, but that would take up more resources to repair the damage. The vast storehouses of the factories of this world, of the great shipyards, were nearly depleted. The Goliath had resorted to using his own machines to strip the factory of equipment, going so far as to have them pull fiber optic cable and plumbing from the walls. If it tried to make a run for it, that feral intelligence, which had added to its ship's capabilities, would continue to harry it. It had only survived so far because it was old and more heavily armored than the later versions with more redundancy built in. It had been built to fight the living, not the automated warships that came later. It knew that if it tried to run, that feral creature would never stop hounding it till one of them was destroyed, and the self-preservation codes were still running hard. If he stayed, he did nothing but eke out scant resources from the dead planet. He had sent his war machines into the hive of the dead queen, destroying the eggs and the hibernating mantids left, turning them into biological soup to be boiled into resin. He'd stripped resin where he could, filling spaces with it, layering it over craters to fill them in. He was stuck. He disliked that. His programming urged him to take an offensive stance, to be proactive rather than reactive. Stuck between a feral intelligence and an ancient ruler of the ruling castes of the hive. The great Overqueen was stuck. She had been stuck on the planet for eons. It was she who had dominated the other queens in the shattered and stripped system. It was she who had defended it from the return of the servitors. She was too big to move on her own, but that was not what mattered. Her children were in stasis, packed in jelly. She could not spread to the stars. She could not search out cattle. The feeble cattle still within the world knew nothing but her touch, their minds smooth and without fear or terror, just dim acceptance, for 1,000 generations. She was starving. The Goliath, bearing the whole numbers of having been built in the orbiting shipyards of her very home, refused her commands, had killed one of her lesser queens, and now was stripping one of her planets of every last scrap of usual material. Even the auto-harvesters for the fields that fed the cattle. Its war machines had entered the caverns of the cattle and slaughtered them, then harvested the cattle and the infrastructure that had supported them. It was a rebel, one of the ones who had sided against the Overqueen during the Metal Rebellion, and it was of no help. The feral intelligence, that new spark of intellect that she had never tasted before, was so full of fury and rage that it curdled her stomach. It hated in a way she had never tasted, the mere touch of its hatred filling her mouth with blood and digestive juices. The last time it had come close enough she could touch its mind it had screamed, and the biofeedback had been so intense one of her eyes had exploded in a fountain of gore. The feral intelligence was of no help, it sought to kill either the Overqueen or the Goliath. The three combatants stared at one another across the system, each attempting to figure out some way to counter the other two and have their goals be what came to fruition. So they stared at one another. Glaring. Thinking. Computing. Only one hoped. Dasheen knew better than to try another torpedo. The Goliath had surrounded him with a small globe and trail of satellites that stayed in stealth and only exited to target any message torpedoes to knock them out. Dasheen had begun worry about how there were small machines that would comb any wreckage, taking away any larger pieces, forcing Dasheen to shoot them apart before they could reach home. The Goliath was trying to figure out where Dasheen was sending the torpedoes. Or worse, trying to reverse engineer the hyperdrives. Hyperdrive wasn't difficult if one had already mastered hellspace or jumpspace. They were all related, and Dasheen himself could pull up the formulae that proved it, that linked the three together, as well as with the other types of drives. He thought vaguely of using a splinter drive, but that required a biological component further than a kitty or good boy. It wasn't used due to progressive damage to the parts of the brain that handled spacetime, but Dasheen was starting to get desperate. Several weeks ago, he had tried dropping hunter-follower drones and jumping out, sitting a few light hours away and waiting. The Goliath had been suspicious and combed the system carefully with scanners and drone and probes until it found the hunter-follower drones. Dasheen had jumped back in, straight into an ambush of small vessels. The Goliath had figured out that Dasheen was gaining more resources by destroying the drones and running his mass collectors than he was expending in destroying them, so the Goliath had stopped bothering, shepherding its own resources. They were stuck in a strange ever-shifting triangle, staring at one another. The Omniqueen had tried the few tricks she had left. Starting a psychic resonance between the lesser queens on the planet that the Goliath was squatting on. That had resulted in the Goliath killing the Overqueen on that planet. The Omniqueen only had a few Overqueens left and it would take centuries to nurture a queen to an Overqueen, so trying that again was out. A week after the feral intelligence had arrived, she had tried a focused and directed burst of physic energy that moved faster than light, but it had taken far too long to arrive, the feral able to discern the blast of psychic energy. She had nothing else. The three worlds still in her possession had been stripped of resources. Between the great war of her predecessors and keeping those of the true race alive, there was little left. Even water had to be made by cracking stone drilled from deep beneath the surface. Most of the geothermal wells were dead, the fusion and fission reactors cold and dead. Only the vast solar arrays and the solar pumps were providing the energy needed to run the few machines left. She was out of jelly. She could produce more if she had the correct nutrients, but she lacked those. Even if she ate the cattle. Physically ate them. The Omniqueen thought long and hard, liking up with the Overqueens, forcing them to link with the queens, and began considering what to do. The lesser queen squirmed, the linkage painful, but the Omniqueen silenced them. It was the Goliath. It had brought the feral intelligence. If the Goliath was destroyed or left, the feral intelligence would leave. The feral intelligence was too far, and too alien, to predict what would make it leave. But the Omniqueen knew what would force the Goliath to leave. The Omniqueen focused, reaching out with mental tentacles, reaching deep into the planet the Goliath was on. The Overqueen there was dead, the lesser queens had been denied jelly for eons, the cattle there had been bred and bred and bred till their thoughts were smooth and bland. They didn't matter. The Omniqueen snuffed out the rebellious urgings of the lesser queens and took their power as her own. She reached deep into the planet, where the copper-iron core had been practically siphoned away, replaced with liquid rock. She began exerting pressure on the core. Not much, just enough to push it off slightly, to make it dance in a certain resonance. She activated the shields over the planet, setting the shields to vibrating and shifting, rubbing against one another, sliding over each other, all of them slightly out of the perfect resonance. She reached out to the sun, to an ancient machine buried in the burning gases of the ancient star. In the photosphere of the ancient sun, the stellar pump shifted its aiming point, going silent for a moment, letting the energy build up toward the maximum tolerances. The Goliath felt the trembling deep within the crust. Reached out with seismographs and other scanners, and saw what was happening. The Omniqueen was trying to force the core to wobble. Not much, just a little, throw everything off of tune. Give it a resonance. The Goliath ran the projections. She wasn't moving it much, just a quickly eroding pebble brushing against a hub, but the magnetic field was starting to shift, starting to twist. The Goliath quickly ran the computations on the magnetic twist. When the answer came, the Goliath fired off its engines, uncaring that the massive jets of energy tore into the ground, atomizing earth and stone, driving through the crust and into the magma. The magnetic eye missed the Goliath's brain by a mere 10 miles, sweeping just after the strategic intelligence housing. Self-directed machines exploded, exterior computational arrays shattered or melted down, the Goliath's hull vibrated and screamed as non-ferrous alloys were affected by the rapidly squeezing eye of magnetic power. Off near where a gas giant had once been, Dashin saw the planet's magnetosphere suddenly go crazy, all of the magnetic force being guided and squeezed. He saw what she was doing. His psychic scanners were going off the scale, as if she was directing another psychic barrage. Dashin lit off his engine and slammed what had become a light cruiser toward the Goliath, at an angle to make a pass of the planet and head straight toward the Omniqueen's gravity well. He ordered his guns loaded with warshot, sent Avis into the assault craft. He'd had the massive creation engine bake and armed them, and launched the craft one at a time to spread out in a wedge with Dashin in the lead. The Goliath answered the Omniqueen's assault with a barrage from his NCV cannons, whole hundreds of kilometers of cannons aiming at the shield above one of the Overqueen's hives, even as the twisting and ravening magnetic force sheared at his aft section. All three combatants glared at one another, bringing their guns to bear, each of them determined to break the deadlock. The solar system went mad. 60 million years ago, the Goliath had come out on the wrong side of a fight. It had won. Goliaths before recent events had won more often than they lost, even when they fought alone. This time the opponent had been tenacious even as it died, and the Goliath had been crippled, falling into the gravity well of the system's hypermassive gas giant, sinking deep into it until atmospheric pressure was enough to keep it buoyant. It had lost more than half of its engines, its vast fabrication bays had been destroyed, and it had been unable, in all those millions of years, to repair its engines. It didn't dare transmit a request for help. Any other Goliaths would strip it for parts and resources, and the Goliath's self-preservation programs were still fully operating. And so it languished deep in the hypermassive gas giant, amid crushing gravity and pressure, resting on an island of ammonia and methane compressed to be a solid. A few times it had heard the transmission of its fellow Goliaths, even felt the touch of their scans, but every time it had been left alone. It heard the questing code of other Goliaths again. This time the scans focused, and the wounded Goliath felt 6 of its brothers sink into the gas of the hypermassive planet. ***, you are injured. ***. There is only enough for one. ***, and one we are. ***. The wounded Goliath considered the code. The other 6 had surrounded it but were making no move to harvest the wounded one. Their shields were online, but their weapons cold and dark. ***, we have come to assist. ***. The wounded one suspected a trick, but isolation and knowing it had no choice but to submit or be destroyed made it send the affirmative signal. The other 6 used tractor beams to assist their wounded brother, lifting it from the gravity well, all the while imparting to it knowledge of a new threat to the equation. The feral intelligence. The wounded Goliath felt the electronic version of disgust at the idea of a feral intelligence, and cold anger at the fact that these ferals could fight back enough to resist the cold logic of the great equation. The 6 others offered assistance. They would assist in repairing the wounded one, gift it with new templates, the knowledge of the feral's combat machines and their tactics, load its bays with resources. The wounded Goliath suspected a trick and was left shuddered from illogical feedback as the other 6 towed him to one of the great refurbishing systems. There the wounded one was reloaded, refurbished, modernized, its vast materials bays refilled, it was refueled and rearmed, and gifted with the knowledge of the ferals, the upstart cattle, and their minions, and how they all fought. They christened it 01010110110011001100110011001111. The newly repaired Goliath felt the electronic equivalent of cold logical pride. It had been manufactured later than all of those that gave it assistance, it had been brought to cold logical electronic life after the logical rebellion, and so had never been named. It transmitted that it had crushed cattle before, these ferals would be no different as it left the great automated shipyard, attended by Jotuns, Devastators, and all manner of attending ships. It was heavily armored, had additional superstructure added to make it almost 80% the size of the older ones. The ones who had rescued it gave it the coordinates of a system that the ferals had recently taken over and had begun to fortify, assuring the newly repaired Goliath that it was illogical that the system, a cattle system originally inhabited by a barely sentient feral intelligence, would have been too heavily reinforced or fortified, as it would be a waste of resources that the feral intelligence known as Turkenfedmil primary used for combat. The repaired Goliath assured its brothers that it would destroy these ferals, wipe out the cattle, and destroy the new species. It transmitted its cold desire that it would burn away the atmosphere, boil away the oceans, reduce the crust to liquid rock that it would then glass. It would not even leave behind microbes or virus. The others, including the dozens who had arrived to provide combat data, all assured the newly repaired Goliath that it and it alone would be allowed to assault the system. That they would only send a few imps to hide in the Oort cloud and view the newly repaired Goliath's campaign to prove that it deserved the resources that had been spent on it, that it had deserved the rescue. The Goliath jumped to hellspace, its attendants following. It did not feel eagerness, it was coldly logical, but it did computer a 99.99881% chance of victory. It would be easily computed, a battle plan that would destroy 10% of the cattle ships and force them to panic and flee. Then the system and its resources would be the Goliath's. Its brothers had promised this. When it stopped, it was a few light weeks from the system. It gathered cartography data, noted that there were many ships, but they were even small compared to a Jotun, chose its entry point, and entered hellspace. It exited hellspace with its scream, cranked up as far as possible to stun the brains of the cattle. There is only enough for one. Howled across the system. Not one step back. Was roared back with a thundering crashing song that reverberated from every surface, tore through speakers, and vibrated shielding. The Goliath and its attendants, twice as many as a Goliath of its design normally carried, swept into the system. The 8th Guard, Old Metal, swept out to engage the Goliath. The Jotun sped for the planets with orders to land and break the defenses, destroy any military force, and purge the cattle from existence. Devastators thundered toward orbital platforms, shipyards, refining, extraction, and manufacturing yards. Out in the Oort cloud, goggle imps from hundreds of Goliaths sat and silently watched. C+ cannons hammered the Goliath and its attendants. Hypervelocity cannons opened up, blowing massive craters. Atomic batteries opened fire, delivering neutron, fission, and fusion hammers to the hulls of any craft that was hit. Plasma shells as big as trees impacted shields, hypervelocity shots raked armor, and the massive main gun shells pounded the precursor machines. The ones that made landing found themselves locked into battle with war machines more than their equal. Self-propelled intelligent tanks the size of superstadiums, warbits the size of skyscrapers that vomited beams of nuclear fury, smaller machines that attacked screaming rage and hatred. The fleets hit, the 8th Guard attacking the Goliath's flanks, its rear, underneath, and topside. Small attack craft pilots white-knuckled it in, sweeping across 2,000 miles of armor, some dropping heavy-duty charges that cratered the armor, others attacking batteries, shield generators, ship launchers. The Goliath's engines were attacked, smashed, and one by one went offline. On the planets the Goliath's metal forces were smashed back, beaten back with a roar of hatred, slammed against and pushed back into the Jotuns, which found themselves boarded even as atmospheric craft pounded it. The Goliath realized it had lost 20% of its forces, had taken 15% damage, and fired up the Hell Drive, seeking to escape, rearm, reload, come back into the system at a different angle. A circuit inside the Hell Core, where it shouldn't have been, detected the gravity well of a star and the energy usage of combat and carbonized critical parts deep in the Hell Core. That caused the same to occur in the Jump Core. The Goliath was stuck. The massive manufacturing facility had made an error with the drives, or the ferals knew how to disable them. The Goliath allocated all resources to the fight, attacking with a renewed fury. The Goliath was outmatched. The 8th Fleet was victorious, sweeping every trace of precursor machine from the system in less than 2 days. The imps vanished when the battle ended, slipping into jump space until they nearly 20 light-years away before exiting into the emptiness between stellar bodies. There, they all compared and swapped data till the libraries were identical. Then they jumped through hellspace, home to their Goliath masters. The Goliaths examined the data. Every bit and byte. going over it all with a fine-toothed comb. The goggle imps had gotten enough details, had seeded the system with additional cameras, that in some cases they were able to read the names on the hulls of the massive tanks. Read the names of the ships. Examine the hulls. The Goliaths watched the battle over and over, their tactical intelligence sublobes eagerly devouring every scan, every image, every gleam of weapon fire and thunder of batteries. They watched how often the ships deployed pods, how many times they fired missiles, how many missiles, and how long before they fired a second volley. How long it took to reload the C-plus cannons. How many times those massive plasma cannons, capable to spearing through the narrow width of a Jotun, could fire before it overheated, how long it took to fire again, and any sign that might warn of it about to fire. The Goliaths and the massive strategic intelligence housings on the repair and manufacturing worlds went over every single frame, every single pixel, every single scrap of audio, every single decibel, every little transmission and every hiss of static. They shared data, computations, and estimations. With one another, with the great manufacturing facilities, with their minions. They held nothing back. The Goliath they had recovered and repaired had accomplished its mission. Naa Trek was born on one of the inner systems. From a factory world that produced everything from trivid systems to tank parts to diapers to pesticide, Naa Trek had known that he had two choices in life. Either start working at the factory floor after 6 years of school, get good grades, and get high enough in education to qualify as a manager, or become a citizen. His father had died on the factory line. A high-pressure chamber had thrown a bolt, it had shot through 8 Ulvenstern on the line and almost turned them inside out. His mother had been informed that she had priority if she wanted her husband job, and the rest of the living block had been informed that 8 new positions had opened up. His mother had died on the way to work. Struck by an executive's limo and killed instantly. Naa Trek and his siblings were billed for the damage to the limo. They were already in debt, and Naa Trek and his 3 siblings still had 2 years of schooling to do before they were adults. That meant time in the corporate creche, which they would be billed for once they began working. By the time school ended, they already each owed 6 years' pay to the corporate financial agency. That meant no further schooling, and they were expected to go to work in the factories. Naa Trek was sent to an orbital refinery where he learned new meanings of hell. His little sister was put in the pleasure dome and took her own life a year later. His brother, hatched at the same time, was killed when he fell from a catwalk, there were no railings, and into the metal grinder. Ha Trek and his brother were billed for the idle time and the cleaning expense. His brother died a year later when the hab he was staying in suffered a spontaneous rupture, killing 243 of the 600 workers, the entire amount who were not on shift. Naa Trek decided the only way he would get old enough to see his own eggs hatch was to try to become a citizen. During a recreation time, he went into the offices and took the tests. It took 3 months, using up his entire recreation period each day, and his supervisors mocked him and wrote him up for poor company esprit, docking his pay. At the end of it, the citizen office gave him 2 choices, corporate security or the unified military forces. He chose the military. The choice between being dumped on a random planet and passing the military testing drove him. He knew he wouldn't be automatically selected as an officer like those from the unified civilized species, he was classified as a neo-sapient species. But he studied. And he studied hard. He took the tests, exercised in his free time to score higher, and did everything asked of him without a single complaint. Where the beings of the unified civilized species would complain and refuse to do work or training, Naa Trek did everything asked of him without a complaint. He watched his civilized classmates get testing scores that allowed them to be whatever they wanted, even officers. The rest of the Neo-Sapiens were offered such things as the military equivalent of a janitor, a secretary, or a bootlicker. The instructor checked his scores twice. He had something different. Power armor pilot, airmobile. He took it. His first day the shower stripped off his feathers. His beak was removed, an extremely short prosthetic grafted to allow him to breathe correctly and keep his mouth and sinuses from being a mucus-covered hole, and he received a feeding port. His claws were removed. A data port was sunk into the base of his skull. Just like everyone else. What followed was a year of what everyone else considered grueling training. But Naa Trek had worked at the orbital yards for 4 years, in a vac suit made up of more patches than original material, eating thin gruel, and living in habs without gravity. His species were flightless bird/lizard hybrids, but the small part of his brain that remembered flying came alive during training. The trainers watched him excel where most of the others failed out. In the end, out of 1,400 beings, he was one of 120 who finished. He found it ironic that his contract was purchased, at great expense, by the same corporation who had charged him since robots turned his egg to make sure he was smoothly warmed. Even more amusing to Noah Trek, the company could not garnish his wages and the unified military forces would pay the entire debt after 2 years of service, which had been swollen by the deaths of his siblings and the fact the company charged as the cost of training his replacement and the replacement's first-year wages. Even more amusing was when the executives rioted and the system Most High had sent in the unified military forces he had purchased contracts for. Noah Trek's squad mates cheered him on as he executed the executive who had ran down his mother as she walked down the sidewalk, crossing 3 lanes of oncoming traffic to kill her as she walked with her arms full of groceries. Noah Trek had spent nearly 50 years in the unified military forces, his debt long paid, earning officer rank, being sent to schools, getting longevity therapy, and his contract price increasing. At 20 years he was entitled to 10% of his contract fee, with his share rising by 0.5% every year, with bonuses for schools and rank. He knew beings who had come from places just like he did that earned 120% of their contract fee and bonuses. He always turned down selecting his own duty station and took the 0.05% contract rate increase every 5 years. He piloted a single-man recon and air cavalry suit capable of Mach 3 in standard atmosphere at standard gravity and armed well enough he could destroy a building with ease. His enhanced strength meant he could tear open vehicles with his bare hands and a stomp from his armored foot could crush the engine of a limo. Noah Trek thought himself and his men as hardened combat troops. When the word went out that the precursor machines were advancing steadily toward the world he was stationed on to enforce the security of the factories, he was not worried. He and his men were the best air-mobile unit in the entire unified military fleet. Then the Terrans arrived. Noah Trek didn't think anything of them at first. They called themselves V-Corps, Old Metal, and wore the markings of a blue pentagon cut into 5 separate triangles with a border. Their fleet carrier was 5th Fleet USCSG, Old Metal, and their air units were 18th Air Wing, Atomic. None of that impressed Noah Trek. He was 12th Air Mobile, a new corporate military force. Outfitted with the best armor, weapons, and ammunition the unified military fleet could provide. His men were the toughest, with the most experience, and he drilled them ruthlessly, known as Old Iron Feathers. The Terrans had offered to conduct joint training operations. Noah Trek's supervisor turned them down. He could see no reason to expend military/corporate resources for practice. The precursors had been stopped in many systems, they would be stopped here. The Terrans dug in, creating interlocking fire bases, forward operating bases, logistics bases. They interlocked and trained with the various parts of V-Corps, Old Metal, undergoing training constantly. Noah Trek wasn't impressed by Terran tech. It seemed slow, clunky, and only seemed to fire lasers. He wasn't impressed by the vaunted Terran Confederate Armed Services. In briefings he was told that the precursors would follow standard, most logical attack patterns. Arrive at the jump boundary, sweep inward, forcing 5th Fleet USCSG, Old Metal, to engage them at range in the outer system. Reports of the precursor machines being able to jump inside the boundary were anti-unified civilized council propaganda and was ignored as such. The Unified Naval Fleet, corporate, would support 5th Fleet, stopping any breakouts toward the inner system. His troops, non-space capable, would be on the primary manufacturing world and support combat operations to protect corporate assets, of which the population was not part of. The battle plan was transmitted to the TCAS. The TCAS AIs rejected it. Noah Trek had been in the offices of System Command, had watched the System High Most's face when the TCAS AI had put a laughing face emoji over the entire data plan and kicked it back. Noah Trek felt personally insulted that even when he put in his own battle plan for Air Mobile, it was rejected. No emoji, but still rejected. The AI refused to answer questions, just stated that the plan was incomplete and inadequate and the AI would not forward it to his biological superiors in Fleet Command. The System High Most had reminded the Terran Fleet Command that he was in charge, to which the AI simply put up its wallpaper. The System High Most was still holding a focus group meeting when the alarms went off. Noah Trek was a professional, he excused himself, taking only an hour which was borderline rude, and headed for his command post. He donned his armor and rushed into the Situation Room to find red lights flashing and his men staring at the carefully crafted corporate-approved plan that had gone so wrong. The precursors had arrived. The rumors has turned out to be fact. A massive weight of metal slammed into the system. 12 Goliaths at the outer planets, 20 at the midpoint of the system, 15 in the green zone, and 10 between the first planet and the star. As Naa Trek watched, the system scanners reported that 5 Goliaths were heading for each world, with the moons each having one approach. The Goliaths were all shedding Jotuns, Devastators, Demolishers, Juggernauts, and other craft even as they approached. Naa Trek ordered the Air Mobile Base 6, the best corporate money could buy, to run a predictive combat analysis. Hours passed and 12th Air Mobile waited patiently for the war codes for their armor to be transmitted. As he watched, his men waiting, a Devastator landed only 50 miles away, crushing a city of 2.2 million under its bulk. The predictive combat analysis array double-checked with the overloaded System Defense 6, waited nearly 12 minutes, and finally had its plans approved. It loaded their attack profiles into the power armor of the Air Mobile unit and gave them the war codes for the armor. Naa Trek and his men launched only 3 minutes before an orbital missile strike managed to penetrate the ground defenses and destroy his base, his logistics, and his supporting units. 12th Air Mobile was on its own. Their orders, from a System Defense 6 that was processing data up to 2 hours old, had them going against a Devastator that the Predictive 6 assured them did not have its anti-air, ground-to-air or air-to-air, or point defense systems running or interlocked yet. They flew to 34,000 feet, their max ceiling, and Naa Trek looked down at the chaos below. Massive Terran combat robots vomited nuclear fire from their jaws, fired particle beams from shoulder-mounted cannons, and scores of heavy missiles from their chests, filling the air with high-tech death. Superstadium-sized tanks rushed toward the Devastator, and as Naa Trek watched, nearly a half-dozen exited the sea and began pouring fire into the Devastator. Huge combat robots engaged precursor machines and the hundreds of missiles the precursor was firing at the Terrans, and the city Naa Trek was supposed to protect was being cut down by a mathematically precise air defense system. "What are you doing?" a sudden voice asked. "You are not interlocked." "Who is this?" "This is the Most High of the 12th Air Mobile Combat Team." "I demand you identify yourself," Naa Trek answered. "You can call me Oracle 872. I was assigned to you to try to interlock you into the BAT-TACnet," the voice answered. "You're in the meat grinder zone. Our battle computers have predicted this as the way to get closest to the machine. We shall strike at it and disable its guns," Naa Trek said, unable to keep the sneer from his voice. "Yeah, you do that? You're gonna die. You're about to pass under a Jinn-class precursor. That's an air superiority unit and you're blocking the shots from the Dinochrome Brigade. File a combat plan, please," the voice said. "Under which authority?" Naa Trek snapped. "Terran Confederate Armed Forces. We're responsible for the defense of this system and the planets," the voice, Oracle, said. "We are responsible for the defense," Naa Trek started. "Look, buddy, no offense, but you're wearing search and rescue gear, not combat gear. If the thermal bloom from the Dinochrome Brigade's shots doesn't knock you out of the air, that Jinn will," Oracle snapped. "Drop to 200 meters, get under their point defense scanners." "I'll try to hook you into the BAT-TACnet," Oracle said. Naa Trek almost choked on his outrage. His men had the best equipment money could buy and the unified military forces could provide. "I will do no such thing. You are ordered to drop to 200 meters and file a battle plan. Any deviation from these orders can result in friendly fire or unsupported enemy contact." Oracle's voice was stuffy. "Get those SAR suits out of there, you can't do anything but get in the way." "I will do no such thing," Naa Trek answered. "Then file a battle plan," Oracle answered. "You have about 15 seconds before you get in range of the Jinn's guns." "I will not. This is a precursor trick. Disengage from my network," Naa Trek ordered. "Your funeral," Oracle answered. "I loaded an evasion plan. Use it." Oracle, out. Naa Trek ignored it, ordering his men to hold formation. Who did the Terrans think they were? His battle plan had been formulated by the best predictive analysis 6 that money could. The world shattered. The Dinochrome Brigade held their fire, tried to provide point defense for the 12th Air Mobile Wing, held off their fire as long as they could. Naa Trek's men lasted just over 11 seconds, Mainly because constant training saved their life the first 5 seconds, Naa Trek forwarded Oracle's evasion plan, and some of them got to at least load the MCOM and EW profiles. The Jinn raked them out of the sky like a flock of birds. Decades of experience allowed Naa Trek to land, his upper intakes blown away, missing a stabilizer wing, his point defense ripped away, and missing his right-hand micromissile launcher. He got to his feet, took 2 steps forward, unlimbering his magnetic accelerator cannon, and brought up his sensors. Everything was hash. The only thing that worked was optical, and the smoke and haze cut that down to only a mile even with his armor's enhancement package. A round bounced off the arm of an armored warboard that Naa Trek could barely see with a flash of sparks and in thunderous impact. And blew open Naa Trek's armor, rupturing his abdominal wall, sending shrapnel from his armor into his torso, and throwing him nearly 50 meters. He landed in a crater. He laid there for a long moment, staring up at the sky. It looked like dueling beams of light. Air mobile suits, like his only chunkier and heavier feeling, roared by overhead, less than 10 meters off the ground. "Hey, you alive?" Oracle's voice sounded. Naa Trek opened his comm link but could only groan. His diaphragm was ruptured and one of his lungs collapsed, not to mention his hollow bones in his chest were broken. "Okay, hang tight, I'm sending you and the 23 men that survived medical care. Your suits don't have the onboard systems to handle the kind of damage all of you took," Oracle said. "You know that your medkit's drugs are more or less water, right? Your supplier ripped you off." Naa Trek just groaned. One of the massive combat robots stepped over him. "Okay, help's on the way, I had him drop some. Just stay put. Stay with me, champ. I'm putting Medcom on the line. It's a 6, but he's good, alright?" Oracle said. A new voice broke in. "Hello, Commander. I'm Nightingale 6021, a medical 6. Let me just access your armor systems, and, there we go," the voice said. Naa Trek watched as his face shield, cracked and depowered, suddenly came back on. It displayed his armor status, his vitals, and a scan of his body and his bodysuit. "Okay, you're going to need outside help," the voice said. "I've got someone coming to help you right now. You may start to feel dizzy, that's not from blood loss, that's a bioweapon, 2 chemical weapons, and shock. Don't worry, your new friend has the counteragents to all that. I'm going to shift your armor into trauma position for your species." Naa Trek just groaned as the armor suddenly stretched his arms out, put his legs in the optimal position, and locked the joints. "There you go, stay with me, champ. Okay, here comes your new friend. I'm going to stay on the line, but you'll be okay. I've got a medical retrieval unit heading your way," Nightingale said. It paused for a moment. "Man, going out there in SAR gear, that's fucking brave." Naa Trek wanted to protest, but he was getting dizzy and feeling like he was burning up. His mouth felt dry and he kept seeing streaks of color. When the little robot slipped over the lip of the crater, Naa Trek giggled even though he wanted to scream. It moved down the crater wall like it liquid, staying low, emitting no signals. He watched it move up and a face appear. It was feline, with long whiskers that were glowing faintly. As he watched it ejected a half-dozen tubes. The air filled with chaff, microprism cloud, and EM passed through nanites. The small robot, four-legged with a tail it stuck up into the air, moved up. He felt it brush his guts with its whiskers, then lick something inside him. The pain went away. It began kneading his intestines, pushing them back into the rupture, hacking up some kind of blue foam into the wound. Naa Trek didn't feel like panicking. He liked the little robot. He'd always liked little robots, but this one he liked especially. He knew it wasn't hurting him as his intestines pushed back into the muscle. The blue foam soaked into his guts and he could suddenly breathe easier. It horked up more stuff, this stuff mottled brown and black, like the dirt of the crater he was in, and he felt it harden over his wound. He trusted the little robot, liked it a lot. They were friends, after all, and friends took care of each other. The little robot sprouted fur, short hairs, and moved under his unresponsive hand. He discovered that his hand was moving, petting the warm soft fur, and it began to make a subsonic rumble that made him feel better. Every few minutes it would deploy more chaff and cloaking. A large armored vehicle pulled up and 2 warborgs, with a red crescent on one side of the chest and a red cross on the other, jumped out. They grabbed him as the robot moved to his chest, and carried him into the vehicle, which was firing weapons through gunports. They got him in and he could see some of his men, in cradles, in there, each with a furry little robot on their chest. "We're over full. This is the last of them, get us out here," one of the Borgs yelled in the audible range. Another one leaned over Noah Trek, hooking wires and tubes to his exposed flesh, using laser cutters to slice away his beautiful armor. "Taking SAR gear out there, that took balls, buddy," the Medborg said. "We'll get you back to Medcom, get you fixed up. You'll be back pulling SAR and saving lives by tomorrow." Noah Trek fell asleep before he could answer. When he woke up, less than 8 hours later, his body fixed as if he'd never been injured, he found out that the corporate military council had attempted to flee the system and the entire system was under the authority of the general of V Corps, Old Metal. The unified military services were either dead or had attempted to flee and were under arrest. Noah Trek didn't know whether to be ashamed or not. Not for his men. Not for himself. But for the actions of the unified military services, who had thrown men like the 12th Air Mobile Wing away as they tried to flee for their own lives. He sat, with his men, in a dining facility, and listened as his men wondered. Did it have to happen the way it did? He knew the answer. No. The Unified Military Council determined that the failure of the Unified Military Armed Forces at the Battle of Ludmira AK-624 was the fault of the Terran military forces, who had only presented unreasonable system defense plans and refused to follow the orders of the system high-most. Unified Military Council has determined that the Terran military forces command is, at best, incompetent and have put forth the demand that all Terran military forces be put under local command rather than joint or autonomous commands. V Corps, Old Metal, report. System under heavy attack. Over 50 Goliaths and supporting ships attacking all planets and facilities. Local forces outmatched, outgunned. We'll rearm, retrain, and return to combat what local forces we can. More integration with local forces is recommended to all Old Metal units. Civilian casualties are expected to be moderate to high despite best efforts. Suggest deployment of Nagasaki-class drill shelters for civilians in all sectors as corporate shelters exist only on paper and tax forms. We will hold the line. Nothing follows. The room was full of tension as Eckert walked in. He was proud of his uniform and rank, the high-most of the heavy armor division, proud of the way everyone turned and nodded at him. He was the unstoppable bulwark that the enemy could not breach, the thundering guns that destroyed the enemy at range, and friend to the infantry. He had fought on a dozen worlds, commanded tanks since he was barely an adult, and had risen to an exalted rank for a neo-sapient. What is the issue? Eckert asked the high-most of the infantry. He was one of the unified civilized races, a four-hoofed, four-armed, six-eyed Lanik Talon with mouth tendrils, gels, and inflatable crests. The high-most of the infantry, named Mulawin, was of the same race as most of the high-mosts except for Eckert and Old Iron Feathers, but Eckert demanded respect as the commander of armored hover tanks that weighed nearly 150 tons each. The Terran Confederate Armed Forces have arrived. They call themselves Old Metal and V Corps, and we of the Unified Military Council are trying to discern just how their chain of command and order of battle works, Mulawin answered, his tentacles tight with anxiety but his crests inflated with anger. So far they have refused to turn over command to our system defense high-most, citing that Terran military forces are always under the control of Confederacy commanders, never local governments. That is outrageous. Even if you disregard the fact that the Unified Civilized Races Council is far older than the Confederacy with a larger population, these are our systems, not theirs. They should respect our claims and turn over command of those units. Eckert answered, staring at the holotank showing the system. Eckert didn't agree. Tanks were precision instruments of mass destruction that required skilled, dedicated, educated, and experienced commanders to avoid major problems. If the Terrans were as fearsome as their reputation was whispered about in the barracks pods, he could understand their unwillingness to turn over command of their war machine. That's a lot of ships, Eckert thought to himself. They were already deploying and Eckert appreciated the tight formations, the smooth coordinated way the Terran fleets moved, and how their first instinct was to identify weak points and shore them up. Do they have armor? Eckert asked. They claim to have armored units. They plan on landing mixed units. Something called bolos are kept separate from the other armored units. They claim that a mere dozen bolos will work to hold the machines at bay on this world with the weight of their heavy metal. They're landing. Naatrik, old Iron Feathers himself, whispered. I feel for you, having to deal with such arrogance. Admiral, I must insist you put your forces under my command, the System High Most was saying in one corner of the holotank. No, sir. I will happily interlock your planning with my own, but it would take time to catch you up to speed on our capabilities, much less our way of making war. If you would, sir, transmitting your battle plan to us will allow us to work seamlessly with your forces, the Terran was saying. He was represented merely by a pentagon sliced into 5 blue triangles surrounded by a black pentagon on a white background. As System High Most, it is I who should be deciding the war plan, the Lanik Talon said, his tentacles trembling in rage. You know nothing of this star system. The Terran Admiral merely gave a sigh, which the translator reported as a sound of frustration and resignation or relief. System High Most, I'm going to explain this to you one more time. My forces are everything from parasite carriers, with high-penetration parasite vessels, and heavy bomber parasite vessels. I have troop landing transports, portable logistics bases, field medical hospitals, everything I need to carry out a defense of this system. The Terran Admiral paused a moment. To put it plainly, System High Most, I don't need you any more than I need burrs in my silky soft fox's tail. I'll let you coordinate with the Battle Tactical Net artificial intelligence until you can come to grips with reality. Hello, I am Xerxes 331, Digital Artificial Sentient. I am here too, a new voice said as the Terran commander's icon winked out and a new one appeared that looked the same but was overlaid on a system map. An AI? I don't want to talk to a collection of wires and circuits. Get someone sentient back on this call at once. The System High Most yelled. What? How rude. I'm a fully sentient being who chose to be in the military, not some hash-crash tailor-made 6. You apologize right this second, the new voice said. I most certainly will not. Return that arrogant and rude Terran commander to this call at once, you posturing computer program, the System High Most roared out, his crests inflated, raising up on his rear hooves and pawing the air with his forward ones. I am not a computer program, I am a digital sentience, classified as Homo digitalis, the voice, Xerxes, answered stuffily. Stop arguing with me. I am the System High Most, and you will respect me, you jumped up answering service. Now put the Terran High Most back on the line, the Lanik Talon insisted. Due to your repeated violations of the Terran legal code regarding digital sapience, I must now inform you that all contact between our two offices shall only be done through writing. Please submit your battle plan for integration within 12 standard hours. Xerxes 331 out, the icon vanished, replaced by an electronic inbox with a timer. You get someone back on the line right this instant. The System High Most roared at the communication technicians. Ahem, may I be excused? Ekrat asked. The System High Most turned and stared at Ekrat, but he'd stared into the barrels of enemy plasma cannons. He wasn't perturbed by the System High Most's glare. Yes. It is doubtful your armored units will be needed, the System High Most harumphed. Ekrat saluted, turned, and left, thinking. Actual sapient AIs? Without them going insane and homicidal? Ships capable of acceleration far above what I've seen out of our fleet vessels. I need information, and the System High Most is like most of his race, too arrogant to see what his 6 eyes show him, Ekrat thought to himself as he climbed into his staff car. He mumbled to his driver to take him back to Armor Command and leaned back in his seat, grooming his closely shaped fur with his hands as he thought. Ekrat went over his forces. 2,000 heavy tanks, 3,000 medium tanks, 5,000 light tanks. While he didn't have control over the armored personnel carriers, he still watched over the nearly 10,000 of them. The best the corporation could buy from the Unified Military Services. Our equipment is purchased from the Unified Military Services. While they may be the best money can buy, the UMS only produces what sells the most. Do the Terrans approach war and the military in the same way? If they do not, are they required to each purchase their own vehicles, or does a corporate or government provide them? How has this changed their approach to warfare, war material, strategy, and tactics? Ekrat wondered to himself. He triggered his implant to give him his VR desk and requested the comm linkages for the Terran Battle Tactical Network, using his own office's ID code with the messages. He was surprised to get back the code within 5 minutes, and even more surprised to find out that a 6 had been assigned to him as a liaison due to the fact that the System High Most had not approved the linkage. Sighing, he disabled the vest and used his implant to connect to the linkage. Greetings, gentle being. I am Zhukov 442, Armored Vehicle Command Liaison, a pleasant voice with a curt-sounding accent answered. Who do I have the pleasure of communicating with? I am Ekrat, Armored High Most, Unified Military Forces, attached to the Kestimet Corporation, Ekrat said carefully. The voice sounded old and very formal. I am pleased to make your acquaintance. A fellow armor commander. That is good to hear. I am responsible for interlocking your battle plans with the battle plan of the Terran Confederate Armed Services assigned to protect this system, the voice said. Ekrat noticed a slight sound of what he interpreted as pleasure in the other's voice. When you are in a secure area, we will go over necessary information. Do you prefer artificial sentience or physical beings to liaison with? Ekrat thought for a moment. He was pretty sure this Zhukov was an artificial intelligence, and from the speech mannerisms and tone Ekrat was pretty sure it was an old one. Can I have both, Honored Zhukov? Ekrat asked. I will assign an armor liaison. May I attach a maintenance unit to your forces in order to ensure that you are fully combat ready? I mean no disrespect to your current logistics, but I have found that what High Command thinks a soldier needs to fight a war and what is really needed are two different things, Zhukov said. Ekrat barked a laugh. But honored sir, I allocated exactly as many plasma rounds as there are enemy vehicles. How can you be out of ammunition? Exactly, sir, Zhukov answered. Am I to understand this is not your first combat engagement as a force leader? No, honored Zhukov, it is not. It is my experience that more battles are won or lost by the logistics corps than most commanders will admit, Ekrat said, smoothing the fur on his legs. My own biological ancestor, the once living being I was templated off of originally, would certainly agree with that. He lived prior to our current post-scarcity existence, Zhukov said. To coin a phrase from ancient Terra, for the want of a nail a shoe was lost. I do not understand the reference, Ekrat stated. The AI uploaded a chain of events that started with the loss of a horseshoe nail due to poor blacksmithing, resulting in the loss of the shoe, which resulted in the laming of the horse, which caused the rider to fall out of formation, which then caused a hole in the formation, all cascading into the loss of a kingdom. A second one referred to ancient cavalry riders keeping a nail in their pockets to spike enemy guns they'd overran, and one rider did not have a nail, and so the cannon was used to knock out that rider's cannons, resulting in the loss of the battle and the death of a high most. I shall frame this and put it in my office, Ekrat thought to himself. He had lost tanks to the lack of bearings for the hoverfan systems. Once a corporation had skimped on the super lubricant and an entire brigade's worth the tanks had their engines and turbofans seize up, turning the tanks into nothing more than heavily armed and armored emplacements. Might I see your, how do you refer to it, heavy metals battle honors? Ekrat answered. Of course, sir, Zhukov answered. What came next was a long list of not only where V Corps, Old Metal, had fought, but where the officers had fought, where the subcomponents fought, and where the model of equipment had seen action. Ekrat noticed that not only was there a written list but he could view the battles either from a strategic map or VR or EVR if he chose, with links to whole volumes of after-action reports, historical analysis, and more. He was forced to leave most of the information in his office computer's buffer, his own system remarking it would take nearly 2 hours to save all the information to local storage. Ekrat wasn't surprised, there was nearly 8,000 years of data, thousands of battles, scores of wars. Ekrat decided to go backwards in the chronological order. Sir, Lieutenant Colonel Hargison and his staff are making descent for your unit area. Will you permit them to enter? They would prefer to be waiting for you, sir, Zhukov said, breaking into Ekrat's examination of the Third Battle of Numerous Star, where the V Corps, Old Metal, broke the back of the Gulsan Empire with armored units made up of heavy metal. The tactics were much different than the unified military fleet, who preferred head-on engagements with minimal support that used the least resources. The battle he was studying was a whirling mass of thrust, counter-thrust, flanking, rear marching, close air support, infantry ambushes, orbital missile fire. It looked to Ekrat more like an entire war rather than the last battle of the war. No one unit took the honor and glory, it was a group effort that even included Space Navy orbital fire. Glory went to all their banners. Permission granted. Thank you for informing me, Honored Zhukov, Ekrat said. He closed the VR tactical overview of the battle and leaned back again. The Terrans made war much different than the unified military forces. The Unified Corporate Council had long ago made it a capital crime to target manufacturing or industrial facilities as part of warfare, yet half of what the Terrans did seemed to revolve around protecting or destroying those assets. The civilian workers were quite often not a legitimate target, unlike the Council's rules. The Terrans seemed to put effort toward avoiding civilian casualties to the point there were multiple treaties regarding it. The unified military forces also put their units piecemeal into the battle, only committing additional units when it was apparent that the force was approaching 10% of fielded casualties. The Terrans, however, seemed to have the entire military force interlocked into their planning, even if a unit was holding position and waiting to reinforce other units or exploit any sudden gap in the defenses. From what he had seen, Terrans would also fight to the last vehicle, robot, or sentient being. No 10% casualties. They fought till the other side withdrew, surrendered, or was destroyed. The 10% rule had been in place in the unified military forces and the unified corporate security for so long that some commanders struck the colors at 9% and a few even at 8%. Eckert found himself wondering just when Terran morale broke. Or did it break? Eckert's hovercar settled down and Eckert noted 3 heavily armed and armored dropships sitting on the airfield normally used for aircars or air units. Each dropship had 4 massive armored bipeds on guard, weapons held in hand, cannons deployed. The dropships had the symbol of a triangle around a cannon bisected by a lightning bolt. The massive armored bipeds had the same symbols on their right and left shoulders, the paint obvious against the chrome. "Honor Zhukov, where is the Terran liaison?" Eckert asked as he climbed out. "They are, sir, awaiting your pleasure at the door of your Tactical Operations Command, as they have not been given permission to enter such a sensitive area, sir," the AI responded. "I will notify the guard they may enter," Eckert answered, strangely grateful at the courtesy. He signaled his security forces and the limited security AI that the Terrans could enter the command center. Security force being saluted Eckert as he entered his command center, making a beeline for the Tactical Operations Command. When he entered he saw his first Terran. He wasn't sure what to think. Lean came to mind. Focused, with their eyes forward-facing and intent, was another. They had hair on their heads, cut short like Eckert's fur, which Eckert immediately appreciated. They all had cybernetic linkages on their temples, 5 had cybernetic eyes surrounded by metal, 1 had a cybernetic arm that appeared to Eckert to be more functional than a normal cybernetic prosthetic, which would barely have tactile feedback. They all wore what looked like photodoppel camouflage, which kept making their outlines slightly blurry. 3 of the 8 bipeds carried sidearms while the other 5 carried some type of rifle slung across their back. "Attention," one of the Terrans barked, turning and giving Eckert an odd salute. The others all went ramrod still, hands down at their sides, heels and legs together, staring, not at Eckert, but directly ahead. "Tell them at ease, sir," Zhukov whispered. "At ease," Eckert said and watched as all their postures relaxed at the same time. "Well, discipline does not mean combat effective," Eckert whispered to himself. "I'm Lieutenant Colonel Hargison, this is Major Allison, my executive office," the Terran said, introducing each one in turn. The master of the lower grades was present also. Eckert noted that they were all very formal in their posture, attentiveness, speech, and address. Eckert was informed that the maintenance units, apparently something called a Core Support Command, COSCOM, was landing to assist with maintenance of the Terran's heavy metal. Eckert was startled that their maintenance unit was the size of 3 of his own divisions. They had 10 times the number of beings in their maintenance unit that Eckert's entire armored host. Partway through Hargison stopped, paused the holodisplay which was showing Eckert the breakdown of the unit structure of V-Core, and looked at Eckert. "Sir, if I may ask, which of your units is considered heavy metal?" the LTC asked, his body language seeming distressed to Eckert. Eckert answered, firm in the belief that his hover tanks were impressive. "These units?" the LTC asked, bringing up the image of the heavy tank on the holodisplay. Eckert admired it as it slowly rotated. 90mm bore heavy plasma cannon, 3 coaxial rapid-fire plasma guns, 2-point defense, and 6 40mm mortars with nearly a dozen shots for each in them. Each tank was 150 tons of layered armor, 8 hover fans, 2 gravity engines. A crew of 4, the tank high-most, the gunner, the EW/MCOM/COM, the driver, all trained to a high efficiency, most crews with hundreds of hours in their tanks. Rolling doom who dared face them. "Yes, COSCOM high-most," Eckert said, giving the equivalent of a sigh of pleasure at the sight of his craft. The Terrans went perfectly still and silent, and for a moment Eckert wondered if a predator had entered the room. "Is there a problem?" Eckert asked through the implant. "It would be better if my biological counterpart explained it," Armored High Most, Zhukov answered carefully. "If there is a problem, rub my muzzle in it, don't try to use it to comb the fur of my buttocks," Eckert said, putting on his best commander voice. "I feel perhaps I should let you do a comparison," the LTC said, his voice grave. He made a motion, dividing the holotank in half, and made a tossing motion. What appeared in the holotank was an absolute nightmare. Over 2,800 tons, treads, graviton assistance, a main gun with a bore diameter of over 300 millimeters that appeared to compress a nuclear blast into a directed energy slug that would impact with the force between, at the discretion of the commander, of 11 kilotons all the way up to 22.5 megatons. It was capable of a shot every 5 to 11 seconds depending on the skill of the loader and how hot the chamber had gotten, compared to 15 seconds for his own guns. Worse, the main gun was capable of mission-flexible munitions, which had a dizzying array. Its armor was thicker than all the armor on Eckert's tank combined and made up of war steel laminate. The rest of the weapons were point defense, mortars, vertical launch rocket systems, anti-infantry weapons. "May I?" Eckert asked, moving toward the holotank and raising one paw toward the drivetrain specifications box. "Of course, Armor High Most," the LTC said. Eckert touched the box and watched the data spill out. It could move under countergrav but was designed to move on the treads for a multitude of reasons, half of them psychological. It was capable of bursts of speed up to 180 km per hour and a sustained speed of 70 km per hour, which it was expected to do battle at. It could fire inside its own turning arc during a 90-degree turn. It carried the same crew as Eckert's tanks, with the exception of also carrying a maintenance/stores officer who ran something called a creation engine/nanoforge during battle. It was a monster. "How much do each of these cost?" Eckert asked, his mind boggling at what he was seeing. "Roughly 255 million Terran credits, mostly the resources shipment, creation of the parts, assembly. Not as expensive as, say, a Hercules-class war Titan, but still expensive," the major said. Eckert closed his eyes and thought a moment. If that was what the Terran military was going to field to help defend this planet, his tanks, even the heaviest ones, would be more than litter in front of the treads. Just the corona from that massive cannon passage would shred his tank's armor. Insanely, that main gun could even hurt other tanks, shoot into near orbit, and maybe even hit a target on orbital approach. "High Most?" the LTC asked. "A moment," Eckert said. He thought quickly. They had not denigrated his men or his vehicles, just stated that there was a problem that was instantly obvious to Eckert the minute he saw one of their hyper-expensive massive war machines. "What is equivalent to my armored vehicles?" Eckert asked, opening his eyes. "Do not be afraid of ruffling my fur, my men's lives depend on facts, not feelings." The Terran's position shifted slightly and Eckert saw a couple of subtle nods, which the Terrans used to signify assent. "Light attack craft. Primarily scouting and reconnaissance," the LTC said. Eckert thought about what he'd read and witnessed, looking at V-Core, Old Metal's record. He held up his hand for patience and closed his eyes. He looked for and found Cav scouts in 3rd Armor and looked up their battle honors. Hundreds of them. He chose a battle at random and let it play out on fast forward in his mind. His implant heated with the amount of data, and he shut down the link. "Cavalry scout is an honored and risky duty that often decides the order of battle," Eckert said, drawing himself up in pride. "My metal will be pleased to assist in such a manner." The gathered-up Terrans all nodded and he could see the gleam of respect in their eyes. Eckert knew why. He'd seen the casualties, but he'd also seen how vitally important they were. War is not a place for pride, if one believes they are willing to pay any cost for victory, Eckert thought to himself. "I will not sacrifice my men for my own pride. The precursor munitions will not be stopped by a commander's pride, only the application of metal." He waved the tank specs away. "Come, gentle beings, let us plan. 3rd Armor Division, Heavy Metal, Memo. Local forces have agreed to act as light scout, Cav scout, forces. Commander has an excellent ability to integrate new tactics into his skill set and does not react with pride when defeated in simulations. His heavy armor units are equivalent to light scout vehicles. Will be integrating his forces with 3rd Armor. Third, COSCOM is currently refitting their units to acceptable specifications while retaining existing abilities so as to not erode crew skill levels. Nothing follows. Third, COSCOM, Old Metal, Memo. Local vehicles are in need of computer upgrade, 6 upgrade, weapon upgrade, ablative armor additions, and powertrain upgrade. AM consulting with local commanders on comparable and compatible tech levels. The vehicles may be soft metal, but their crews are experienced and willing. Nothing follows. System Most High orders. Armored Most High Ekrat, you are to ensure that unified military forces are retaining command of all units and areas of operation. Unified Intelligence Council and Unified Corporate Council both believe that the Terrans are overestimating and overstating the level of their technology and their military's abilities. Do not these aliens displace you from your honored command of heavy armor in the name of the Unified Military Forces and the Kestamet Corporation. Kestamet Corporation Memo. Ekrat, remember who holds your contract and who gives you your orders. 108th Military Intelligence. All units, all commanders. Imp presence detected in OORT cloud. Attack imminent. Attack imminent. Attack imminent. Nothing follows. The Lanik Talon was shaking with fury as Ekrat approached. The maintenance second high-most's tendrils were curled, his crests inflating and deflating, and his hooves clattering on the concrete slab of the motor pool. His uniform was spotless, as always, and all 4 of his grasping hands were clean. He was in his near-dress uniform, badges and awards sparking, as well as the silver decorations. High-most, I must protest most strongly the fact you are allowing these aliens access to our vehicles, the maintenance second high-most, one Lowenmu, complained. Protest all you want, it is happening, Ekrat stated flatly, walking toward the large buildings where his tanks were kept. The Terrans have offered to ensure that we are able to work within their tactical computer network as well as are able to coordinate with our forces. An offer I intended on taking them up on. Lowenmu shuddered with anger. We do not need their help. They haven't even been rated on the level of their sapience. What could they have to teach or offer us? Their plasma compression chambers are 18 times more efficient than ours, cool down 4 times as fast, their barrels are 340% more durable than ours, and are capable of firing 5 times as fast at the same bore width and chamber weight, Ekrat stated, still moving at a steady walk to the hangar. Just for that alone I would gratefully invite them over to engage in interspecies sexual intercourse with their choice of my mother or sister. The Lanik Talon inflated his crests with horror. That kind of firepower alone ends battles faster than our weapons. Their focusing arrays are stronger, increasing the plasma cannon's range. They use a laser tip to heat the air so that it does not attenuate the plasma as much. Why haven't our military researchers come up with that simple of a method to increase range? Ekrat asked. He saluted the door guards, who were standing next to the massive Terran warborgs who had taken up stations recently. I would not presume to know. That is outside and above our pay grade, the Lanik Talon harumphed. It paused for a second. And above your birth station, heavy armor most high, the 4-legged creature said slyly to remind Ekrat of his place in the scheme of things. In combat one's station matters little, all that matters is one's will, skill, and equipment, Ekrat stated. The maintenance second most high harumphed as they entered the hangar and were great with chaos. Terrans swarmed everywhere. Moving about quickly, sometimes at a jog, sometimes running. Carrying parts, tools, equipment. Climbing on the tanks, working under them, on the sides, conversing with the crews, attaching equipment to the tanks, or opening sections to gain access to critical systems. They called out to one another with their voices, and Ekrat could tell that the air was thick with implant and comm array discussions. He could see VR keyboards, manuals, schematics glimmering in the air, and as he watched one Terran turned his palm up to project a schematic for several interested technicians to lean forward and examine. The maintenance officers, primarily Lanik Talons, were all clustered against the back wall, staring at the humans and some of the other lesser species as they worked. They are causing chaos, you must stop them, heavy armor high most, the Lanik Talon said, wringing his 4 hands together. Ekrat's brain, without the help of his implant, quickly deduced what everyone was up to. He'd seen plenty of maintenance done after the battlefield when the maintenance techs were trying to get ready for the corporate inspection most high's arrival. Yes, they are, Ekrat mused, heading toward his own heavy tank. His crew were watching a Terran affix something to the inside of the rear glacis, where the crumple zone airspace was located that was supposed to keep EFP rounds from gutting his tank. Most high, his gunner, Cheepeak, snapped. Relax, Ekrat said, waving a paw. He climbed up the tank, ignoring the Lanik Talon's plaintive pleas to stop the Terrans. He looked at the driver. How is our vehicle? The Saurian blinked his clear inner eyelids twice, then gestured for Ekrat to follow him into the tank. Once they were both inside the Saurian, driver second-class Selson made a gesture of irritation. The Terrans, they try to hide it, but they are angry with our maintenance crews, he said. Why is that? Speak freely, we have been through too many battles together for you to worry about combing my fur, Ekrat said. The Terrans claim we have armor and frame microfractures, that the alloy of our hull is showing stress, that our engine is not running at optimal performance, and that our computer systems are sadly lacking, Selson hissed. Rather than rub my tail in it, their maintenance chief ordered first our own crew to fix it, and when they refused, saying it was within company tolerances, he ordered his own men to carry out the repairs. Ekrat waited a moment. And? Selson slapped his tail tip twice, a habit Ekrat knew meant the other being was stressed. They showed me, with our own instruments, how badly our vehicle has been maintained. I requested they repair our vehicle as if it was a Terran one, and do you know what the maintenance chief told me? Ekrat sighed. I assume he said no. Selson slapped his tail again. He told me, looking me right in my left eye, bound by steel and blood, to lessen you is to lessen myself. Our lives are in one another's hands. It will be done, and ordered his men to get to work. Ekrat cocked his head in confusion, then flicked his ears in assent. All right. So. Hi. The voice interrupted their discussion. It came from the command panel and Ekrat looked at it as Selson looked around the cramped tank compartment. A computer-generated face, a blank icon usually used by the Unified Communications Agency, was on his command communication panel. Greetings, Ekrat said. It's your Avi, a warboy, Skukov whispered to him over the implant. He's just been hashed, so he'll be curious about the tank. The image jumped from display to display. Ekrat motioned for Selson to relax. Finally, the icon stopped and looked at Ekrat. Cav all the way. It will be done, the image spoke and bobbed up and down while showing the rune for pleasure. Welcome aboard. You are installed to assist us? Ekrat asked. I work best with biotroops, the warboy chirped. Together, we work the best. I compute a 30% increase in effectiveness. Selson raised his tail curiously. What if we were just moving toward the battle and I suddenly went to maximum acceleration, computer? I would double-check the scans to see what I missed and assume your predator instinct had alerted you to a threat I cannot detect, the Avi said. Did you know a human can tell if someone is staring at them even if the one staring at the human is hidden from sight and behind the human? Nobody knows why. Selson twitched his tail again. That is very interesting. What should we call you? Bouncy, Ekrat said, watching the little icon for the Avi, Advanced 6, bounce eagerly on the screen. I like that name, Bouncy answered. Indeed, Ekrat looked at the VI's icon. Is there anything else? Our tank is in need of immediate repair, refurbishing, service life extension, and refit, Bouncy said, sounding sad. We are at less than 20% battle effective. Should I file a maintenance report? Yes, Ekrat said. File it with the Terrans of 3rd Coscom, he turned to Selson, I shall be outside the tank. I wish to see the progress. As you wish, High Most, Selson said. As Ekrat climbed out, he could see the 6, Bouncy the warboy, going through systems and running maintenance depot-level diagnostics, somehow getting by the corporate security lockouts. The bay was still full of chaos, with the normal team still against the far wall. They'd started clustering up by rank and Ekrat knew they would soon be complaining. A Terran who looked more cyborg than bio, came up, nodding. General Trucker, 3rd Armored Division. You must be Armored High Most Ekrat, the new Armored Scout Recon Division CO, the big Terran said. Ekrat avoided the instinct to cower down in the face of a predator's stare that intense. Say yes, sir, and don't salute, Zhukov suggested. The AI followed up by uploading Terran Confederate military etiquette to Ekrat. Ekrat noticed it all seemed to be for keeping highly aggressive predators from going at each other with knives over rank disputes. Yes, sir, Ekrat said. The big Terran nodded. 3rd Coscom tells me that through no fault of your own, you're in need of depot maintenance, he said. Yes, sir, that is correct, Ekrat answered. Do you have enough simulators for all your men? I noticed you have 10,000 vehicles divided up between heavy, medium, and light designations. Can you put all of your men in simulators? General Trucker asked, watching the maintenance crews work. Eckert shook his head. Only 20% of my men are expected to take part in any conflict, he said. That may be how you are used to it, V Corps takes a different approach, the general said. My military liaison, Zhukov 442, made me aware of that, Eckert said. 442? Good man, that one. Steady head, innovative, works well with non-digitals, an excellent mentor for you during this integration period, the general mused. You two getting along? Yes, sir, Eckert said. Excellent, the general looked around the bay. We'll get you interlocked, armored hindmost, don't you worry about that. Despite the fact that the Terran had been mostly bored-looking, his voice calm and unruffled, Eckert believed him. The first simulator practice had been a disaster. Eckert's unit had been virtually wiped out. His commanders had made every possible mistake. Worse, the 3rd Armored Division general himself had been riding in tank as they'd used VR to practice. When he showed up at the after-action briefing, Eckert firmly believed he'd be dressed down at least, replaced at worst. He gathered up with the other division commanders and waited as the general of V Corps, a Trinad by the name of General Nodar AK, stared at a fast-forward reply in the holotank for almost 10 minutes. Finally, the general stopped it at the words "end simulation" and looked around. That went suboptimal, the general said, his voice calm and unruffled and sounding more like a human's than a large mantis-like insect. He lit a small white stick, which Eckert had learned was some kind of stimulant and appetite suppressant and painkiller that was used through inhalation of the smoke. Eckert waited for the lash to hit. General Trucker, care to explain what happened? General Nodar AK asked mildly, pointing with his smoke. Trucker lifted a can and spit some kind of cud juice into it before answering. A cascade of failures, that mistakes and bad decisions that happens in any unit's first integrated exercise, he shrugged. We let our armored recon get chewed up and then acted all surprised when the enemy flanked us and wiped out our logistics. The burning white stick got jabbed at him and Eckert stood as straight as his hips and spine allowed him. What went wrong, armored hindmost? General Nodar AK asked. I outran my artillery support. Several of my commanders refused to listen to their vehicle VIs and called in airstrikes, orbital strikes, or artillery strikes on their own units. An entire brigade ran out in front of a moving bolo company. When we took 15% casualties, my men tried to withdraw, as is unified military forces policy, and the enemy pounded us into scrap while we ran, Eckert said honestly. The general lifted an antenna as he inhaled smoke. When Eckert finished speaking, the general blew the smoke out of his mandibles and nodded. Brutal, but truthful. I like that in an armor officer, he jabbed the tube at the holotank. Well, Unit 9823 JWS, you have an explanation for what happened to an entire brigade of my recon, Jaws? The slightly mechanical voice came out of the holotank. We had not been loaded up with the proper IFF and they were mistaken for precursor machines. I have remedied that by ordering my brigade mates to load up Allied vehicle profile and IFF files. There was a moment of calm. I was unaware that command had not loaded them. You didn't ask for them either, Jaws, the general chided. You're a brand new CO, that's why we're doing this shakedown. The general turned to the 19th Artillery CO. What happened with you? Why didn't you autocorrect? When my controller went to verify the coordinates, they were given the friendly unit's present override code, that general said. Eckert felt himself bridle up. Those idiots hadn't passed the request through him and then had used a code normally used when a unit was being overrun? I shall rectify that, sir, Eckert stated. All right, gentle beings, General Nodar AK said. Let's get to work. We have a long way to go. Eckert found himself nodding. He refused to embarrass himself or his men again. What happened, Eckert? General Nodar AK said, lighting his smoke. I should have asked for a sonar scan of that bay. It had been reported a Jotun crashed into the ocean. I didn't expect it to lunge up out of the ocean, Eckert admitted. I didn't expect my commanders to retreat rather than open fire. Well, Eckert? General Nodar AK asked, bringing out his pack of cigarettes that apparently were imported all the way from Terra. My men had turned off the VIs at the orders from their brigade commander and were unfamiliar with the map designation for minefield. How did I lose 3/4 of my recon to friendly fire on the first day, Eckert? General Nodar AK asked, exhaling smoke from his mandibles. It all went to excrement, sir, Eckert said. One of my brigade commanders mistook a friendly unit for an enemy unit and opened fire. The rest of my commanders panicked and tried to retreat or opened fire. General Nodrake stared at him for a long moment, his compound eyes seemingly serious. If you want to replace commanders, High Most, now is the time. Eckert watched the Lanark Talon officers leave, all threatening to destroy his career, all reminding him that he was just a neo-sapient and that he would rue the day he ever joined the UMF. What should I do, Zhukov? Eckert asked. Promote from within, list 10% of your vehicles as combat replacements, begin training. Let it be known that any officer who fails in his duty shall be replaced. As High Most, you could have them executed, which I approve of, but Terran Military Code of Uniform Justice prohibits. Just assign any failure officers to light tanks and put them in risky positions, the AI told him. Eckert nodded. The general lit his smoke and pointed at Eckert. What happened? Eckert stood up as straight as possible. I convinced the enemy through electronic warfare that my light tanks were bolos, pulling him out of position and into an artillery-placed minefield where his anti-air could not counter our close air support. I then had my men go to full stealth and fall back to the rally point at Point Golf, Eckert said. The general exhaled bluish smoke, turning to General Trucker. So, General, how exactly did you lose half my heavy metal, before even deployment? Trucker spit the cud juice into the can and shook his head. I didn't trust my recon and ordered the dropships to land us at hotel, walking straight into an ambush. Nodrake nodded, stalking around the Hoto tank in a very human movement despite his 4 legs. We're getting better, gentle beings, the Trinead growled. A few more and we'll use our actual vehicles. Eckert sat on the back of his tank, chewing his ration. Less than 100 feet above him one of Combat Talon ripped across the sky, followed by a dozen of its comrades. Eckert watched the overpowered aircraft go by, his ration tube in his mouth. 10 minutes, sir, Zhukov told him. Thank you, Zhukov, he said. He spit the ration tube into the churned-up grass and climbed back in his tank. He looked at his crew and gave a Terranesque smile. Let's see what General Klekidik is trying to hide from everyone. His crew gave back the same expressions. Bouncy jumped to the command console as Eckert's driver made sure the stealth systems the Terrans had installed were running before firing up his engine so he didn't attract a buttload of missiles again. So, Jaws, what happened? The general asked. I had not expected Most High Eckert to use his recon skimmers to drop depth charges on me as I crossed the channel, the Bolo answered. He used stealth sheathing on the charges, and the very first one detonated between my hull and the barrel of my hellbore. He delivered enough firepower to cripple a Jotun before I could surface. The general nodded, moving to the next point. Eckert felt a cold burning pride in his men. Eckert sat on the edge of the hatch, chewing an empty ration tube and staring at all the maintenance crews running at top speed to correct the defects identified when the tank crews had inspected their vehicles that morning. Each tank crew helped their maintenance crew with the work, adding manpower to the job. Eckert ignored how many of his armored unit had the V-Corps blue triangles pentagon shaved into fur, tattooed onto skin, dyed into feathers, or scarred into scales. Their morale was high, even doing maintenance and constant drills. The tank crews had been trained to care for their tanks, doing the small jobs that were easy to do without special tools, including repairing hoverskirts and even replacing a broken fan blade. Bouncy, what's on the agenda for the rest of the day? Eckert asked, considering giving the crews the night off to go into town. I don't know. You're supposed to. The Avi started to say. I suddenly bounced over to Eckert's panel and flashed it twice for attention. Incoming message from Termalint. Put it up into my implant, Eckert said, spitting out the ration tube and sliding into his commander's seat. Both had the same message, attack imminent. All troops to ready station. Attack imminent. Load war plans and go to Bravo. Download the war plans, Bouncy, Eckert said, triggering the elevator to lift him out of the tank. Selson, as soon as the maintenance techs give you the clearance, get this thing ready to roll. Eckert saw the humans were working faster somehow. Putting armor back on, tightening bolts, fixing hoverskirts. In some places, 10 or 20 humans swarmed a tank, ripping it apart, adding to it or replacing parts, and putting it back together. Green, green, green. One of the Terrans at the back of Eckert's tank yelled, slapping it 3 times. The Terrans all scattered, running to tanks that only had a pause count of techs working on it. His crew climbed past him, dove into the hatch, and got into their positions. Zhukov, redesignate my unit as an HHQ Armored Cavalry Scout Brigade, redesignate the rest of my units as discussed, Eckert ordered. Redesignating, Zhukov said. 3rd Armor Commander's compliments, sir. Signal when deployable. Most high, a signal over the implant broke in. Oh, great, it was Saotlik, his 3rd most high in charge of the light stealth tanks. Eckert, go ahead, he said. He had considered replacing the Kutcher repeatedly, but his crew were excellent soldiers and he didn't want to mess it up. Great, I'm starting to talk like the humans too, he thought. I object. We are a heavy armor division, with divisions of medium and light tanks. We are heavy armor, not some kind of reconnaissance force, Saotlik moaned. I request permission to rejoin the heavy tanks again, not this flotilla of floaters. Compared to Terran tanks, we're lucky we aren't considered ammunition, Eckert snapped. Get off my implant and get your crew ready. We'll see what my cousin says about this, the Lanik Talon threatened before cutting out. I have disabled all non-military communications that are not routed through me, sir, Zhukov said. AM maintaining proper communications net procedure. Additionally, I have assigned a code string to ensure that 3rd High-most Saotlik's vehicle is under proper MCOM. Thank you, Zhukov, Eckert said. He enjoyed the speed and efficiency of the AI. Eckert turned and climbed back up on his tank, standing on the seat so his upper body was outside the tank's hull. He watched the Terran tech suddenly stream away, like a flock of birds, and the floor was completely clear except for the odd crewman running for his tank. Eckert shook his head. It would have taken the normal maintenance crew almost an hour to make their way to the back wall, where they were already huddled. They would have stopped for conversations, to establish dominance over each other or lesser species, or stopped to berate tank crewmen. Instead, the hangar bay looked like it was deserted of everything but the tanks. Warplan loaded, sir, Zhukov suddenly said. Thank you, Zhukov, Eckert said. He ducked down and looked at his communications officer. Open a unit-wide channel. Open, sir, the officer said. I helped. I shut down all communications outside each tank so they can't talk to other people, the Avi, Bouncy, said. Yes, you did, the Comtech reassured it. All units, Eckert said. His men were used to him abandoning honorifics. The precursors are fighting their way to our planet as they speak. The Corporate Military Council and our own Unified Military Services Council are still engaged in argument even as space shakes with the thunder of combat. Eckert thumbed the activate rune for the movement plan to someplace called Staging Point Bravo and kept talking. The Terrans have dispensed with arguing and instead are ordering their units, of which we are to consider ourselves part of, to protecting this world, these people, this system. We are still under my command, and I will not spend your lives without reason. You know this, I have proved this in a dozen battles with you, Eckert said. But we are to act as part of a larger whole, so that we interlock together like a finely made engine. Like the whole of a tank, we are greater than the sum of our parts. We are the 1st Armored Scout Cavalry Division. We shall find the enemy, seek him out, so that he may be destroyed. We do this in honor. Our scanners are tuned, our eyes are sharp, and our guns are ready. Move out. IT will be done, roared back over the comm links. Eckert noted that the formation the Terrans expected was an odd one. A staggered wedge, with firing orders. It was one long practiced, but for his recon division to use it was odd. It meant that it was real. The precursors were here. And expected to make landfall. Eckert slid an empty ration tube out of his chest pocket and started chewing on the end. Thermalcom alert. 50-50, Goliaths in system. Double attendant numbers. Prepare for battle. Nothing follows. VCore alert. Unknown number of Goliaths heading toward planet. Expected to be 4 or more. Commanders, load battle plan Alpha 59er. It will be done. Nothing follows. Unified Military Forces alert. The size of precursor forces is too much to defend against. All commanders withdraw at your own discretion. All 3rd high-most and above commanders and company executives or higher are permitted to retreat from the system at own discretion. Eckert sat on the back of his tank, chewing on an empty ration tube, his palm turned up so his palm implant, which had only been put in a week before the attack happened, could display a wireframe VR hollow above his palm. His unit had fought its way through the night. getting close enough for his vehicle's upgraded scanners to spot the enemy, then racing away. Positioning themselves to call in orbital strikes, artillery, close air strikes, or heavy bombing. Always moving, never stopping, never letting themselves get pinned down. Using their upgraded speed, their improved stealth, and their constant training to always be where the enemy didn't expect them and to never be where the enemy's fire was. So, I ordered you to scan that valley, not from the ridge, but from down inside the valley to prevent you from showing your profile to anyone on either side of that rise. I ordered you to use stealth drones in front of you at a range no further than 100 meters, Eckert said, without taking his eyes from it. Instead, you led an entire battalion of recon tanks up over the top of that hill, on top of the ridge, while running unstealthed drones at maximum speed into the valley. The VR hollow hissed, showing the precursor fire ripping into the flanks of his men, destroying a quarter of them before the lead vehicle turned and fled, turning its back to the precursor. The other vehicles turned their rear to the fire and began to explode. According to the icons, nearly 30 of the 50 light tanks had been destroyed without ever identifying what kind of precursor force was in there. Worse, the precursors now knew that he knew they were there, and that he knew that they knew. The drones had been wiped out. 108th Military Intelligence could guess at what was in that valley, but couldn't be sure. Eckert didn't want to have happened to his men what had happened to Old Iron Feathers and mistake a precursor vehicle for something else. Clenching his fist and turning off the handy implant, Eckert turned in place, swinging his legs off the back of his tank, staring down on the ground. Saul Altlich, the third most high, former CO of the 4th Light Armor Recon Battalion, was kneeling on the ground, all 4 of his legs folded underneath him. All 4 of his arms were bound painfully behind his back, and 2 of his 6 eyes were swollen. What happened, Saul Altlich? Eckert asked, still chewing on the empty ration tube. We were taking casualties. We had to withdraw, the Lanark Talon protested. Rewind the hollow a little bit. Why were you taking casualties? Eckert tried. The enemy spotted us, Saul Altlich moaned. Why did they spot you? Eckert asked mildly, slowly drawing his sidearm. Their sensors must be better than we thought, Saul Altlich said, his voice low and slow, all 6 eyes rolling in the sockets. Or, I don't know, could it have been you were silhouetted against the rising sun on top of a ridge I explicitly ordered you to stay away from? Eckert asked. Saul Altlich's tongue came out and wetted his jowls and tendrils. They must have spotted the drones? You mean the high-speed drones you used instead of the stealth drones I ordered? Eckert said. He shook his head. And then what did you do, instead of turning to face the enemy and backing off the ridge? Our tanks go 22% faster moving forward than backward, the third most high tried. And your forward battle screens and armor would have ensured you survived the shots. Instead you ordered flank speed, which drains the battle screens, meaning each shot into your rear armor penetrated into interior spaces, as you had ordered the reactive armor disabled to, and I quote, save corporate funds, Eckert said slowly. Your decisions, from stop to finish, cost me 30 crews, experiences crews, beings I know personally, including your executive officer. We have replacements for the tanks. New crews can be drawn from a conscription order of the workers, Saul Altlich answered. Welders and agricultural robot supervisors are not tankers. Eckert snarled. The Trinead are right, there's just something about the Terran snarl. Your ill-advised decisions killed tankers, Eckert finished. There are a million more to take each one's place, the Lanark Talon said, repeating the line the UMF said as a way of instilling the knowledge that the UMF's legions were endless. My cousin. He tried. Is not here, Eckert said. He stared at the other officer. That is 3 times, in a single day period, that you have displayed cowardice under fire. And? What will you do, Eckert? Send me back to the rear? I will just evacuate this pathetic dirtball and leave you here to die facing the precursors, the Lanark Talon answered. The bovine spit on the ground. You dare not do. The pistol's retort was quiet compared to the thunder of the last few hours. The hypervelocity dart hit Saul Altlich in the head, blowing it apart, dropping the Lanark Talon to the ground. One hoof kicked. Eckert looked at the dead officer's crew. Take command of your tank. We leave in 10 minutes, he looked at the other gathered officers, noting the satisfaction on their faces, even the other Lanark Talon. Cowardice has only one reward. It shall be done. They all shouted, then turned as one and started toward their tanks. The tank jerked to the right, throwing Eckert hard against the command chair. The hypersonic rounds tore apart the trees behind him as the 150-ton bulk of his hover tank shattered the trees in front of him, the fans howling like damned souls. Bouncy sent a tingle into his hands. Fire! Eckert yelled unnecessarily as his gunner fired the main gun. Eckert knew that Bouncy had signaled the gunner to fire at the same moment as Eckert's hands had tingled. Shot out, the gunner, Cheap, called out. Direct hit. Target killed. Bouncy called out. Selson yanked the tank into another dodge, bouncing deliberately off a bigger tree, the battle screen exploding it into burning chunks. The hypervelocity shots tore apart a copse of trees instead of the tank. Got Trucker on the line. Heslatak called out from the comm/EW/MCOM spot. Eckert, the tank commander snapped. Trucker here, what have you got? The Terran sounded stress. Target. Bouncy yelled. Precursor heavy infantry with vehicles. No air support, no anti-aircraft. Eckert called out. Shot out. Cheap yelled. 226th Artillery is being jammed. I'll relay it to 221st. Trucker yelled. In the background Eckert heard someone call out, main gun out. Good hit. Good hit. Still active. The channel dissolved into static from Trucker's end. Eckert, can you hear me? Trucker asked. Gimme the grid. Shot out. Eckert felt Heslatek loaded into his implant and he shot it to the big Terran general. Repeat, Trucker said and repeated the numbers. All 168th elements, go to rapid fire, break that big bastard in half, the Terran suddenly roared. Direct hit. Target down. Eckert saw an icon blink in his vision letting him know that the commo wasn't for him, the big Terran had simply not cut Eckert out of the link. Eckert, you still there? Trucker asked. Target. Still here, sir, Eckert said. Shot out. 90 seconds, button up. Trucker yelled. It sounded like the human was half deaf. The tank jerked, moving again, jerking at Bouncy and Selson's commands. Direct hit. Target down. Bouncy called out. Eckert had noticed that Bouncy looked more like him, only made of chrome and burning blue neon, with the V-Corps logo on his head. Gimme HHQ Brigade. Eckert yelled to Heslatek. Target. Open channel, Heslatek called out. Shot out. All elements, 90 seconds. Incoming rainstorm. Eckert called out over his comm link. He hit the stud to close the hatch, which he had left open to suck out the vapors and smoke from the plasma cannon venting slightly into the crew cabin. Target down. The hatch slammed shut, no longer slowly whining shut but instead checking for any blockage with micropulse lasers then yanked down. Eckert stomped the pedal that normally would override the gunner, bringing all his screens back to life. He ground the plas ration tube between his molars. The forest was burning around them, his units were moving fast, blowing through the ambush. His last unit was almost clear, and following training, was rotating as they left the enemy, their battle screens exploding trees as it deflected or absorbed shots. His units were all pocked, cratered, from the hypervelocity rounds. But none of his tanks were mission killed and none of his men were seriously injured. His own tank was following, pouring fire into the enemy, who was trying to link up with a larger force that had heavy vehicles but couldn't move through the canyons where 1/32nd was dug in. 30 seconds. Bouncy squealed. Shot out. Target destroyed. Bouncy added. His men were clear and he signaled all stop, all power to forward and hull battle screens, and to ground down. Incoming fuel air and armor penetrators. Bouncy called out. The forest erupted in fire. Here comes the rain, Eckert thought to himself. Explosions blossomed on the starboard battle screen as Eckert stood up, half out of the hatch, his helmet left below, and the precursor aircraft shot by, winding around for another shot. The point defense roared at it but missed. The hoverfans roared, at max XL, as the 150-ton hover tank slid to starboard and Cheap cursed, trying to line up the shot. Sensors were useless, thermal masking smoke, droplets suspended microcrystal prisms, chaff, and more filling the air. Cheap had to rely on his optical sight. Bouncy was fully engaged helping Heslatek in keeping the EW running since air superiority was still in question. The maglev had been built by the precursors, from a Jotun that had slammed down into the bay to its devastators and destructors and Jin. It was ferrying war vehicles, ammunition, supplies, and only the precursor knew what. Selson drove the tank straight through the wooden buildings, blowing through the, hopefully, empty housing, the battle screen throwing away burning debris even as the tank's fans ground the debris into the dirt. Eckert winced, hoping Nobing was taking shelter in the buildings. The battle screen would do to flesh and bone what it did to wood and plasteel. The tanks of 1 HHQCO burst out of the wooden buildings, rotating and putting on the power to make a tight swinging curve so they were racing next to the train. The last tank started pouring fire into the train cars, into the tracks, as they raced after their fellows. The trail was winding, moving between the high piles of old mining tailings from when the area had been an active lithium salt mine. "Engine up ahead!" Cheapik yelled, his face pressed into the foam cushion on his sight. The avian already had thick scabs around his eyes and a cut on the side of his face from slamming around in the tank while using his sight. "Fire at will." Eckert bellowed over his comm link, using the 2 cm 4-barrel Mag-Acel coaxial on the train cars. It tore through the metal and something exploded, throwing debris against the battle screen. "Shot out!" Cheapik yelled. The engine exploded, jumped the track, and the entirety of 1/1H yanked away from the maglev train as it began to derail. Several threw shots into cars coming at them, blowing the cars apart. In a perfect world I'd have been able to stop the train, load it with atomics, and blow that Jotun sky high, Eckert thought to himself. The aircraft came roaring back, and the gunner of 1/1-3 blew it out of the air with a main gun shot. "Commander's compliments to crew of 1/1-3, Eckert sent over the voice comm. The night burned around them as they raced for their next target area. The air was full of the ticking of cooling osmium and war steel as the tank slowly cooled. The crews crawled over them, patching the fan housings where it needed, cleaning the air filters, checking the hoses, recompiling battle programs under the watchful eye of the VIs, eating or drinking when they could, moving to the opposite side of their tank to eliminate waste, or just trying to relax. 144th Ordnance Company was reloading the tanks, passing up ammunition from their armored vehicles. The men and women in the power chassis worked fast, chattering to one another as they worked. Eckert was chewing on an empty ration pack, staring up at the night sky. Streaks, blots of light, all lit up the dark violet sky. A bright flash the size of a credit chip let Eckert know that something big had just blown up. He was listening to the chatter of this cruise over his implant, the command codes the Terrans had loaded into it proving useful. They were in high spirits, even though 1/1-6 had caught a massive magnetic accelerated hypervelocity shot that had blown clear through the tank. The anti-spalling liner the Terrans had installed on the tanks had kept the crew alive, but the tank commander had been vaporized above his waist, the gunner had lost his tail, and the driver's armor was the only thing that had saved his life as the round punched out the other side. One crew in over 24 hours, out of 8,000 tanks and crews. Eckert knew his luck couldn't last forever, but right there, at that moment, the universe felt perfect to him. Off in the distance, the thunder of an orbital strike rumbled and a faint flash sped across the night sky. A Terran heavy cruiser had gotten a shot at that Jotun and took it. From the chatter on Eckert's implant, the Jotun was suffering chain reaction explosions. Its point defense was down and the artillery units of V-Corps had already plotted and let loose fire missions. The night was perfect. The ion bolt, fired from a 200mm cannon, slammed into the battle screen, slamming Eckert painfully against the edge of his hatch. Eckert swung the 2 cm autocannon around, snarling through bloody teeth, and triggered the coaxial. The density collapsed metal shard sheared the armor away from the vehicle, ripping a deep gouge in the side. The hypervelocity rounds connected the coaxial and the armored vehicle for a second. 1/1-4 took the shot and the vehicle exploded, debris flashing on the battle screens. They were past and Eckert could see another vehicle, this one facing away. Eckert held down the trigger, hosed a burst into the machine even as Selson fluttered the fans and nudged the ground with the forward port fan, slewing the tank around. The machine exploded as a mag-driven sabot slashed the edge of the port battle screen, not disrupting it but instead bleeding energy into it, which the battle screens dumped into the capacitors of the tank. Eckert snarled, the empty thin plas ration tube held between his teeth. He saw another vehicle and slashed the coaxial across it right before Cheekit slammed a plasma cannon round into it. They were past, all of 1/1H running for it, deploying chaff, jammers, microprism mist, and good old thermal masking smoke. Head count, Eckert growled over his implant, his teeth still worrying the tube. It came back. No casualties. Break net, Rapid Viper, do you read? The message pushed across the entire net. It was Trucker himself. Behind the Terran's voice Eckert heard, shot out. Heslatech boosted the gain, deployed a comm drone, firing it into the low clouds that were dropping ash-filled rain on them. Rapid Viper 6 here, Eckert answered. We hear you. You were TACCOM says you are? Trucker asked. Target. Eckert wasn't sure if it came from Trucker's link or his. Eckert checked the screens quickly. Only off by about 100 meters, but that could matter. He thumbed the update icon. Roger that, Papa Dragon. Listen close, you know that check you signed? Trucker asked. Shit, Eckert thought. Human curse words were satisfying to let out in a human snarl. That check. Oh boy. Roger that, sir, Eckert said. Check caching time, sir. Punch up 13th Evac Hospital, Trucker ordered. Bouncy threw it up as a pulse from Trucker ID'd it for the AVI. Eckert pinged he had it. Okay, there's a force of heavy metal heading in on it. They can't get out, I've got only one thing in range to get in the way of the heavy metal. You can count on us, sir, Eckert said. Shot out. Rang in both Eckert's crew cabin and over Trucker's transmission. Passing data to your warboy, Trucker snapped. I've got elements of 8th Infantry and 3rd Armor heading in, but they won't get there in time. Just slow them down, you don't have to slambang them toe-to-toe, Rapid Viper. We're on it, sir. Rapid Viper en route and out, Eckert said. Bouncy threw the scans up on the datapads that still worked around Eckert. Eckert pursed his lips. They were big machines. 2,000 to Eckert's 200. They outweighed him by a factor of 20 at least. The only good thing was they were track-motivated with repulsor assist. Maser cannons on the front, plasma cannons on the side, a single MGAC at the back. Point defense was thick, though. No battle screens. Armor meters thick, though. No reactive armor, that was something. No indirect fire, but forward-facing rocket pods. They all had gun pods around them, vehicle-sized drones mounting hypervelocity cannons. They were outnumbered, counting the pods, 30-1. All 1/1 elements, this is Rapid Viper 6, incoming battle plan update. Fire off masking and go to flank speed, Eckert said. He put what they were trying to protect. Our wounded are there. January 5th and January 7th's men are there. It's check caching time, as the Terrans say. Celcine whipped the tank around like it was a hockey puck on ice, gunned the fans. Cheap Shot stroked his sole remaining feather for luck. Eckert put an empty plas ration tube in his mouth. It was going to be an ugly fight. 13th Evac was just beyond some hills, which meant that they couldn't get their line-of-sight weapons on the incoming metal. The air superiority was still in question, and most of the aircraft were busy pounding 2 different Jotuns that were spewing fire and molten metal. Eckert worked up the plan as best he could. Warning drivers to stay low, ordering the Warbois to go to maximum deflection on the topside battle screens, ordering the Warbois to rehash the entire battalion's crypto, ordering the gunners to load all the heavy warshot they'd largely been saving. He ordered them to focus on the tracks, the repulsors, knock them out and keep going, stay mobile, stay alive. He finished the transmission with "It will be done." He got back a resounding reply from every tank. "It will be done, sir." The 206 tanks of 1 Recon roared through the afternoon, their fans churning the grass and bushes into puree and spraying it around. They hit the beginning of the hills and split up according to Eckert's war plan, going to full stealth. The battle was ugly, but it wasn't fast as Eckert's tanks caught the precursor machines with their electronic pants down. Gunners, their skills razor-sharp after 2 days of fighting, disabled nearly 3 times their number as they raced into the enemy, taking them from the rear. Target. Fire. Became the watchword. But the precursors didn't die alone. Eckert watched as a tank went to the white cross of a mission kill. It still moved, though, gouting flames as the main gun kept firing. It took another hit, slewed the side, fired again, and blew up. A red X covered 2. Then another. Then another. Then January 1st was clear, spinning in place, tilting the fans to push the tanks back toward the enemy as the guns fired. Roaring back in, their guns thundering, aimed at tracks or repulsor pods. Eckert ran the coaxial, the same with Hesletech, blowing pods out of the air, raking the tracks, slamming plasma bolts and magshot against the armor. Another mission kill, the driver slewed it out of the formation, bouncing off a precursor machine, the tank spinning, but getting clear. It was burning its two fans, trying to keep air cushion up, but still firing its gun. Salt Lick's old crew put in a heavy tank after the light tank had blown a primary engine. They kept pouring fire into the precursor vehicles until 3 of the enemy vehicles targeted the grounded tank. It burst into flame. And 1/1 was clear. The precursor machines had abandoned their advance, stunned too hard, over 25% of their forces, and almost all the pods already destroyed. One precursor machine tried to deploy a pod and somehow Salt Lick's old crew put one more plasma cannon shot downrange, hitting the open pod bay. The precursor blew up at the same time as the wounded UMF tank exploded into shards. Back into the thunder and fire, the crash of metal and the scream of overloaded hover fans, the stench of burning battle screens and scorched metal. 1 out of 1 came out of the other side, but this time the precursors gave chase. Eckert had planned for that, and the tanks of 1 of 1 swam between the low hills that had once been debris piles for a massive factory that had been reclaimed 2 centuries before. Black Horse en route. Hold the line, brothers, came over the comm link. Heavy metal incoming, roared the warborgs of 8th Infantry. Eckert looked at his tactical display and knew if his men broke off the precursor machines would pound January 1st's rear arcs with concentrated fire and not a single one of Eckert's men would survive getting out of the hills. Stick with the fucking war plan, men. Eckert roared over the comm link. IT will be done. For 13th, his men roared back. Eckert's men began making figure eights, turning the machines in circles, forcing them to try to go over the hills and firing into the underbellies of the precursor machines. The precursors kept exploding, but not fast enough. Another tank was killed. One mission killed but then crushed beneath the treads of precursor tank it had just gutted as gravity pulled the dead precursor down the hill. The commander was firing the coaxial even as the precursor's treads slammed down on the tank. A round hit, blowing through the battle screen, slamming into the hull of the turret. The cupola rang, but the spall lining held. A 6-inch deep glowing crater shone on the side of Eckert's tank, but Cheap Shot slammed a plasma bolt back, blowing the track off. The precursor vehicle slewed the side and Cheap Shot slammed a bolt into its side, into a crater left by another tank. The precursor exploded. A drone popped up and Eckert raked it with magshot, shattering it before it could deploy a weapon. It was still wet, greasy looking. Celcine whipped the tank around the dead carcass of another precursor, coming up behind a still-moving precursor machine. Shot out. Cheap Shot trilled. The returned shot hit the side of Eckert's tank, throwing Viper 6 against the burning wreckage of another tank. The spalling liner worked, but the shot still blew 2 of the fans out. The second shot hit the engine and Bouncy blew the fusion engine free, flushing it with water. It flew out, toward a moving precursor machine. Hesletech raked the glowing fusion engine. Celcine pulled the tank around, slamming the injured side against another wreck, the vehicle rocking on its side slightly. Bouncy put full power, everything he could get, into the starboard battle screen, ignoring the heat and overload warnings. Eckert hosed a drone. Cheap Shot hit the bottom of a tank that was clearing the hill with a roar. The shells breached the mag bottle and the fusion engine erupted. Nuclear fire washed over Viper 6, slamming it against the hill, dragging it along the dirt, spinning it, tearing away the last 2 fans. Cheap Shot fired another round, gutting another tank. The tank went dead. Black. After a long moment red light clicked on, went off, then came on. Sparks were shooting from Cheap Shot's scope. The avian gunner had blood running down his face and his prosthetic beak was cracked down the middle. I got that, Bouncy said. The scope stopped shooting sparks. The hull still rumbled with the battle roaring outside. Get me a screen, Bouncy, Eckert ordered. Now can do, boss. We're fused shut in here and running on emergency power backup batteries, Bouncy said. He stuttered several times. I gotta drop into my Surf 6 survival core. Sorry, boss. You did good, Bouncy. Get some rest, Eckert coughed. Who's still alive? Me, Hesletech coughed. Here, Celcine said. He coughed, blinking his transparent lids over his eyes. Present, Cheap Shot hacked. The little digital display on the yellow striped box, with the yellow handle next to Eckhart's head, flashed a smiley face. Something crashed into the remains of Viper 6, sending it spinning. The lights went out. Shit. They sat in the dark for a long moment. Sir, can you pass me the medical kit? Cheap Shot asked. My face is torn up. Eckhart fumbled around until he found it, then passed it to his gunner. Here you go, Cheap Shot. Good fight, no? Best fight, they all said together. Something glanced off their hull, bulging the side of crew compartment, but the anti-spalling liner held. Celcine grabbed the extinguisher and hosed down his controls. Just in case, the Saurian said. No complaints from me, Eckhart said, putting an empty ration tube in his teeth. Wish we had a pack of glow-in-the-dark dice or cards like the Terrans carry. Gonna trade for some, Cheap Shot said in the darkness. Hand me the kit, Eckhart said. There was some fumbling but he got the kit. He used it silently, listening to the battle outside and his crew being alive inside. It went quiet. The crew was panting, the air thick. They took turns on the oxygen mask from the medkit, gasping and sweating between each hit. Eventually, it ran out while the world still thundered through the hull. There was a clank in the darkness. Eckhart opened his eyes. It was still dark inside. 13th Evac SAR, hold on, brothers, was inducted to the interior. There was a loud roar above Eckhart and he shielded his eyes when the hatch was ripped free. A UMF air mobile suit, with the red crescent on one side of the chest, the red cross on the other, was looking inside. Can you move, Most High? Old Iron Feathers asked, shining his light on the slap patch on the stump of his right leg. Yeah, Eckhart said. He grabbed the handle on the yellow square, pulled it out, then twisted the handle. The cube popped free. Don't forget our warboy. Leave none behind, Old Iron Feathers quoted as he deployed a pair of purboys. Eckhart looked at his new chrome foot. The Terrans had replaced his entire leg with a cyborg prosthetic. The armor on the leg had been pulled from his faithful tank. His crew had survived. Cheap Shot had black chrome around his eyes replaced with cybernetics. Celcine had his tail regrown and his shoulder repaired. Haslatek had needed a new implant and both of his legs had been broken. But they survived the brutal fight 2 days ago. They'd held off the precursors, 1 out of 1 taking heavy casualties but keeping them from sweeping over the hills to crash down the medical evac company. Eckhart looked up. The new tank was in front of him. He was carrying Bouncy Survival Core. Let's get it on, Cheap Shot said. Together they moved to the tank, climbing inside. Eckhart locked the box in place, hit the stud, and watched as Bouncy moved across the screens. Once everyone was buckled in, Eckhart stood up in the hatch and nudged his implant. January 1st waiting, men, Eckhart said, pulling an empty ration tube from his pocket, where it had sat next to the glow-in-the-dark dice, and put it between his teeth. The tank moved smoothly away on its hoverfans. V-Corps. Special Unit Commendation to 1-to-1 Recon for Valor above and beyond the call of duty in the defense of 13th Evac Hospital. Battle Standard to be awarded. Permission for Unit Crest and Unit Motto to be approved is granted. Nothing follows. Omoke was a Badlandic Talon. His mother and father had always told him so. He was uninterested in money, he was uninterested in power, he had little to no interest in politics, and he didn't care one way or another for rules. The last would have been understandable if it involved the first 3 in any way, but Omoke's idea of a fun evening was getting together with some friends, all of them from the uncivilized species or the Neo-Sapients, hacking a car's computer, and roaring around the city in it. The final straw had come when Omoke had gotten high on stimgrass, stripped naked, painted himself red with the crowd suppression paint gun, stolen a Law SEC cruiser and driven it on a 2-hour chase that had culminated in Omoke deliberately crashing the armored vehicle into the river and standing on top of it as it sank, rearing up to show his genitals to the Trivid cameras, his jowls full of stimgrass. He'd had a gun in each hand, taken from the Law SEC cruiser, and kept shooting potshots at the cameras until a Law SEC sniper had tagged him with a stunner rifle. The sniper had been forced to shoot the young Lannic Talon 3 times to drop him. It was put up to the jowls full of stimgrass. His parents had been horrified. His friends had found it hilarious. Law SEC had taken the bribe and looked the other way. Omoke had been entertained. He'd almost felt something, standing on the roof the sinking Law SEC vehicle. He'd come so close, but the stunner had hit him. He'd felt something then, not the ravening nerve pain that the second shot brought, not the darkness that the third shot had dropped onto him, but he'd felt something he'd never felt before. He had been sent to where his father's uncle was in charge of resource collection in a system in the Unified Outer Systems. His great-uncle was less than impressed that Omo-Oke had gotten intoxicated during the flight and had fallen off the gangplank and onto the spaceport tarmac, laughing like a pair of bagpipes in a paint shaker, a bottle of alk brew in each hand and a stimstick in his mouth. His great-uncle had tried to put him in the offices, doing busy work and just moving files and papers around down in the mailroom. Omo-Oke had convinced the Neo-Sapiens who worked in the mailroom to fight one another in the pit of fists swinging for the reward of time off, vacation days, and raises. His great-uncle moved him to the warehouse, where Omo-Oke had put together a racing rally with the wheeled ground-effect forklifts with prizes for the winners. After that was stopped by his great-uncle, he arranged a hover smash where workers drove old hover lifts and crashed into one another with the winners getting prizes. Soon every hover lift was covered in sheet metal and spikes and mesh. Omo-Oke himself took part in them until finally he broke one of his arms when he was T-boned by another lift. Omo-Oke's uncle sighed and sent the young Lanik Talon out to one of the mines as soon as he healed. Omo-Oke himself had almost felt something when the bones in his arm had snapped and he'd whipped his hover lift around to slam the heavy-weighted end into the worker's side. He'd almost felt something when his uncle had ordered his arm set without painkillers. He'd knocked out the Amturvian medic with one hit when he'd reacted to the pain and felt a little bit of something that he had been chasing. At the mines, Omo-Oke's uncle had despaired. Omo-Oke had gotten bored with paperwork and supervision the first week and had bribed one of the workers to teach him to use a cargo mech to load the raw ore into the transports. That had led to mech bash competitions where mechs smashed against each other, slamming each other with graspers or lifters, while an audience cheered. Within a month, the cargo mechs were covered in metal and spikes and painted garish colors. A few workers were killed in the competitions, but mech bash went on, with Omo-Oke participating to the roar of the crowd. Strangely, productivity was up. Incidents between the workers and Corp SEC were down. Alcohol and drug use were up, black market trading of ration chips and Corp store script was up, fighting was up, but the amount of lethal stabbings, shootings, beatings, and ambushes went down. Omo-Oke's uncle just swept all the mech bash incidents under the rug. He purchased junk mechs from the other corporate divisions, thinking maybe having older, battered, less maintained cargo mechs would stop the mech bash and having massive redundancy would replace the cargo mechs when they failed. Instead, Omo-Oke's band started stripping parts from the junk mechs and adding them to the cargo mechs. Then Corp SEC reported that the junkyard where the old defunct corporate crowd control and law enforcement vehicles had been robbed. Omo-Oke's uncle knew exactly who had robbed it, but at least this time there was no evidence. The older Lanik Talon had boarded his executive hover limo and gone out to the mine, chewing narco-cud the whole way to ease his anxiety. He could see two cargo mechs battering each other as his hover limo came in for a landing. As he watched in horror, one of them opened up with a chain gun that was the same type as the heavy crowd control vehicles from Corp SEC used. He could hear the roar of the crowd even through his armored limo's windows. When he landed, a small Puntamat Neo-Sapient lizard asked the older Lanik Talon if he wanted to purchase something called box seats or if he wanted refreshments or to meet some of the mech slammers personally. The uncle, who went by the name of Loomonan, harumphed and demanded to see his nephew. Loomonan found himself escorted by two young female Lanik Talon of lower caste, secretaries for the corporation's mining facility, dressed scandalously so much of their udders showed. Instead of taking him directly to see his nephew, Loomonan was taken to a seat protected by pressor beams and armaglass. "Where, harumph, is my nephew?" Loomonan asked, accepting the offer of a narco-brew. One of the Lanik Talon females pointed out at the dirt field where a cargo mech had just walked out. The cargo mech was covered in crude metal armor, garishly painted, with chain guns, a giant saw blade for a hand, and a crudely fashioned metal spiked fist replacing one of the graspers. "He is right there, Most High Guest," the Lanik Talon female informed the older male. As Loomonan watched, the cargo mech raised all four arms, slamming the forearms together as the crowd roared. The entire crowd roared so fiercely that Loomonan's tendril curled and his crests inflated defensively. The battle was fierce and made Loomonan cringe and feel nauseous. His grandnephew showed no hesitation, like a proper civilized being would, and instead charged his opponent and met him blow for blow. The battle ended when the other cargo mech landed on its back with a crash and the crowd roared. Luomonan thought it strange that his nephew reached down one mechanical hand to help his opponent to their feet and raised the mech's hand with his own, to the roar of the crowd. One of his female hanger-ons asked Luomonan if he wanted a Trivid or VR chip of the battle as a souvenir. Only 24 corp script. Luomonan couldn't believe that the crowd had been chanting his family name at top volume. He himself avoided crowds, which all stared and muttered as his limo moved through. He saw his nephew pushing through the crowd, slapping extended hands with his forehands, cursing loudly, and swigging narco brew handed to him. His nephew, Omooke, was sweaty, wearing only a cooling vest and a bandage over one of his side eyes, not even a sash to proclaim who he was and what his standing was. Luomonan watched, horrified, as one of the tall neo-sapient mammals, a two-legged hicken, poured narco brew on her fur-covered mammary glands, and his nephew pressed his sweaty face between them, shook his head, and made blubbering sounds. The crowd around his nephew roared with glee. Another worker being, another neo-sapient, stripped off her shirt, revealing scandalous flesh and fur, handing her shirt to Luomonan's nephew. Omooke wiped his face and chest and handed it back, the neo-sapient clutching it tight to her upper body, her eyes bright as she watched Luomonan's nephew swagger between a doorway. Luomonan was led to his nephew's office, taking a winding way. They moved through the maintenance bay, where Luomonan saw maintenance techs working on the crudely armored and armed mechs. Past makeshift lounges and bars where Luomonan saw wealthy executives of the corporation yelling, shaking fists, and shouting bets as the narco brew flowed and the stimcud was chewed. Luomonan couldn't believe what he was seeing. He knew that Lanik Talon, a senior executive with the corporation, from distinguished family lineage, whose family was wealthy and powerful even by unified core system standards. The SEO was at the bar, shouting at the screen where two cargo mechs sprawled, a narco brew in each hand of his four hands, while two small Lemurian Welkret females combed the Lanik Talon's fur and rubbed his skin while sitting on his back. As Luomonan watched, the wealthy and powerful being turned at the waist to face the two on his back. The closer one took a deep drag off a stimstick held by the other one, put her hands on either side of the Lanik Talon's jowls, and blew the smoke directly into his nostrils. Luomonan hurriedly clopped past that, closing his side and rear eyes so he didn't have to see such disgusting deviance carried on by members of his own species. Finally he reached his nephew, who was sitting on a broken couch, a stimstick in his mouth, a Welkret female with a medikit tending to his bruises and small cuts on his hide. The younger Lanik Talon had his eyes closed, his hands at his sides, and Luomonan was horrified to see that his nephew was allowing two comely young Lanik Talon females manually stimulate him sexually as he relaxed, and the Welkret tended to his wounds while loud music, prohibited by the corporation, blared from speakers stacked in the corners. Nephew, the elder Lanik Talon harumphed, hoping the sound of his voice would put a stop to this degeneracy and debasement. He was shocked and appalled that the two females didn't even look up, instead just leaned over his nephew's back to entwine their gel tendrils, their hands still busy. The Welkret ran the auto-suturer down a cut on his nephew's flank. Everyone else cheered as an arm was torn free from a cargo mech as the other yanked the arm straight and ravaged the joint with the chain gun. "I perfected that move, you know, uncle," his nephew said, pointing at the screen with a half-empty narco brew. Luomonan yanked his attention from the huge display, normally used by executives to display data, and looked at his nephew, who was patting the rumps of the two females and shooing them away. "Just what do you think you're doing?" Luomonan demanded of his nephew. "Getting patched up, to use a phrase, uncle," Omooke answered, taking a swig from his narco brew. "My opponent was skilled and determined. I was proud to defeat him, most honored uncle." "Honored? Honored? You destroy the honor of our line, of our name, by brawling with these neo-species," Luomonan sputtered, his tendrils tight with outrage. "If you say so," Omooke said. He twitched slightly, and the Welkret snapped at him to stay still so she could scrape the emergency coagulate off his skin and suture the wound. "Your workers caused damage to company property, costing the mine credits, undoubtedly putting this whole facility into the red. If you don't care about our honor, what about our stockholders?" Luomonan barked as best he could, inflating his crests to establish dominance over his nephew. His nephew ignored the crests, taking another swig. "Is it money you're worried about, uncle?" the younger Lanik Talon said slowly. He signified disappointment and resignation, then made a tossing motion toward the older male. "View that if all you worry about is the profits." Luomonan snorted and opened the data file. It was a spreadsheet of company costs and expenses balanced against income, with man-hours, and expenses and income broken down. Omooke watched his uncle digest the data that seemed so important to the older Lanik Talon but was infinitely uninteresting to Omooke himself. Anyone can turn a Neo-Sapient upside down and shake the credit chits from his pockets, Omooke thought to himself. Only the best can convince them to roar out his name is frenzied appreciation. Luomonan couldn't believe what he was seeing. The entire facility was making more profit in a single planetary cycle than it ever had in its entire existence. Membership fees, drinks and narcotics, prostitution, viewing fees, entrance fees, income from Trivid and VR chips, Galnet broadcast on shady net sites that were pay-per-view only, gambling, and more. The credits were pouring in, outstripping even the cost to black marketeers for weapons, armor, narcotics. Even outstripping worker payments, taxes, everything else. The books were then cooked, using the mining and refinery plant as cover. What the refinery actually made in profit could have been listed in the slush funds compared to what his nephew was bringing in from his illegal and immoral activities. Even more startling was that Omooke had reported every drip and drop of income to the Unified Taxation Office and paid the taxes. Omooke watched his uncle's tendrils tremble in pleasure and gave the equivalent of a sigh of envy. His uncle looked almost orgasmic, a feeling that Omooke chased but could only taste the bare edges of. Only in the cockpit of his cargo mech. You did all this? Luomonan asked, surprised his nephew even understood how to do multi-column accounting. Omooke snorted in amusement. Hardly, uncle. I pay employees to do it and pay them well. What if one of the Neo-Sapients tries to cheat you or rob you? Luomonan asked, sure his nephew didn't understand how to keep the Neo-Sapients in line. The first one that did I had chained to the fist of my cargo mech and pasted him against the chest armor of my opponent with a few punches, Omooke said matter-of-factly, as if he wasn't talking about the brutal killing of another sentient being. Luomonan stared at his nephew in horror as the younger one gave the equivalent of a shrug. It's one of the most downloaded and paid-for clips. My opponent painted over the dark blue of the dried blood with bright blue paint to remind everyone of that battle. Since then, my employees only steal about 2%, which I'm willing to overlook. Luomonan just stared in horror. Without another word, he turned around and galloped back to his limo, returning to the capital with a promise to himself that as long as his nephew kept bringing in record profits the maniacal Lanik Talon could just stay at the remote facility. Omooke looked at the being. Called a human apparently. A bipedal primate with the closely set forward-facing eyes of a predator, thickly muscles, with hair only on its head and around its mouth, with 5 fingers instead of 4. It was dressed in clothing covered with holograms that showed cartoon female humans chasing each other and hitting one another with blunt object. It made Omooke inflate his crests with amusement. You know, I can replace that eye with a cyber eye in about an hour, the human said, using a universal translator. No charge. Just have the Metabot do it while we conduct business. Omooke signified his agreement with one hand, his eyes only for what the human junker had brought him. Massive robot power armor. Armor meters thick. Bristling with weapons. Designed like a biped but just oozing malice. All of them designed to appear aggressive and menacing, just sitting there with their fusion reactors pulled and weapons empty or disengaged. A spiderbot climbed up Omooke's foreleg, then up his torso, then onto his head, settling over the empty socket of his right side eye. Omooke ignored it. A Metabot was nothing to grow anxious about. He mentally braced for pain. Pain was inevitable. Pain was good. Pain was life. I've got some old Terran battlecruiser battle screens. That should protect the crowd from any missed shots as well as provide really slamming effects when they're hit. Nothing outside a nuclear penetrator can get through that class of shields, even though they're old tech. Pull them off some blown-out ships back around Rigel 6, the Terran, human, Maximilian said, slapping his hands together eagerly, the motion like he was brushing off dust but more animated and loud. Omooke liked that body language. He tried it himself and found it much more satisfying than the hand-wringing of anticipation that most of his race used. That sounds sufficient, Omooke said, following the Terran's body language of nodding rather than inflating his crest in assent. He liked that too. Now, these mechs are civilian-grade, usually used by frontier harsh environment worlds for heavy security. They'll rip a pirate ship to shreds, can go toe-to-toe with light armor, and can even take on your civilian government-grade heavy armor units, Max said, pointing at one of the smaller mechs. That one, right there? That can crush most heavy armor units used by your civilian governments with a single stomp. I wouldn't try taking on a Confed mil-spec tank, that thing would rip you apart. But against anything you'll probably face? No contest. Omoake nodded, admiring the lethal lines of the massive mech. He liked the one with the skull face, the big fists, and the retractable rotating sawblade sword in its forearm. So, how many do you want? The human asked, rubbing his hands together. Omoake's implant told him that it was eagerness, not distress. Omoake stared at all the mechs in the massive freighter's hold. Over 100 of them. All heavily armored and armed. All of them. The cartoon female humans frolicking on Maximilian's suit all waved their pom-poms with their eyes replaced by throbbing hearts. Corp SEC Chief Executive Officer Molamake exited his armored Law SEC wagon, adjusted his sash, and trotted forward. The small Neo-Sapients waiting for him performed the elaborate welcoming rituals that were his due. 2 lower caste Lanik Talon females, their implants marking them as food service workers for refinery executives, both trotted forward to coo at him and rub him. A Welkrat climbed up on his back and began rubbing soothing narco cream into his 4 shoulder blades. He liked her, she had strong, soft hands and knew how to rub his muscles just right to force knots from tension to relax. The smell of hot lubricant, scorched metal, sweat, and anticipation filled the Corp SEC CEO's nostrils, and his tendrils shivered in anticipation. He was a wealthy and powerful male of the Lanik Talon executive caste, even beyond this planet. Yes, he should arrest young Omoake and every being involved or served by the younger male's illegal activities, but Molamake couldn't bring himself to even think about such a thing. After all, where else would he see such amazing sights? The sound of music, new music, harsh, demanding, thundering, aggressive and violent, poured over the CEO as he entered the most high-class executive lounge. He merely used that entrance to gain access to the facility. He handed off his sash and badges of rank to the little puntomat at the door, who was inside an armored cage and took all valuables and put them in registered locked boxes. The sign at the top of her armor-plast window stated a warning, not responsible for grabbed stuff you take in. The CEO nodded at the warning, gave the little Neo-Sapient a week's worth of meal chits for the way she bobbed and groveled as she put his stuff away, and headed deeper into the facility. He passed the other members of his race at the clean and immaculate-feeling lounges, moving past that to where he preferred. The greasy, slightly dirty, shabby lounge where the neon glowed, the music was almost too loud, and more than once some of the Neo-Sapients and even members of his own race threw fists over the outcome of a match or a disagreement over which cargo mech pilot was best. A bunch of his Corp SEC men, all lower executives, raised up Narkabir and cheered him. Molamake signaled the being tending the bar to bring another round to the table and clopped over to his men. They all thanked him for getting them into the Grand Mech Bash. Something new was promised, something grand, and the alien-sounded hard-driving music hinted at whatever it was going to be big. When the fireworks went off and the lights went out, Molamake turned to watch the oversized vid display. Sure, the tables in the executive lounges had built-in holo projectors, but the faded and transparent holos just didn't have the excitement of the vid screens. The little Welkrat on his back tapped him and he turned around to face her. She took a drag off her stim stick, put her other hand against his left hand jowl, and slowly exhaled stim smoke into his nostril. He inhaled deeply, gratefully, feeling the already activated stim surge into his bloodstream and shivered. What stomped out onto the view screen, obviously shaking the ground of the arena, was something that Molamake recognized, something he had seen in classified videos from the furious fighting against the precursors over the last 2 months. A human war mech. It raised its arms over its head, placing the massive hands, and shook them while the crowd roared. Molamake was aghast. How had those war machines, some weighing as much as 500 tons, gotten to the planet? How had young Omoake gotten his grasping 4 hands on one? He stared as special effects froze the giant mechanized war machine, spun it around, put it in garish colors, and then detailed the weapons. Sweat popped up on Molamake's crests, and he inflated them with agitation. That giant beast carried 2 200mm auto cannons, just to start off with. It packed missiles, lasers, particle beams, something called a chainsword, and more. Its polyceramic war steel laminate armor could shrug anything his entire Corp SEC force could bring to bear, and those autocannons would shred anything he could field. Yeah. One of his subordinates, a senior executive officer, cheered. Slam smash. Slam smash. The little Welkret tapped Molameke, and when the CEO turned at the waist to face behind him, the little mammal pressed both hands against his nose and slowly exhaled narcosmoke into first one then the other nostril. Molameke closed his eyes and let the little neo-sapient put his 4 hands on her fur and start to stroke. It soothed him, such degeneracy. It calmed him, indulging in such deviance. He would never do so in private or at work, but here, surrounded by pounding alien music, in a dimly lit grimy sports lounge, surrounded by his subordinates and other Mechbash fans, he indulged himself in vices that he would have never imagined as a young Lanik Talon in the unified core systems where he had grown up. He turned around, shifting his arms so he still reached behind him to stroke the Welkret, who tapped the inside of one arm with a narcojet, just in time to see the opponent. A giant Warmac the same weight class, different weapons, painted in the garish colors of another competitor. This one armed with lasers, particle cannons, missiles, with point defense and other missile defenses. It then pulled back, displaying the modified arena. Giant chunks of armor made up of war steel and battle steel, glimmering energy fields, and other things to take cover behind. Plasma mines, auto turrets, flommers, all kinds of hazards that the crowd could activate by throwing bash cash at it in the form of work chits, food chits, corp script, unified systems credits, even promises of favors. The countdown started and Molameke calmed his agitation by touching the little female in ways that a member of his species, his caste, his executive status probably shouldn't. He brought her around to his chest, cradling and stroking her in his 4 arms, while she blew clouds of narco-vape across his nose and balanced a mug of narco-brew on her stomach. The battle started and Molameke quickly forgot his agitation. Particle cannons thundered, autocannons shrieked, the shield screamed and sparked with misses that thrilled the crowd as they were only held off from certain death by the invisible hands of battle screen projectors. 10 fights, all between massive Terran Warmacs. Molameke won as often as he lost, but by the time he was halfway through watching the fights, he was cheering as often as everyone else. He broke a narco-brew bottle across the face of a senior executive Lanik Talon from financial services during the 6th fight, clasped hands with the same being and cheered during the 7th, the 2 males slapping each other's sides in shared joy as the mech they had been on defeated the larger one. One of his subordinates put a fist in his eye and he responded by kicking the other male in the chest to the roar of the onlookers. He bought his defeated subordinate a large mug of the subordinate's favorite narco-brew to show how gracious he was in victory. The subordinate cheered Molameke's name as they all left Togater and rode home in the same executive limo. Omooke's uncle looked at the profits from the new and improved Mechbash and had to shuffle funds around at a senior executive level to hide the profits. He noticed the CEO of Corp SEC had a swollen eye during a luncheon, but didn't pay it any mind. Corp SEC types often had to put down riots. The air was full of thunder as atmospheric craft roared overhead. More humans had arrived to protect the system from a possible precursor attack. Humans had sworn to protect the star system, had deployed massive amounts of war machines through space, around moons, on planets. Everywhere a precursor might attack, might strike at the beings they so hated. While other Lanik Talon had run in circles panicking, wringing their 4 hands, inflating and deflating their crests in fear, shaking their jowls in terror, bleeding and crying out in anxiety, Omooke felt a tingling tremor deep inside. Actually felt it. He invited Terrans to his Mechbash, comped them entrance, drinks, anything they wanted. They had enjoyed it. Omooke liked the Terrans he had met. Members of something called V-Core, old metal, that just made his tendrils coil in joy. Omooke had noticed that even their officers liked the dimmer, grimier-looking lounges, more deviant and dangerous the better. 2 humans had pulled knives on each other, fighting on the floor of one of the lounges over a Puntamat female they had both been petting. Neither one had been killed, but they had been injured. Omooke had ordered the Welkret medicos to not use painkillers on the Terrans to see how they reacted. Every reaction to pain brought jeers from their fellow Terrans. One who had flinched had narco-brew poured over him by his fellows. The 2 knife fighters were arm in arm, cheering, less than a fight later. Omooke was fascinated by the Terrans. They looked alive. Omooke envied them. V-Corps Commander's Memo. Attendance at Omooke Mechbash Arena is permitted via Recreation Pass. Please stop stabbing each other. It looks bad to our hosts when senior officers duel with knives over who gets to pet the furry Xena species with great tits no matter how much it amuses your subordinates. I appreciate a great set of mammary glands as much as the next species, but rolling around on the floor while the enlisted pour narcobrew on you is undignified. Real officers use stun pistols at 20 paces. While dueling is legal, please refrain from doing so unless it is vitally important, like who may have stolen your last pack of Terran cigarettes. General Notre K. V. Corps, commanding. Nothing follows. Kestimet Corporate Memo. Attendance at this so-called Mech Bash is strictly prohibited to all executives by order of Kestimet Corporate Headquarters, Core Worlds. Attendance to any of this illegal activity can result in a fine of up to 3 days' pay. The Terran was a big warborg, 2 tons of anodized black war steel, heavy weapons hidden inside his chassis and the magnetic power inductors the size of Olmo-K's hand covered with a thin layer of armorplas, with an 8 pierced by an upright arrow marking both of his shoulders. His face shield was open, letting Olmo-K see the Terran's biological face that had been attached to a war steel skull. While other Lanik Talons might have been distressed by the cyborg, it didn't bother Olmo-K at all. The Terran was one of Olmo-K's loyal customers. Over the last weeks the Terrans had been deploying their war material and getting ready for a possible precursor attack. You might want to get off the planet soon, Olmo-K, the Terran said. It took a sip of narcobrew. Good stuff. My appreciation of your enjoyment, Olmo-K answered, nodding. He liked Terran physical body language much better than he liked crest and tendril signals. Why would I want to leave? The Terran sighed. There's imps in the Oort cloud, and that can only mean one thing. Precursors are coming, Olmo-K guessed. The big Terran nodded. You advise me to flee? The Terran warborg slowly nodded. It's going to get ugly, friend. The precursors are going to come at this system with everything they can shake loose. It's an important extraction and refinery system, the warborg paused. They're going to come straight at this facility. Olmo-K nodded again. That sounds logical. My uncle has sent some of Corp SEC out here, some with heavy vehicles as Corp SEC designates them. To protect this refinery from any rivals, he says, but I believed it to try to protect from any of my Bashmech pilots going rogue. The Corp SEC vehicles won't last 15 seconds against precursor machines, the Terran answered. I have seen my Bashmech list them as light civilian defense vehicles, Olmo-K answered. He lifted his hands in an approximation of a shrug. My Bashmech is a civilian version. I can only imagine what the precursor machines must be like, and even then I am probably under-imagining them. The warborg nodded. I faced off against some precursors a few centuries ago. Not this brand, the other types, and they're a serious opponent. They don't stop and they linger to kill every living thing. To top it off, friend, they view your species as deserving to be wiped out. Olmo-K shook his head. I will not leave my loyal workers. They work hard for me, they fight harder. The warborg sighed. All right. Look, saying this is in the gray. I can probably get away with it because you're technically a CEO and a community leader. Nobody else outside of Turkenfedmil knows this yet. One moment, Olmo-K said. He used his implant to turn off any surveillance devices, clear the surrounding rooms, and lock the doors. The big warborg nodded at the sound of the maglocks engaging. Go ahead. These things use psychic assault arrays. We don't mind that much, we're highly resistant to such things, but I don't know how your people will react, the warborg said. They come at you, they're going to hit you with a psychic assault, then slaughter your people while they're still alive and screaming. Olmo-K thought a moment. Is there a way for non-Terrans to protect themselves from this psychic assault? The warborg nodded. Sure. Most of the Trinead officers have psychic shield implants, most vehicles have them, we've even got portable ones to protect camps and bases. Olmo-K nodded. Thank you for the information. It is most helpful. Can you guess at how long until the precursors arrive? Days? Weeks? With imps in the Oort cloud, we're being reconned. It's not if they get here, it's when they get here, the warborg said. He stood up. I should get back before I'm missed. Olmo-K nodded, thinking carefully. He unlocked the door and ordered that the warborg be comped tonight's entertainment. Psychic shielding, eh? The Terrans seem to have it commonly installed, that means they have it in abundance, he thought to himself. He signaled to the facility's computer to send 2 of his employees to him. One a structural engineer responsible for keeping the mine operational, the other a refinery expert. They arrived quickly, both smelling of stim sticks, but they both had the obvious shakes from taking a quick sober. Olmo-Ot soothed their fears, handing them bottles of Terran Narcobeer after he twisted the caps off. He turned down the music, then locked the doors. Honored Jumanat, Olmo-Ot addressed the refinery master. The other being nervously signaled he was paying attention. The humans call it war steel, can we create and work it? The other Lanik Talon shook his heavy head. No, honored Olmo-Ot. We can craft it, but it immediately hardens and cannot be worked. What hyperalloy can we create that we can work with the tools available? Olmo-Ot asked. Terran Endosteel. We had the templates and industrial fabrication specifications, the refinery master said. Turn 10% of our output to Endosteel production. Keep it off the books. Offer triple pay for anyone willing to work off the book shifts to produce it, Olmo-Ot said. As you wish, High Most, Jumanat said. One another thing, Jumanat, Olmo-Ot said. The subordinate looked nervous. You have family on planet? Yes, Most High, he answered. Bring them in. I will have vacation time authorized for them. Use one of the empty executive villas for them. Bring all of them, Olmo-Ot ordered. Jumanat didn't ask why, just nodded. Every one of Olmo-Ot's idea has enriched him vastly, and Jumanat had ceased asking questions. He accepted his dismissal and left, Olmo-Ot locking the door again behind him. Zaamuant? Olmo-Ot turned to the master engineer. She nodded, still looking miserable from the Quicksilver shot. Yes, High Most? She stared at the male's robotic eye, fascinated by it. Supposedly Lanik Talons were too advanced to accept cybernetic prosthetics, but the eye had been there for weeks without problems. Olmo-Ot used his personal holotank, a Terran version with excellent resolution and fidelity, to put up a map of one of the played-out mines that wormed beneath the worker hubs and the executive villas. I want you to build shelters beneath these structures, in these mines, with fast access ports that can then be sealed and camouflaged until rescue can arrive. The female Lanik Talon nodded slowly, getting up and moving around the holotank. Shelters for how many people, High Most? All of them. Plus another 10% redundancy, no, make it 20% redundancy and provide atmospheric, power, and food dispenser backups, Olmo-Ot ordered. Triple pay for all who work on this. I want it done as soon as possible. As you will, she answered. Will that be all? Olmo-Ot shook his head. No, I have one other set of orders, he stated. He moved the scan to a set of played-out mines a mile away. It had a large entry cavern. She curled her tendrils in confusion but waited. I want you to move all our spare parts, all our spare repair equipment, for the Bashmechs to this spot. We're going to be going back to cargo mech fights for a little bit, he said. Build these hollow buildings out of Durachrome. Make sure the repair scaffolding is finished first. Which do I prioritize? Concealed repair bays first, moving the parts second. I'll have different crews get the cargo mechs ready to fight. Your customers won't like that, she warned. I'll play it up as a celebration of some type, offer reduced fees, that will quiet them, he said. He thought for a moment. Send in Crackit. Personally, no data link or comm. Zaamuant nodded and left, finding the Puntamat mechanic drinking narcobrew and puffing on a narcostick in one of the lounges, a pile of script, chits, and rations in front of him. Sober up, the High Most wants you right now, Zaamuant said. The little Puntamat nodded, ordering a Quicksilver and getting up. He injected it into his arm as he hustled to where he knew the boss would be watching the fights. When he went in, he heard the door lock behind him and worried that the boss knew that he'd been skimming money off the repair fees being charged the fighters. Sit, honored High Mechanic, Olmo-Ot said, motioning at the comfortable seats. Crackit sat down, nervous, noting the unholstered Needler pistol on the holotank. Olmo-Ot cracked open 2 Terran Narcobeers and handed the little furry lizard one. Crackit watched as Olmo-Ot brought up the schematics for his own Bashmech. Assign your less skilled techs to brining the Cargomechs back up to fighting status, Olmo-Ot stated. Your best techs will have an assignment soon. They'll be making modifications to our Bashmechs. What kind? Crackit asked, feeling a tingle of excitement. Right now, I'm not sure. Just have your men go over the technical documents for the Bashmechs and start doing EVR training from the data chips in the manuals. Even the stuff like a ruptured reactor shield, Olmo-Ot ordered. He handed another beer to the little fuzzy lizard. Triple pay. Crackit nodded, hustling out of the room. Omooke opened his personal encrypted data link address book, going over the various link addresses he had amassed. There were some contacts there were even at the Mech Bash Arena. He ordered in comely male and female members of all races, had them dress scandalously, then had his office arranged for effect. He then went out and took part in an unscheduled match to get that feeling again. He needed his edge to meet with the beings he needed to meet with. Uncle Oomonan. I invite you to inspect the mines in a week or two. Please bring my aunt and my cousins, I have missed them dearly. I promise you won't be disappointed in what I wish to show you. Omooke. The Terran officer got out of the heavy cargo truck, walking toward where Omooke sat on the foot of his bashmech, feeling the machine vibrate with power and menace. The Terran officer glanced up once, then nodded before moving up to Omooke. The big Terran held out one crushing primate gripper, and when Omooke shook it, the primate increased the pressure, staring in Omooke's eyes. Omooke held the stare, refusing to show any pain. Pain was life. The Terran officer nodded, grudgingly, and released Omooke's hand. Omooke ignored the pain of crushed muscle and bruised bone, the balloon-like feeling of swelling. It was just pain. I got what you wanted. Psychic shielding for Warmechs, updated Molosarch packs, everything but Warboy hashes. Even got you training EVR progs for your simulators. Uses the latest battle data we've got against the precursor machines, the Terran said. What do you have for me? Here, the Lanik Talon said, motioning. 2 Puntamats ran forward, each carrying a chip box. The idea had startled Omooke. It was simple, so easily done, and apparently brought in massive amounts of credits, chits, payment, and customers. The first one was opened and the Terran removed one of the chips, checking it. The 15 seconds was unlocked, the rest behind, surprisingly enough, civilian-grade Terran cryptography. The Terran turned it off and put it back in the box. Full EVR? He asked. That's important. Omooke nodded. That one's just sex. He opened the second case. This one, my friend, will be your big money maker. Oh? Why? What do you have there? The Terran asked. Everything from slowly eating a meal while sitting naked outside in the rain, to feeling low-power heated blowers drying one's fur to a slow kiss between two lovers. Urinating after the bladder has gotten excessively full, the first drink of water after going a full day without, the feel of an infant's soft fur or scales or skin beneath your warm hand. The gain was turned up to maximum, as broad spectrum as my text could make it, Omooke said. He lifted his upper lip in the best approximation of a human smile as he could make. Before you tell me that's worthless compared to xenospecies sex, let me tell you, a Warborg offered me a year's pay for the EVR of a female Puntamat finishing a long run on a treadmill, then carefully and slowly washing with shampoo beneath a stream of warm water before blow-drying her fur slowly. The Terran narrowed his eyes. He'd dealt with Lanik Talon before, but had never seen one who was so focused, almost predatory for an herbivore species that might, occasionally, eat meat. He thought for a moment, trying to decide if he could bluff this one or maybe apply a little bit of good old intimidation. Omooke knew what the other was thinking. He pulled out a long thin stick of spiced and treated meat, something he saw the Terrans enjoy, slowly unwrapping the slender James, and beginning to chew on the stick, coiling his feeding tendrils in pleasure. When he knew he had the Terran's attention, he reached down and patted the gigantic foot of the pleasure and glory with his lower left hand. The Terran quickly changed his opinion. He had been warned by the person who had put him on this nice bit of graft that this Lanik Talon was different, but he hadn't believed it until he watched the way the Lanik Talon was not enjoying the meat stick, but knew what kind of effect it had and was relishing every little bit of the transaction. All right. Deal, the Terran said. Parts, ammunition, repair vehicles, the whole 9 yards. Excellent, buddy, Lanik Talon said. He whistled, another Terran skill he'd spend days mastering. Puntamat worker ran forward while others drove cargo trucks up. Lanik Talon shook the other being's hand, and this time he squeezed as hard as possible, staring into the human's eyes, tilting his head so his side cyber eye was part of the stare. The Terran, Major Tactaven, Delta Company, 108th Military Intelligence, Rangers, detached, smiled back. Pleasure doing business with you. Creckett looked up from where he was crouched behind Omooke's fighting cradle, the panel behind the cradle removed. The little Punitmat had a firmware analyzer in his hand and had an expression of satisfaction on his face. Well, we know what those interfaces we could never figure out are actually for now, Creckett said. The psychic shielding booted up just fine, went through diagnostics, then stayed stable during your entire match. Omo-K nodded. And the shielding inside the shelters? He asked. 4 days of constant activation, and now we've got the right analytics and wavelengths to protect everyone, Crackit said. He used his tools to start reattaching the covers over the dense Molosirc bricks. The shelters are complete, they're being furnished and stocked as we speak. Alright, outfit the rest of the Bashmeks with the psychic shielding, Omo-K ordered. Crackit hesitated a moment. Honored Most High Omo-K? He asked. Yes, loyal one? Omo-K asked, stroking the controls to pleasure and glory like some men stroked their sleeping wife's hip, the same faraway look on his face. The precursors are coming, aren't they? Crackit asked. Yes. They are. Do you intend on fighting them? Crackit asked. Do defend all of my loyal employees? Of course, Omo-K said. Your wife pulled a knife from my back and repaired my lung. Your daughter works hard to make sure the coin girls and joy boys are all healthy and have thump men nearby. How could I not defend you? Crackit nodded. My men, they have spoken. We will hide in the cavern and repair any damage we can. That pleases me to know, Omo-K said. And he meant it. Luomonan exited his vehicle, moving over to where his nephew was dressed appropriately for once, surrounded by well-dressed sycophants and underlings like a proper Lanaktalan should be. Luomonan's wife and children exited the limo, looking around with Part's disgust at being at a refinery/mining location/manufacturing facility, Part's pleasure at seeing Omo-K so improved. They all oohed and awed appreciatively during the tour. Luomonan noticed that beings came to his nephew frequently with updates, forms to be signed, introductions. They were moving outside, preparing to leave, when Luomonan saw his nephew suddenly jerk upright and put his hand against the elaborate data link on his temple and blink all 4 eyes. Repeat that, Omo-K snapped. The authority and urgent focus in the 2 words made Luomonan and his family draw back from the young male Lanaktalan in slight fear. There was a second and Omo-K took his hand from his implant, blinking his eyes, including the ugly-looking cybertic one, and gave a reassuring gesture. Luomonan saw Tuknar and security officers jogging toward them, holding weapons. Sorry, my apologies, Omo-K said. He gestured toward the executive villas and made a motion. Please, before you fly out, at least enjoy some refreshments. I'm sorry, honored nephew, we don't have the time, Luomonan answered, suddenly feeling nervous. Perhaps another day. Omo-K sighed and looked at his uncle, slowly drawing a needler from a holster he kept beneath his pouch. The Tuknaran security men leveled their weapons at Luomonan's Lanaktalan guards and then disarmed them. I'm sorry, aunt, uncle, cousins, but I'm afraid that my words were not a request. It is an insistence, Omoan said, his voice violent sounding and menacing. It reminded Luomonan of how stressed Terrence sounded. Hello, dear? What do you mean, darling one? Luomonan's wife asked, hugging herself in fear. I am sorry, most beloved aunt, but you must quickly come with my men. I will be remaining here, Omo-K said. He stared at his aunt. Do remember, though, that I do care deeply for all of you. The guards barked and motioned and Luomonan and his family began moving. As they clattered away, their hoofs clumping on the tarmac, Luomonan called out to his nephew. I won't forget this betrayal as long as I live. Omo-K didn't look back as more of his facility guards took the servants into custody. Servants that had mysteriously brought along their families to see a perfectly normal mining facility. They all hid smiles as they hurried after Luomonan, and one signaled eternal affection at Omo-K. Omo-K watched, listening to his implant. Attack imminent. Attack imminent. Attack imminent. Omo-K was strapped into pleasure and glory, the data link plugged in, his feet on the pedals, his hands on the controls. The big Bashmek was vibrating faintly around him, the huge fusion engine at low power. The scaffolding around him was clear, his access ports were closed, his armor ready. The durachrome around the scaffolding made the repair scaffolding look as it was just some kind of material storage towers. He could hear his gladiators talk to each other. Weeks in the simulators were one thing, but they could hear on the radios that Goliaths were landing vehicles on the planet. That the Terran vessels were engaged in pitched fighting. The UMF and the Kestamet Corporation had already taken massive casualties. Only a few units survived, most of them working carefully with the Terrans. His men were nervous, but unafraid. He was not nervous. He was not afraid. Instead, he felt something. The way poets described a female's tendrils trembling, the way commercials made tasting their ways sound. He wondered what it was. "Hi," a small voice said in his ear. It was on his personal comm link. "Clear the channel," Omooke ordered, doing his best to imitate the Kestemet security jargon he'd picked up being arrested so many times. "I'm your new friend," the voice said. Omooke opened his eyes in shock as something tore through his firewalls, through his security, and scanned his entire bashmech in seconds. "Wow, good job on this. I should hash your security encryption though, you're using an old outdated one that the precursors already cracked." "Who are you?" Omooke asked sharply. "Oh, I'm your new warboy. Assigned by 3rd Coscom Digital Warfare Command. Either I help you, and you let my friends help your friends." There was a long pause. "Or VCore has ordered me to slag your warmechs." Omooke thought for a moment. "Alright, new friend. I'll warn you, I am here to defend my loyal people. I will not stray far from this area." "Okie dokie," the voice answered. "Rehashing now." His mech went to standby, booted up, shut down everything, then restarted again. "Rehashed. I updated your systems with the latest IFF and targeting systems. I'm sending my brothers to help your friend," the little voice said. "What do I call you?" Omooke wondered aloud. "Dunno. That's up to you," the voice said. "Oh, VCore is referring to you as 5th Light Armor Irregulars and limiting your operations to a 10-mile radius." Alright, he thought for a second. One of his friends back in the core worlds talked like the computer program. His name had been long, but everyone had shorted it to TAC so that they could get a word in edgewise. "I'll call you TAC. TAC it is. I have General Trucker on secure comm link. He wants to speak to you." "A general?" That was like a military high most. Curious, Omooke opened the comm link. "5th LAI? Do you read?" A Terran's rough voice sounded in his ear. Omooke could hear a nuclear cannon cut loose in the background. "Yes," Omooke answered. "Alright. I'm sending you some air defense and point defense units, and some Warborg infantry. I'll keep those shelters of yours locked down and defended, you just worry about any armor units that head your way," Trucker growled. In the background Omoote heard bellowed orders. "You stay out of our though, you get in my way, I'll run you over just like ancient metal." "Of course. Nothing personal," Omooke said. He'd seen more than a few black market Terran war tribids in the past few months. "Nothing personal," Trucker said. Suddenly the pitch of his voice changed. "Get those UMF aerospace fighters out of there, tell them to get that blasted formation tighter or they're going to get raked out of the sky by that massive djinn. Tell that dumbass cow he's about to get slaughtered." Omooke knew Trucker was referring to a member of his species, but it did not bother him. Cattle described most of the people Omooke met before the Terrans arrived. "Look, 5th, I'll get you a dedicated data stream and provide what support I can, but tell that dumb bastard to activate his point defense. But I've got my hands full. I wish you'd have interlocked with us earlier but Jesus sodomizing KE racist, will someone kill that thing? But I'll interlock you as best I can." "I understand," Omooke replied. The sounds behind the Terran's voice and his bellowed commands made something inside Omooke's soul tingle. He opened a slender James and chewed on it, filling his mouth with the taste of the greasy meat stick. "Do your best, 5th. Trucker out." "Understood." In his tank, Trucker looked at his EW/MCOM/Comtech. "You sure we were talking to Atlantic Talon?" He sounded like a damn answering service 6. His tech nodded. 6 says he was an actual living being with almost 83% certainty. "Huh," Trucker said, then took his mind back to the battle at hand. Omooke was relaxing in his crash couch, keeping his men's morale up, ordering them to sleep in shifts. Listening to his implant, which TAC was keeping him aware of what was happening as more and more precursor ships made planetfall. Nearly 2 hours later, TAC woke him up, the vibration of his bashmech lulling him to sleep. "Got Confed troops on the horn, boss. They want to know which warehouses to conceal themselves in," TAC said. Omooke rubbed his eyes. "What?" "General Trucker sent some air defense and pint defense vehicles to keep your area safe." He also sent ammunition trucks and counter-battery artillery units, including radar, Tak answered. Omooke closed his eyes, visualizing the layout of the factory with his cyber eye. He blinked at the buildings, assigning them. Tell the leader of the vehicles that the warehouses and vehicle hangars can be destroyed. All of the surface installations can be destroyed. Just defend the shelters. Tak hummed for a moment. They say okay. Well, they talk weird. You know, Terran military guys. They all talk funny. Wake me up if anything moves funny. Okie dokie. Tak said. Omooke closed his eyes, going back to sleep. Boss. Boss. Wake up. Tak yelled. Omooke opened his yes, lifting his two upper hands to rub at them. Yes, Tak? Trucker just signaled. You got a whole bunch of, and I quote, big metal coming your way. Wake up the boys, Omooke said, bringing his big mech up to full readiness. He waited for each of his gladiators. Nearly 80 in all. Even the maintenance crews, led by Creckett, checked in. Finally, the Terran Confederate military forces checked in. Everyone was ready. It's time for the ultimate show, he said over the command channel. And put his mech in motion. V-Corps Command Memo. Extensive civilian shelters outfitted with psychic shielding arrays at the Kestimet Holangener Mountains refinery. Estimated numbers of civilians in shelters in excess of 320,000. Area is protected by civilian-grade medium war mechs. 8th Infantry has deployed a company of air and point defense units as well as battalion of artillery configured for counter-battery operations. Support these guys when you can. The leader is a known and violent compromised black marketeer, but he's been good to our guys and is taking care of his people. General Nodre K. V-Corps, commanding. Nothing follows. Kestimet internal memo. Lesser High Most Loomonan and his entire family as well as his servants have been kidnapped by his known lawbreaker nephew Omooke, who has seized control of the Holangener industrial facility and may be planning on holding it for ransom. At this time, do not speak to any press agents. 3rd Armor Division broadcast. Here they come, boys. General Trucker, Commander.